Good afternoon, everybody. It is Ived. I hope everybody's having a decent morning and a decent afternoon. We are here for the second day of the OPTIMVS LEGIONIS II. Now we are just organising the first teams off the bat. There will be some switches around of the match order, presumably. We also have some concerns that potentially there are some no-shows from one or two players. So we may even see a DQ if we're unlucky. But we will see how we go. We are permitting subs provided we judge that they're sort of equivalent. So no, it shouldn't be too bad. Meanwhile, I'm here just adjusting all of my settings to do not disturb. Meanwhile, I'm here just adjusting all of my settings to do not disturb. Oh, I'm just going to listen to myself. All of my settings to do not disturb. Oh, I'm just going to listen to myself. All of my settings to do not disturb. Oh, I'm just going to listen to myself. How am I hearing myself back over and over? How am I hearing myself back over and over? How am I hearing? I don't actually know what I do. Oh, that was Discord. Fuck's sake. Fucking played my own stream in Discord by default. Production value. Hell yeah. So we're just checking on those opening few matches that we can do. I will just swap over to the bracket there. We might start with the winner bracket and do a recap of what we had happen yesterday. So, just going through round one. The Masturbators, Bo and Broseph, fought off a challenge from Circumcision 5. Circumcision 5 was originally supposed to be Windows and First Day Playing, but First Day Playing was unavailable. So First Day Playing was subbed out for Ops. Now they won. They lost, but that's alright. They've moved down to the loser bracket. Scritorians took on Leggett, Scritorians, Scott, and Gary. Versing Mello and Bongo. The Victorians won 15-4. But that's alright. Leggett moved down to the loser bracket. Sharko's Brigade, consisting of Blitz and Proteus, won 15-3 over Bad Dragons. Bad Dragons consisting Sharks and True. I might just get that music thoroughly out of the way. Now, One Lonely Milford Vegetable took on the High Rollers. One Lonely Milford Vegetable, of course, being Milky and some Parsnip. The High Rollers being Lavina and Surrender. That Milf and his Vegetable won 15-8, sending the High Rollers to the loser bracket. Chicken Joe's, the strongest performance in the tournament so far. Well, at that point, of course, was Corellius and Kia taking on Father Figures, which was Artie Fuzz and Monarch or Obi Laden. Chicken Joe's winning 15-1, sending Father Figures down to the loser bracket. Then finally, we had Granny Titty Nash's Inc., which is Conj and OP Banana, take victory in a tight match, 15-13, over 4,000 degrees with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which was, of course, X and Prodigal Son. That was a very tight game. In round two, we had the official Mortown moderators, Turek and Splinter, take a win over the Masturbators, Bo and Broseph, sending them to the loser bracket. We had the Scritorians, 15-11, another tight game, winning out. Gary and Scott Licker there winning out over Proteus and Blitz. Then, in a comeback match, we had the MILF and his Vegetable. We had Milky and Parsnip narrowly clinch their way to victory after dangerous times in the middle of the game, 15-13 over the Bathroom Dads. And then Chicken Joe's, Kean Corrales, 15-7 over Conj and OP Banana. The official Mordown moderators in round 3 fell to the Scritorians, so Taruk and Splonner were sent to the loser bracket. The Scritorians continuing into the winner bracket final. Gary and Scott were quite happy with that. And the final game we played yesterday was actually from the loser bracket, so I will briefly zip over to there. We played that first loser bracket game. You can see Leggett and Bad Dragons. Leggett winning 15-10 over the Dragons. So that means Bongo and Mallow continue into the loser round 2. Now, you will see one of the loser bracket round 2 games has been filled in 15-0. This was a forfeiture we just received now. So unfortunately, one of our games is not able to go ahead. And Circumcision have forfeited. That means Granite and Ashes go straight through to a winner bracket round 3. Now, at this point, there are a few options with the match that we're going ahead with. The schedule's in a little bit of disarray at this point in time. I mean, normally they are anyway. We're just attempting to figure out which... Originally we planned to do... I sort of considered doing the top half of the loser bracket first, but I realised this would put a number of teams in, like, having to play sequentially. And that's not desirable. Late night brain moment. So we're going to try to organise the games such that the team doesn't have to play twice in a row. We're also working to some constraints about when we know players are available. We're trying to accommodate for that as best as we can. As I said, 20 team will allow for subs where it's appropriate, where it's an equivalent player from also within SBQR who's not in another team already. I'm hoping to not have to see that, but in an emergency, we may end up seeing that, and that's fine. Now, there's a possibility we're going to see Father Figures and 4,000 Degrees, but there's also a possibility we're missing one player from Father Figures at the moment, so it may be another FF. I'm still waiting for information on that. The other option is Bathroom Dads and Leggett. If Leggett have both their players, Bathroom Dads do. That is a match that might go ahead. Or if we see both the players from Chicken Joe's, maybe we'll dip up into the winner bracket and play that winner bracket semi-final that we have not yet done. Just match 20 up on your screen there. If we don't do either of those things, we may have Shuckle's Brigade versus the High Rollers. But if we're not going to have the ability to assemble any of those games, if there's a lot of just one single missing players, which is sort of to be expected in a situation where you have people who haven't potentially played in a tournament before, and like they do their one match and then you go to bed and you're like, wait, am I playing tomorrow? And you don't even think about it because you're just not used to it. It's, potentiality. It happens. And teams don't have subs, so forfeitures to be expected in that situation. Unless the player wants to play on his own. So we are just waiting on the ref team there to see which match they're going to get together. Now, of course, there is also a chance that we anticipate some number of FFs. We delay to accommodate for the fact that we may get some of them as games and others will still be FFs. If we know, approximately we expect maybe 3 FFs, but if we wait, we might be able to get 3 games. We'll do that instead, obviously. We won't just FF 6 teams instead. So where does that leave us? That leaves us still starting soon. but not just yet. Obviously, as soon as I know which match we're going ahead with, as soon as we've got a lineup happening and we're ready to go, we will get to it. We're still relatively on time. Given their BFFs, that will be time saved when we get to those. And we started about 12:45 yesterday, and we ran pretty much to the time that I wanted to. So I'm not too worried about timing. I think as time goes on, some late wakers up might arrive. But stay tuned for that. I will just leave you here with the music and the lovely live soon screen. And we'll get underway as soon as we can. Alrighty, everybody, we are ready to get going with a game. I think my mic is still quite loud. I might turn it down. Apparently yesterday, no one told me that I was about 10 times as loud as everybody else. I have Hippo here with me.
Don't worry, I put my mic in my mouth now.
Oh no.
No,
Now we have the opposite.
No, it's all good. I'm just memeing.
Jesus Christ. Alrighty, we actually have a game ready to go underway. We're just going to bring you all into the arena. The first game we're going to be seeing while I scramble to get everything in line is going to be one lonely MILF and a vegetable taking on Chicken Joe's. I'll just bring up the winner bracket onto your screen there. That is match 20. It is round 3, that bottom match. I'll just let the music finish off nice and smoothly. There it is. It's done. Alrighty. And it looks like we are pretty much on the verge of absolutely ready to go. I'm just making sure all my bloody settings are correct. I hope they are, otherwise it's too late now. And we'll fade ourselves into the arena. So, Chicken Joe's, it's Corellius and Kia taking on St. Parsnip and Milky, the MILF and the vegetable. What do you reckon, Hippo? Where are you sort of leaning towards?
I'm not really sure with this one. It's a pretty good matchup. Like, Corellius and Milky are pretty close to one another. Parsnip and Kia are actually pretty close to one another. I don't want to put my 2 cents in until I actually see them.
Yeah, I'm thinking here, it's going to be like this whole, I reckon we're going to see a majority of this is on decisions made by either Kia or Corellius. Because how they handle the way Milky moves and where Milky does move is sort of going to be the mistake they make or not. That could be the round or not. Additionally, whether Parsnip can hold out if he ends up in a 1v2 situation momentarily while Milky repositions or something like that. Like that's going to have an impact as well, obviously. But yeah, I'm curious. I think Corellius is a straight up combatant, whether it's 1v2 or 1v1, is very strong. I think mechanically in a stand-up fight against any of the other three here in just a typical standstill fight, I would be hedging towards Corellius being sort of the defaultly assumed mechanically superior player. That doesn't mean he's not going to make mistakes. Care is pretty strong as well, but is Care having a good day? Is he having a bad day? I don't know what Corellius' bad days look like. Milky and Parsnip are very buoyed from their games yesterday, so that could have some impact going into it as well. They're going to have to deal with the stabby thing, like I mentioned yesterday. Looks like Corellius is not armed with a spear at the moment, but maybe he's just doing a bit of a deception. Maybe he's holding an E-Star for now, but it'll pop out the spear, but maybe he won't. But the stabby business I had going on yesterday with the spear and the S-Stock was very deceptive and very hard to see what was going on. That they were just getting away with all these free stabs. It doesn't help that they're doing the stab drags or that weird switch. So that certainly would continue to pose a problem.
I'm expecting Key to make a bunch of switches that he probably shouldn't. I'm expecting Milky to punish those, and Parsnip's probably going to hold his own. I'm not really sure what to expect though. It looks like here, Kia is currently on the wrong team though, so we're already off to a fucking excellent start.
Alrighty. So they're probably getting their final little read down of the rules from the ref.
Oh.
Alright. No, the spear has come out, so Corrales is going to be running that spear. Milky's got a battle axe. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, yesterday he's concerned he had the spear at one point.
He's also using heavier armor though, so maybe he's trying to go for a slightly less rat-like gameplay.
He might be at, well, look, it's a tight arena, isn't it? There's nowhere to run. We saw some issues with his pathing last time, or things that looked like issues with pathing, where he didn't have a good option to go to because of just how tight it is, because of the column, how people were placed.
He's in alt grip, so he's going to be looking for overhead excels. Got off to a great start. I'd say this matchup is going to be hard for Corralius, with using a spear in a 1v1 like this. Yeah.
Ooh, look how quick that little bunt is. So there's a point for the MILFs. Oh, we got bad frame rate, do we? Is this a thing? I might have to bring up some settings. I know what's happened. Sorry, my apologies, everybody.
And that's
Should be completely bearable.
That's what I was expecting just there. You couldn't see it, but Milky got switched onto by Kia, and then Corralius finished him off.
Oh.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Bum switch by Kia left himself wide open. They actually baited that one out really bad. Really good, I guess. Corralius staying alive though. Not for long.
It is now 2-1. For some reason, my scoreboard is not updating the score that I'm sending it.
Yep.
It has now? It's just updated. There we go. My apologies, everybody.
Corralius has switched off the spear. Needs to hold his own better. Kia's out of stamina.
Is this a case, potentially here, what we are seeing? I think there's an early advantage being gained here. I think Milky and Parsnip have come into this. Maybe, I know they were among the first, available in the call earlier, so they might be fully awake, fully practiced. Potentially Kia and Corrales have just woken up. So we might see like a bit of a mid-match warm-up going on. The other thing that's going to be important here is as the score starts to move, as it is, morale. Kia and Corrales are going to have to say, Boyd, they're both very competent players. There's no reason this match is in any way pre-decided. As you've just seen, it can go either way.
Well done. It's only a 2-point difference at the moment, so it's not like it's definitely not going one way or the other just yet.
No, absolutely not. Kia losing stam though.
Yeah, he's hesitating. He's looking for a switch and he's looking for it too hard. Corralius comes in and saves him. Definitely all Corralius at that one.
Look, as long as they're communicating, they'll be able to pull off that sort of stuff.
Milky's now switched to the spear. He wants to keep his range from Corellius with that E-star.
Milky's out of stam.
He's not in a great position. Neither is Parsnip either, who's also out of stam.
That brings the scores to level.
Milky has once again switched. He's on Bastard Sword now, and Parsnip is on Polehammer. Too short. Not good enough for that range. There's a good parry by Parsnip there.
Bad team hit though. With that E-star there, one hit doesn't matter. I was going to say with that E-star there, one hit to either of them would kill them and then instantly be a fair fight. But luckily they pull it off. That was very good. Kia is looking to be a little bit of the weak link here. It's Kia that's falling first. It doesn't seem to matter who he's on either. But Milky has been, I can see Milky's been lining up to try to get the Kia. Oh, bad luck with the team hit there. That was a great call. That was obviously coordinated. Milky would have let him know to switch backwards. It's just a pity that he, took the punish as well. And that, took the team hit from Milky, I should say. Score's drawing level 5 all. We are playing to 15. Corellius looking for a switch. It's not there, though. Milky and Parsnip looking for a run. Unfortunately, they cop it. Milky going for the chamber there. Reads the drag. Corellius low stam. Both of them low stam. Both blue low stam. Red buying them space, though.
Way too much hesitation. They should have pushed in a bit harder.
They definitely had that.
Corellius, I would have imagined, would be looking for a kick.
Well, Corellius has been looking for kicking. The other thing is looking for the run in anyway to interrupt it.
Milky now using a buckler and arming sword or falchion, I'm not sure.
Milky missing his switch there in the middle, unfortunately.
Parsnip is unfortunately just getting ganked as Kia and Corellius seem to have a better understanding of switches. It is now starting to pull in Blue's favour.
So Parsnip has swapped to the War Axe now. We know he's more comfortable with this.
You can see both of Kia and Corellius fighting closer together. They're also using complete opposite weapons, and S-Stock is hard to see and extremely fast. And an E-Star is slow as all garbage. Oh! One sits there and floats and drags all your attention as it's 2-hit, and the other one's so fast that it's like... it's a 2-hit headshot, isn't it? So if he's landing headshots, it's also 2-hit.
Kia got so lucky there with his movements. Lovely read by Milky in the middle.
Kia going for misses, not really making it obvious enough. Or making it a little too obvious, I should say.
Don't think so.
We have now pulled out 5-9 favour of Chicken Joe's.
Parsnip trying to get some range. He does not want to be stuck between Kia and Corellius again, but he leaves his back exposed going for that switch.
So what I'm saying is there's a number of just switches, unfortunately. Parsnip and Milky just not making the distance on the switches they're expecting to. We've seen it from both teams, but it's really been catastrophic for Milky and Parsnip.
There goes Kia. I think that's going to have to be their game plan. They're going to have to keep Corellius from getting a switch and somehow manage to kill Kia without switching too wildly onto him.
Because they get punished for that as well.
Because they get punished for it.
And the 2-hit punish on them's bad.
Yeah.
Both of those weapons are capable of being 2-hit to kill.
Yeah. They're not... Red team's not punishing blue team for their switches. Ooh.
Red has to use distance here.
Does not have the stamp to win this.
He's 6-11. This is a winner bracket game though, so there is no elimination from this one. Both teams, no matter who ends up being the victor or loser, will still play another game. You can see Corellius looking for those switches there. Milky ready for it. Oh,
Good swing
beautiful.
from Parsnip. Beautiful, even with a team hit. Was that a team hit? Or was
No,
that
it wasn't. It
Corrales?
wasn't. That was Milky
Oh.
getting them all and the guy didn't die. And then the Bardish come back around and killing the other one.
Perfect.
They needed that. They needed that point just right there. And they need to make hay off it. Kia's already half health. Milky's looking for it. Hit on the hedge there. Not too good. Kia in the middle. Alive. Missed by the E-Star there.
Ooh, good dodge from Parsnip. Jesus.
Oh, Milky swapping on the parsnip there. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing its movement.
Oh, he saved him. He needs to get a weapon though. Everyone's low on stam.
The RTA by Milky.
Oh no, that miss. That's gonna cost him. I don't think he can recover.
That was unfortunate.
The setup there
seeing-
was very tense. They were
Yeah.
both very low on health, both very low on stam.
I'm seeing Red getting away with just like either Parsnip or Milky do a run out, and it causes Blue to fail a switch, and then they pick up a free hit onto Kia. I'm seeing it over and over. Parsnip low stam. He's had to mitigate a lot of stam.
So is Corralius though. And so is everyone at this point. Although Corralius is the only one regenning. Good
Milky.
kick.
Oh, the movement by Milky there, unreal.
Parsnip not going for Kia for some reason.
He probably wanted the stam. He may have had like one swing or miss in him, and it would have been all over.
I don't think he noticed that Kia had just dropped his weapon though.
Potentially the column. This is tight. Milky wants this kill. He's getting it. Parsnip just wasting Kia's time there. Kia probably won't make that mistake again, though. If Corrales has seen that, if Kia's just gone, oops, I probably should have started fighting. They're not going to get a second just, you know, they had a non-combatant just then for the first 3 seconds. They're not going to pick that up again, I don't think.
Blue's only 2 points off though, so it doesn't look like Red is going to pull this one back. Ooh.
Spoke too soon. Milky seeing that out the corner of his eye, even though it's an E-stock. An E-stock, an S-stock. Internet stock. See you later. 2 games there. That is good. That brings them to 9-13. Margin of 4 and 2 points for victory for Blue. This is going to be hard for Red, but it's doable. Corrales looking for a switch. Yeah, if it's not there.
He looked for it and it just didn't happen, so he fell back. Which was good. That was a good call to move. Good call to make.
I can tell you right now, the 1v2 against Parsnip and Milky when they're not doing the awkward thing because they're low stem is going to be very hard. Because Milky is a pro at chambering. He will just chamber lock that one, and everything they do will be already responded to. Every miss they make, every feint they do will be meaningless.
You see there Milky orbiting around the two of them, making sure that there's no switch. Corralius with a team kill. That is not good.
Oh, the Excel there, too strong. Chicken Joe's match point. This, without those 2 or 3 matches earlier on where Red just sort of got stuck between.
Key is down. Parsnip just needs to stay alive. Never mind.
Chamber! Without those matches earlier that Red sort of dropped, this would have been on the verge right now. We would have already been 14-14, 13-14 sort of. But I mean, look, without the matches where Kia and Corrales are separating or failing their switches too, it would have already been lost. Both of these teams could have already won.
Oh.
Lovely switch by Parsnip there. Beat out Corrales' switch timing.
That was beautiful. He knew
See
Corrales
you
was
later.
coming for him as well. There's no way out of that. Hold on, might he, but he's not surviving.
Is this a vegetable MILF comeback? I don't know. They need to win 3 more points.
They are the team of comebacks though. Team hit from Corralius just leaves him 1 hit to kill from Milky. I don't think Corralius is getting out of that.
Hold my beer, says the MILF and the vegetable.
They are now 2 points away from winning this.
1 point match point still in favour. Parsnip taking hit, Corrales taking hit too.
Parsnip gets Corralius. This looks like it's going to be an even match point.
Milky's chambering a lot there, but I was going to say he was going to run out of stamina. He wouldn't be able to chamber anymore. That's why he evacuated, but it didn't matter. It is 14-14. It is match point all. What a... This is not the biggest comeback, but what a comeback this was against this team. Yeah, not making use of it.
Both teams hesitating just there.
That's it. I reckon that's it. No, they've...
No.
Oh my god!
Nah, this is blue. Blue has this. Kia staying back, as he should. Parsnip out of stam. Just out
And
of
then in the
range
back.
there.
That was excellent by both those teams.
That was
My
really
god.
good. You could see both of them like falling for each other's feints where you wouldn't see that earlier in the game. Both of them were both panicked. Both teams.
That final score
That was
there, just on the
tense.
scoreboard. Yeah, that was, and they're like, oh, the comeback to get there. To be cut short by 1 point. Look, the movement, I think, honestly, Parsnip and Milky had excellent movement. They were saying yesterday.
Kia and Corralius had better switches though.
Yeah, yes and no, but I think what they were going for sure, especially, just like swap overs, and you could see Corrales constantly checking for them.
Yeah.
But the movement is, well, I think the way that I just kept seeing Milky and Parsnip get out of what might have been a switch onto them, and then it missed and it wasn't there, and their teammate would counter switch back and get the hit. Like, you just kept seeing like there were times where it was Kia like in a duel just get switched on and then his back would be exposed, or where he'd take the duel and maybe he'd just get killed. There were situations like that. That was a number of those deaths early and then the mid game, a number of losses for Chicken Joe's. But like some of the other victories that One Lonely MILF and the Vegetable picked up were like they'd get out of a switch that was happening onto them. Or Corrales would be looking for the switch and they go to swing, but Milky would just be not there anymore. And that'd be a miss. And then the other teammate would already be punishing that miss by Corrales or Kia. And I just saw, if you watch that back, you just see so many misses, quite honestly, so many missed switches. And it's not because they're bad at switching or they're switching necessarily bad times. It's just because all of them, but especially One Lonely MILF, the Vegetable, they're just moving so well, either in anticipation of the switch or just out of it, or it's called or whatever. That was very impressive. I was worried that there's a chance that match could go either way, or like much more strongly. I wasn't sure necessarily which way it would go.
It
There's a
didn't look
number
like
of
it was
factors.
going one way or the other about midway through it. And then it just completely flipped.
Yeah. Like early on when they were sort of swapping over and, there was a lead at the start for One Lonely, but then it swapped over so Chicken Joe's had the lead and then they drew. And then Chicken Joe sort of just maintained that as they hopped. But then One Lonely bunny hopped them. And then caught all the way up to be even with them. It couldn't quite bunny hop them, I should say. Like that was intense. Now, unfortunately, that does push One Lonely MILF and the Vegetable down to the loser bracket. But I'm sure their plan is to push all the way through that loser bracket, make it back to the grand final. No one's eliminated. Now, there is still, as you can see, a little confused here. I'm seeing Scatorians and Chicken Joe's. It has filled itself out now. It was it had not filled itself out, but it has now. Perfect. There we go. So you'll see that winner bracket final. That will be the third last match of the day. We're saving the winner bracket and the loser bracket finals and then the grand finals for the end, if we can. Depends on timing, of course. Now, we probably have another match to go on with. It looks like they are already lined up. This next match is going to be, if I can just remember my team names, it's Father Figures and 4,000 Degrees. "4,000 Degrees," of course, with Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Now, we'll just put you down to the loser bracket. It is that purple highlighted match there. We're supposed to be playing next and now, and it is the one we are indeed doing. Now, if you do look at the times on there, you can completely ignore them pretty much. We know there have been some issues with a couple of teams missing someone, and that means the whole match can't go ahead, so we're shuffling some things. Also, those times would have made some teams play twice in a row. We want to avoid doing that. So, unfortunately, some of those times, especially the first sort of the five next matches we're going to play, probably, the times are not going to be accurate for. But that's all right. I can see the teams down there in their lobbies. They are probably ready to go. I will bring us into the server. Now, as a reminder, of course, this is a custom map. Its name is Commonus. It is available for use. It has custom hitboxes, though, and assets, so you will have to use it on a Windows server. But you can use this for 2v2s, for training, for whatever you like. There are protections in place. In the FFA mode, you can even use the FFA mode as a tournament mode. We used to do that. We did that previously. These scoreboards have a controller for them, which means a referee, for example, can control what the scores are, can send it up, down, backwards, change it, reset it. There are also protections in place to prevent teams getting out of the ring once they're in it. And also to prevent spectators. If you play in FFA mode, you can actually have spectators watching the training or the fight or whatever. They get disarmed when they go up into the grandstand. They can't attack into here. People in here can't attack up to them. Heap of things go on. Who's this here? Hiroshima. This would be X, of course, in his beautiful kit. Hello, hello, hello. Who is this? It is the referee. Give us just a moment. Alrighty, that was just a check on whether we are good to go. Obviously, we're good to go. So, we're about to see this match get underway. It is Father Figures taking on 4,000 Degrees. My feeling on this is that 4,000 Degrees coming to this with a massive advantage. They come in with X, who's been playing comp for, I don't know, since 2020 now. They come in with Prodigal, who's been training to play comp, and who's been training with X because X likes his teammates. Do you know what they're doing?
Yeah, I think Artifuzz or OB Laden are going to be a match for X, and Prodigal is definitely a match for both of them. So this is going to be a hard one for Red.
And we will get the scoreboard up on the screen.
That Nobi Laden has the incorrect SPQR tag, so he loses by default.
He's got the square brackets rather than the lines. Artie here, we might see some nice plays from. Honestly, I'm looking for opportunities to see great stuff from both Monarch and Artie. Because they're in an environment where they're going to be really tested. And there's a chance they're going to pull something out the bag just in individual rounds that'll show, hey, I can do this thing. They might get some clips for their Taj.
I'm not expecting them to lose 15-0, but I'm not expecting them to win, unfortunately.
This is going to be a hardly fought game, yeah. For them, if you're just getting points, they're going to have to rely on both their strengths and Blue making mistakes. Like that.
Oh no. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Would someone mind awfully helping me?
Nagasaki is, of course, Prodigal Son. What's up, Artie Fuzz? Camera now. What is this, kid? We gotta Targaryen Scrot going on in here, crossed with the dragons. Look at that. Look at the way X moves there from Artie's point of view. It's terrifying.
X's manip with the E-Star is really unparalleled in this match. There's just not really much either red team can do about it. See, he just cleans up. It's just nothing. No,
Yeah, it's like
no parries ever work against
It's like ballet. And the other thing is here, like, I appreciate the thought from father figures here. Like, Monarch's in here using a longsword. I'm assuming he, wants the advantage of the slightly better manip. And Artie's got the Warhammer in there because he's hoping, hey, if I just do like the Warhammer Stouty troll thing, potentially we'll pick up games from that. But I just think it's going to be so, for want of a better term, it's going to be so run-howable.
Yeah.
I just checked the scores. It is 6. Not actually such a bad kill spread between X and Prodigal. It's not X just owning all the kills. It's 8-5. Prodigal's doing work too.
Artie's taking out Prodigal here, and that's 1 point to red. That was nice and well played. It was just 2 duels though, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of that.
I mean, honestly, I'm impressed if they've won 2 duels. I could understand in the team fight noise, you could just happen to get a kill and then keep it going, but like to actually win the duels.
That was Artie Fuzz managed to beat Prodigal, and Obi-Laden just held against X.
And they haven't let that happen this time.
No. You see X doing these switches that are faked out. He'll run away, you'll go to punish him, but then he's already halfway through his wind-up and you just can't see it. Then just swings around at the speed of light and knocks you out.
I need some assistance!
So we see Red trying out different weapons here, looking for what might work. We've got more of a blue team situation in the middle. Counter punished there by Artie. Doesn't matter though, he's got the E-Star. Oh no, he's not got the E-Star. It's hit his team, X's teammate, missed. Doesn't matter though, look at that Excel. There's a lot of deception with how X moves his camera and how he moves his body too. Like as to where he's going or if he's swinging or if it's going to be a drag or accel or if it's going to be a switch, not a switch, but then an area like that.
Yeah, they can't keep their backs open like that. They keep moving into these positions where X just has free reign. They either need to split him up further or put him in a position where he'd have to attack past his teammate in order to do it. We can see there a little bit of revenge from Prodigal for that team hit in the previous round.
Opening damage all on blue here. Red in it with a chance.
OB's
but
down.
Look at the running switch. The counter switch though. Chambered.
Oh.
Chamber faded. Lovely by Artie.
Unfortunately, spinning your camera around like that makes it a bit hard to read. Artie managed to keep his cool, which is good.
Good switch by Prodigal onto Artie there. Good chamber by Artie though. Bad luck with the miss. Got a poleaxe for your poleaxe. It doesn't matter though. There's an E-Star coming in now. E-Star doesn't even get any work in. Prodigal's got it.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure Prodigal's a match for either Artie or OB. Can go one way or the other.
Oh, Blue are trying riposte strat. That's how confident they are. They're trying to give each other a riposte. We've seen that go poorly. I know Medina was in the stream at one point earlier on. He can talk to you about riposte strat not going too well. Ooh.
See some pretty good reading by Artie here.
Watch. Ooh, red
Is it
excel.
enough to stop that little spin to win and then an excel? Probably not.
A little assistance, please!
Just completely left X there to his own devices.
I feel like X is in
Red's too
better
open.
form today.
They're just leaving themselves open at the start. They're not sure what to do, not sure how to commit.
Yeah, and look, it is scary because every commitment they make is a mistake because you commit to one fight and then X is behind you already. Or not even behind you, he's just swinging at you and you don't even perceive it.
Some good buffering by Artie though. He's managing to not fall for X's feints at all.
Beautiful.
Beautiful
This is a
reading.
moment for Prodigal to die. I was going to say for Prodigal to maybe get some 1v2 action, but no, he won't be doing that. He's pushing up daisies. 3 points. So this isn't
See?
even...
That opening
We've had...
has happened like
Yeah.
4 times.
We've had
Where-
2 games
yeah.
that have been less tight than this, though. We've had a 115 and a 215. They're 315. So, well, possibly.
Yeah,
They
we've
could
seen,
even get to 415.
We've seen bigger rolls, so it's not like they're performing worst or anything like that. But they definitely, yeah. Even with that team hit, Artie is down on Stam, and I don't think he can do anything against a maul like that.
Yeah. X is just here to school.
You'll just see, all you'll see is they'll run in, X will run straight for one, and then he'll switch straight to the other in the opening volley, and they'll usually end in a kill. That time, it
Artie,
didn't.
ready for it. Artie baited him into doing that.
OB read it as well, like credit where it's due. That was a good read. I don't think Prodigal has no chance in that one.
I would like to see this situation again, but see Prodigal actually do a 1v2 rather than just eat it. But on the other hand, you're getting credit where credit's due. The fact that Red are just not letting him have a 1v2, they are just making him eat it. If it was X, it'd be different, and we might actually see some 1v2 action. I'd be interested to see how Artie and Monarch take on X when they've got a 2v1M. And here we go, we get
X just hesitating there completely.
it. Doesn't he wanted this?
He wanted to get that 2v1. Yeah.
I think so,
To
yes.
win it on a 2v1.
That was match point there for a little while there. I didn't have that up on my screen. My apologies, everyone. That was it. That was the match. And you can see the scoreboards in action in the background there. That was it. 4-15 going the way of the atom bomb. 4,000 degrees.
It was nonetheless a good hold. I was prepared for something worse. So props to Artie and Obi Laden.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was prepared that could potentially be another 115 situation. I mean, the other 115 that we had, if I just consult the scoreboard, was Chicken Joe's and Father Figures. Father Figures got done by Chicken Joe's 15-1. We also had a 15-2. The Master Betas got done by the Official Wardown Moderators 15-2. And they've done, what did they do? 415. Leggett versus Scriptorians did 415. Bad Dragons did 315. Of the teams where there was a disparity like this, they've done the best. Look, Conj and OP struggled against Corralius and Kia in the winner bracket match yesterday as well. But that was a bit of a disparity too. I think that's probably the best disparity game that we had, but of the significant disparities, because at least Granny Titty had a comp player on their team. This is a team without effectively both Artie and Monarch have been together in a team that got submitted into a tournament, but they are not seasoned comp players. They are not the people that they are versing. They are not X. They're not Conj. They're not Corralius. They're not Katata. Not any of these people. Many of the that are out there on one person on each team sort of thing. So they absolutely to not do as bad as some of the other games were. They've done well. So the question is, of course, what game are we seeing next? And it appears we are seeing. I'm not sure what we're seeing, actually. I'm seeing masturbators in the call, but I'm also seeing Leggett in the call, and that's not a game. And we're going to be joined by Gary shortly. He's just finishing off some brunch. Pingu says, get Conj in the casting booth. I don't think Conj even around. Is he awake? Oh, who knows? I hope he is. He's got a game soon. So, got blue team. We are seeing Bathroom Dads and Leggett. That is the game that is coming up next. Bathroom Dads and Leggett. Now, Bathroom Dads is Katata and Boris. They were knocked down to the loser bracket from the winner bracket in a game yesterday against the MILF and the Vegetable. We did just see the MILF and the Vegetable fall in a narrow match after a small comeback. MILF and Vegetable seem to be our comeback artists here. They won against the Bathroom Dads yesterday with a comeback, but then they lost despite a comeback just now. Yesterday, their comeback was against Bathroom Dads, who are now in the loser bracket and about to be on your screen versing Leggett. Leggett are here because they lost their first match against the Scriptorians. The Scriptorians being that team that's ploughed through the winner bracket and gotten all the way to the winner bracket final. But Bathroom Dads and Leggett are who we are about to see. Bathroom Dads, Katata and Boris. Leggett, Boris, Mello and Bongo.
I reckon
This is another
one's going
game.
to be Bathroom Dads.
Yeah, this is a game where I think before we were happy to call sort of ahead of time just based on the experience profile of the two teams, 4,000 degrees. This is another game where Bathroom Dads come into this with a surplus of hours. Either Boris or Katata between them probably have the amount of combined hours between Bongo and Mello, let alone both of them.
I would be concerned about Mello though, just knowing that Boris does not like fighting him.
That's a fair point. But if
But
they do that
it
matchup,
depends.
Bongo's got to hold Katata.
Yeah, which is unlikely. So my money is definitely going to be on Bathroom Dads. If I was to put any money on this at all. Which I'm not.
And they're
That's
all,
illegal.
oh God, they're playing those Irish voices. I hate those.
Fucking awful. It's
Yeah.
just noise.
It's kind of funny. I can understand some of the lines actually. Everyone goes, "What did he just say?" And I'm thinking, "No, I understand." He just said, "You're in the fucking way." Like everyone else just thinks it's gibberish. It's not. They're speaking English.
Yeah,
but like,
they're saying words. It's just that they're barely legible. You see here a Mesa matchup between Katata and Mello.
oh,
Some
Bongo opening
excellent
switch,
switches.
Mello. Boris not where he wants to be there. Look at Mello.
Yeah. Unfortunately, fighting a Mesa in a 2v1 is very hard. It's just very fast.
I tell you what, that is a start for a game.
That's-
If this
yeah.
game could start in any way in favour of Leggett, it was right there.
I think Katata needs to be able to hold Mello without being switched on by Bongo. Bongo using the 2-hit to kill weapon. Bongo wasting all of his stamina. I don't think it matters. Oh, might do.
You're right about the matchup potential between Mello and Boris here. Because Mello has very interesting movement and very interesting feints. And
He's very
internet that
feint heavy.
sometimes makes it even more interesting. And that can just happen because of that. Boris is 1v2, doesn't get the hit there. Oh, bad luck. Katata and Boris may not be warm, is the other thing. Katata's sitting there ushering. Boris is probably watching. They're going to warm as this match plays.
See here, Katata has switched to the Xe. He wants to get that 2-hit to kill in. He's not satisfied with the Mesa. Bongo going for a big switch. Oh, Katata needed that hit just there. Bongo staying alive because he has the health from killing Boris. And it's all over.
Katata's woken up now.
Katata's got this for sure.
He's got to make a significant mistake, which he's not going to do. Bathroom Dads clinching their first point there. Let's get some first-person cameras. I'm going to start with Mello because he's been instrumental in the 3 points. Oh, well, actually, I don't even want to say that because it's been Bongo's switch. I think all 3 points. Bongo's done the first switch.
Bongo goes for a switch there but gets punished by Boris. He's looking for that switch because he is sick of it. Bongo's switched off. He's now on the Zwei.
I think that's a mistake.
I think so as well. His 2-hit
he
to
should
kill
stay
is
on.
definitely what's
Yeah.
helping him. He
Because
just
even if he can
loses
only
to Katata.
chance... Yeah, even if he can only chance one hit with the pole hammer, like you know, put a statistical average out there, say that he's the least experienced player here. If he's lucky enough to get that one hit in, he does so much more with the pole hammer, and he's so much more capable of doing it because of its rigged.
He's gone to the Exy now, which is probably just as good, to be honest.
The problem is he's got less reach, so he's less likely to pull off the switch.
Boris going for a switch there, but he doesn't quite have the range for it. This is fairly even.
Mallow is awake. I tell you what, he's awakened at the controls. And his internet is behaving itself today.
For now. He's notorious, though, because he'll go and feint you, but you'll take damage anyway. Doesn't make any sense. Good switch
Look
by
at that fast
Katata.
clean up. I think Mallow does not have the 1v2 experience against people who are trying to know what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's going to neither Bongo or him do.
Great disengage from Katata as well to get that range from him and get the switch.
Reads by Bongo there.
Bongo's in a good position to switch, but he doesn't do anything because Katata does not feed him a riposte. Oh no.
Look at the buffer there by Katata. He knew the move. You see Mallow do his lean back to the left, go underarm goes down. It's a feint. Perfect buffer by Katata there. The score's drawn even, 4-4.
Big swing by Bongo. It's not particularly helpful though.
Glance by Bongo, really unfortunate there. And Bathroom Dad's now taking the lead, 5-4.
I almost broke sweat.
That
6-4.
opening there, my apologies, 6-4. Thank you. I don't know if I missed a point.
Happened very quickly. Wow, you're in the bathroom.
I've got an iPad I'm using to adjust the scores that goes
blind
through the
switch
program.
from Bongo. Boris does not want to be where he is.
It does,
He's
yeah.
just
Look,
S-kicking constantly.
we are seeing a lot of kicks going on, is what we're seeing in that situation. Like, it's the kicks that are actually winning a lot of the 2v1s across this tournament. People just get kicked to death in the corner.
Well,
That's
both
what you
Mello
get when
and
you've got such a tight
Katata
map.
are really good at it. Good switch from Bongo. Oh no!
Damn.
A glance right at the wrong time. I don't think Boris can pull this back.
You saw Boris was threatening Bongo there. He knew Bongo was going to come in, and
Yeah.
Boris threatened with that swing that it started, the feint that pushed Bongo away, but it wasn't enough. Mallow just plowed straight through. We've now drawn even again on 6-6. Look at the kill spread.
It's very even.
Yeah, Bongo's actually getting work in. And I mean, I guess the other thing you got to realize is with the pole hammer, like those switches that Bongo did earlier in those first 3-4 games, they're going to count as kills. So Bongo probably actually has less outright kills than it appears. He swapped back to the pole hammer. Has he taken our advice? Doesn't matter. Katata's put an E-star through his head.
I need to not feed sequentials here. So they are not high on stam. And Mallow has good reading. There's the kick.
Those voices. Maybe that's their plan. Their plan is to absolutely
Just throw him off with the voice lines.
That's it. Yeah.
Nice stab.
Beautifully parried by Bongo there.
We're not seeing any switches from Boris. Boris is really just trying to apply pressure and allowing Katata to take all the switches. And that's not a bad strat. That's actually probably well thought out.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, what is happening?
Oh no!
Whoa! The lean not good enough.
He's low on stam though. He goes for a lean, but Boris knows he's going for a lean.
Yeah, I mean, he parried too, but the drag got him. But that other earlier lean before that, he didn't parry on, and that was, I think, the clincher. He didn't have much stam left anyway. I think he would have probably ended up being disarmed if he parried both.
Bongo here is going to look for a switch, but he doesn't quite reach. Another miss.
Whoa! He gets the parry from the side. He reads it. He chambers. My God, Bongo is on fire this match. For his level.
That was a good miss from Katata. That looked like it was going to be an overhead drag, and it just fucking went nowhere.
This is actually... I'm really excited for the... Like, both teams are actually fighting for these points.
Yeah.
Like, as we said, I think we were expecting an advantage bathroom here, and we can see it in just they're not really being the first deaths too frequently. They're getting the switches like that. But just seeing the way Bongo's able to play and seeing some of the situations Mello gets himself into and survives a little bit longer than you might expect. It's unreal. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the man.
Man, those legs are getting some work. You'd think a man with such skinny legs would not deal as that much damage with his kicks.
Bongo has figured out how to read an evening star in the last 24 hours.
See a good lean from Mello there. He is just
He's about to get
holding
E-star
on.
in the back of his face. No, he's not. He's taking down Katana. Boris is low stam. Well, they're on stam. They're even on stam. This is going to come down to who faints more but doesn't read it. Or who fails to lean. Boris is angry. You can hear it in his Irish voice.
It's classic Mello lean though. He always goes for that lean. So if you can see that he's going for it, you can basically bait him into taking a hit because he's not going to parry.
He's punishing. Look at that. Katana had to feint to run in because he failed this opening of the switch. Mello already...
Good footwork
the
from
feint to-
Katana though.
Yeah. The feint to parry absolutely just killed Dio there. Lovely minute there by Katana to just get around Bongo's parry at the end. Make it finish off and then... hit it. What's the order of games, Corellius? That's up to you guys. What I mean by that is it depends on if we've got all the teams when we call it. And we're trying not to make a team play twice in a row as much as we can. But we're also trying to deal with a couple absences we started off with. That's not a corner you want to be in, Blue.
Yeah.
No, look at that.
It was a good switch from Bongo, but he did get punished for it, and
It is match point.
it is, yeah.
Man, those 6 games that Blue won were phenomenal for who they're versing.
See Bongo looking for a switch, but Katana is literally not letting him breathe. And a good excel from Boris there.
Mallow and Bongo should get on the replay and check themselves play because some of the stuff they're doing in there was great. Bathroom Dads getting through. A bit of a rocky start, but that didn't deter them. They pushed through and they'll be making it on to bigger and better things. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Leggett. That was an elimination. They are gone skis.
It's funny for a team called Leggett, they sure did get legged a lot.
Yeah. We kind of just named them. I don't think they even had a name. No, I have every time I play I play a little bit of League with Mallow, sometimes a bit of his like catchphrase whenever he needs to get out of situations, Leggett. And I've heard him say it about 100 times. I told Bongo that's the perfect team name. So Bongo, just put that down as their team name. Anyway,
I believe we're about to see,
High Rollers and Shuckles Brigade.
that's the one. Render and Lavina, the great return after they've been knocked down to the losers bracket.
And same for Proteus and Blitz. They are both fighting to stay in it.
Oh, this is going to be this is another tough matchup. We've got a lot of really even matchups. I actually don't know which way this one's going to go.
Well, we're getting into that part of the tourney now where, especially once you get to the second or even the third round of the loser bracket stuff, it's people who've been eliminated at the same place in the tournament. The seeding is starting to even out because the only people who are still playing are people who are a little bit even in the winner bracket. And once you get eliminated from being a bit even, you know, you verse someone else who you're probably even with as well. I can see Tata has to go straight. Man, Katata's playing and ushering. Oh, I can tell you what, he's going to have about 100 cigarettes over the course of today. He's going to be chain smoking inside probably. No, he can't do that. Man, he's under a lot of pressure. He organised some training for everybody Friday night. Didn't probably get much sleep. Got online, ushering teams in, watching his own game, having PTSD moments from the last tournament when he had to come back against him and had that happen to him again today. And now he's got matches on today in the loser bracket and he's ushering everyone around. That he's gone straight from ushering to playing to ushering. And you can see Boris and Mallow and Bongo down there all having a chat with each other, which is quite nice. But we have our next game. It is ready. We're going to flick in.
Oh, and it looks like the teams have been mixed up.
Certainly.
We've got Lavina and Proteus. That's not right.
Yeah, instructions unclear. Which team? So today you're going to be seeing Shuckles Rollers versus the High Brigade.
Yeah, that one. I recognise both of those teams.
And we are getting underway.
Surely.
Ooh,
yeah,
and first point.
Pretty good opening round here from the High
Yeah.
Rollers.
Yeah, so blue in the last game we just played. Look, I honestly have no clue which in favour here. I don't know how much work Lavina's been putting in because Proteus has the edge in terms of Mordhau hours and Mordhau experience and probably training and coaching. Like you see it there, right there with Proteus'
beautiful
run.
switch.
Team damage on Blitz not so good, but Blitz pulling that drag around. But
Yes.
Render's got a lot of hours. Render's got a lot of it, like broad experience in Mordhau because he started off with all the spinny stuff, but then he learned how to do your 3-3 greatsword stuff as well. Lavina potentially starting off in a lower place compared to everyone else, but Lavina's Shiv experience
I think if,
plus the training he's been putting in.
if Blitz and Lavina end up getting into a fight, it's going to end with Blitz winning 9 times out of 10 though.
Surely.
And then,
But Blitz and Render, who knows?
Yes.
yeah, that one's more of a toss-up. But you can see here, Lavina and Blitz getting straight into it, and I don't think Lavina really can match Blitz.
I do want to say, I'm not sure if Render Blitz is a toss-up. It's only a toss-up because I don't actually know. It may be that there is a significant difference between them. Like maybe that there, what we just saw indicates Blitz's superiority. I actually don't know. I haven't played enough with either of them recently to tell you who I would think
Surely.
should be or would be stronger.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I think Renner's probably got some better footwork, but Blitz might have some slightly better manip. But I don't think it's too big of a difference to really account for that.
Blitz just getting out of that axe there. He's going to look for the punish, but it's chambered. He's low stand, but he's got a kill. He's got all of his... Just pack it back. He's got fury. He's good. Render's not going to live there. Look at the misses going on. Although the feeding of stamina, Blitz has already lost it all. The foot goes out.
That was very well done by Red there.
Certainly. Surely.
Lavina needs to not be fighting against Blitz. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Nice finish by Render. Now the Bastard Sword's come out, actually, I think Lavina's going to be a much harder target. Her excels with that Bastard Sword are pretty wicked.
The thing I'm most worried about, though, you know, when you've got it, I guess she doesn't have a choice because Render's running Mesa, right? So they've both got equivalent same weapons. Mesa and Bastard Sword both have the dual one-hander, two-hander animation set. So the weapons both functionally work the same. They've got very similar timings. Mesa's delivering stronger hits, has slightly longer range, costs a bit more.
Render's switched to Greatsword now, though.
So, like...
Proteus getting himself stuck in the washing machine.
This could be an opportunity for a Blitz 1v2. Oh, the dodge!
Nah.
Look at that miss.
It's going to be a lot of misses from Render and Lavina.
Oh!
Very hard to read both of those.
He did actually quite well there, and he swapped over to chamber buffering. He started the chamber stab, and he got across. He got a switch on, but he just immediately got punished as well. But Lavina's... Oh, no, that's Render. Swapped to a longsword. Did you say Render was a Mesa just before? He swapped to a
No, he's
longsword
on a
now.
Greatsword.
Oh, he's on a great, is he? My apologies.
Greatsword.
Yes, you're right. We got a Greatsword v Greatsword here.
Proteus obviously coached Render, taught him everything he knows.
Absolutely. Well, Proteus has taught everyone they know at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I learned everything I know from Proteus as well.
Absolutely.
Surely.
It is now 5-4, still
Yes, sir.
in Shuckle's Brigade's favour. Just. That was a point, though.
Corellius has pointed out in the chat, by the way, that the stream is called Day 1 still.
Thank you. My apologies. That is me being dumb. That was something I was supposed to do last night and I did not do. I'll have to do that after this game.
This is Day 1.1, just for everyone who's not aware.
Yeah.
Certainly.
You can see here both Render and Levine are trying to focus on Blitz, which is not a bad move, but it does leave you open to Proteus.
Blitz head checking for a switch. It's not available. He's now got to fight Levina. Levina on full, but running out of stam. Blitz gonna get hits in the back. No! Render sees it coming. Blitz does not. Lovely performance there. That could have gone very poorly. If Blitz maybe one parry earlier, run for that switch at the back,
Surely.
he could have had a hit through, but he probably would have taken a hit in the back as well. in order to
Scores
achieve it.
now 6-5, red favour. S- 6-5.
How am I missing points? I reckon I'm.
You're
I reckon
nabbed.
No, yeah, I'm too like distracted by what's going on the screen. No, I think I'm pressing the button,
Oh
but it's
my
not
god. Render. That was
bit of
insane.
feeding going on. Yeah, a bit of feeding. Then the toe drag, the feint. Blitz is eating it.
Jesus. Render's 2v1 experience is pretty good, to be honest.
Absolutely.
I need to pick better words. Lavina
Proteus
just
needs a kill on
eating it.
Lavina.
Good
No,
switch from Render. Completely stuffs up Proteus, but Blitz gets in on Lavina.
That's the thing. You saw Render and Blitz both make their switches there. As soon as Blitz saw the Render's back turn, look, he had an opportunity. He could have gone for Render's back, but he knew Render would know to turn back in time. So
Yeah.
Blitz actually just did the full runner with his poleaxe and killed Lavina. They both finished off their opponent, but it ended up going in favour of Red.
Lavina winning her duel. This doesn't look good
Blitz.
for Blitz.
No, that is not where you
7-all.
want to be.
We're
They
still
are.
neck and neck.
Yeah, they're going to just climb this all the way up, I reckon. All the way.
Certainly.
Yeah, as I said earlier, this is a hard call to make, to be honest. Well, Proteus managing to clock Lavina. Will Render pull another miracle out of his ass? Blitz is just standing too still for this. Maybe just still enough, who knows?
I feel like he's doing that on purpose. Because he's
dual
just trying to create
poleaxe.
this.
Is that a...
Certainly.
That is a warning, I'm assuming. Did they just have it in that game, or did it just...
I'm not sure, actually. I don't even notice it. I just saw it in the chat.
Maybe they just... No, they just swapped weapons. Didn't Blitz have the poleaxe? And now they've just swapped back?
I'm not sure.
Blitz definitely had a poleaxe that game. Did Proteus have one as well?
Yeah, Proteus has been on poleaxe for a little while. I'm not sure if Blitz pulled one out.
I know Blitz had one in that last game. Depending on which way the point went, where they had the poleaxe, it won't make a difference because they'd get a warning first. The ref might just be processing that. I'm not sure. Maybe you want to check if the ref has made a decision on that and we're just not sure. If you want to maybe jump down the ref's channel, yeah.
Surely.
Yeah, this just in from the ref. Red team lost a point for that one. And
So
1
what's
point
the-
removed.
So the score is currently 9-8.
Is
Is that
10 to 8. I
Except
believe.
they would have had a point removed, so it'd be 9-8.
Don't they have a command to do that?
No, they can't change the scoreboard score. So the ref's tracking the true score. I'm now going to display that true score on my scoreboard. The actual score is 9-8. It is now 10-8. Red's favour still. That might be in the chat in game, or maybe the ref just vocalised it to the two.
Nah, it's not in the chat.
Yeah, so the ref would have told both.
See, Levinas pulled out a spear. It's not a good move. And Blitz has got his maul out now. I think this is where Red just Red phones it in at this point. Slow mode?
They don't have double maul, do they?
No. One maul and a poleaxe.
The
That
ref
should
might just be
alright.
letting both teams what's gone on. That infringement was warned. The process here, basically, on a first infringement, if you've won the point, you're going to be stripped of it. So they went in with the poleaxe. If they won that point, they were stripped. That's what the refs told us. So the score is actually on the scoreboard 12-8 in the game, but in real life, the ref's tracking the true score. So is my scoreboard. It's actually 11-8.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Had Red lost the point, Blue wouldn't have been stripped. If Blue won with the disadvantage, they would have kept it. That's the power of a warning.
Blitz there just taking out Render with a single swing, as you do with a maul.
Surely.
So this match is going to end 1 point early,
Certainly.
or like the server will end it.
Oh no!
Oh,
I was thinking.
Terrible switch there. Unfortunately, Proteus pretty much putting himself perfectly in the way of Blitz's swing.
so the scores are 12-9. Red's favour still. There's a margin of 3 for victory and a margin of 3 between the teams. This isn't a terrible situation, but it's not a great situation either. It means for every 1 point Red wins, Blue have to win 2, and they have to start with the first one now.
Blitz managed to win his duel and then finished off Lavina. We're seeing Blitz starting to win a few more duels against Render using his maul. It is his preferred weapon. See, this is where his manip really shines. Although Lavina is just reading. Proteus finishes off Render in the end.
Now that's going to tell us in game 15-9, but my understanding is it's 14-9.
Still one more
So
round.
the match,
It is
yeah,
restarting now.
it's going to be flicked in. This means that Blue still has a chance. As you can see on my scoreboard, it is 14-9. Blue would have to win 6 games in a row. Red are looking to win 1 at any point before Blue win all 6. That's not a hard thing to ask of Red. In fact, if you had evenly matched teams, it would just be reasonable. If you had poorly matched teams, it would even just be statistically likely Red would pick up 1. The match is obviously going in Red's favour.
See here, we're just waiting for the warm-up to end.
So Red are looking for 1 point, Blue are looking for 6. Without Red winning 1.
Would someone mind awfully help?
But any 1 point will do for Red. It might be this point.
See, Render versus Proteus is not really going in Proteus's favour, but he is still alive. Blitz is going to come in here and he's going to end it.
Lovely crouch viewing, getting out of the bloody clamp there by Render. He gets a kill, a chamber there, but he's going to eat them all.
And that's
And
it.
Red got the point that they needed. That was match point. Red have just taken victory. The ref is probably letting them know. That is it, 15-9. Shockers Brigade are moving through. The high rollers have been rolled.
A lot of GGs in the chat. Very nice to see.
And I think that's our first violation in the 20.
That is. And it
Might be the
didn't
only one.
make too much of a difference.
No. So just a brief recap there while we flip over to the loser bracket scoreboard. Basically, if you violate a rule for the first time, the ref will warn you. And if you won the point with your advantage, with your violation, you'll just be stripped of that. You won't get to keep it. If the other team won, however, they'll get to keep it. So it's not a full point reset. The point just doesn't exist. If the other team won despite your advantage, they get to keep the point. However, if you've already violated a rule, or a similar rule, both the weapon rules are pretty similar, so the refs will probably treat them as a violation either way. If you've already violated one, you violate a second, you'll get a penalty. And what that means is, doesn't matter who won, that round point goes to the enemy. So even if you won, it's not just going to be stripped from you, it's going to be given to the enemy. That's much more serious because that has the potential. Imagine if you're 14 to 14. If you were just getting a warning, maybe you won and you went 15, but technically, if you don't get 2 win, you go back to 14. If you, however, get a penalty, the other team wins. That could be the end of the game. That could be the difference. Anyway, it looks like we are now about to see the Master Betas taking on 4,000 degrees.
Is Proteus subbing in for someone here? Or is he just...
No, he just probably hasn't left the server yet. Let's get in there. They are ready to go, and so are we.
He's just very excited. Who is supposed to be in with Bo? Broseph.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Boseph.
Boseph. This is Boseph. I know, everyone told him they should have named it that.
Yeah. Just waiting on Broseph to get in now.
Agree. Yeah.
And just in the nick of time.
This is going to be hard.
This is a pretty hard one to call as well. It really depends on how much Prodigal can stay alive. So I think Broseph and Bo can beat him, but X is arguably better than Bo and Broseph.
Just got a bit of a slow mo. Oh no, we don't have 2 pole axes, do we?
No,
Do we just have...
it was a halberd and a poleaxe.
Yeah. What about? Oh,
It's
true.
definitely halberd and poleaxe.
What's going on here then?
Pause for ping.
Oh, okay.
Someone's lagging. Oh yeah, Broseph is lagging really hard. He's on 150 ping.
Cool. Now, normally tournaments have pretty strict rules about this. Like, players can't reasonably just sit on 100 ping the whole time, and you can be asked to sub if you're on 100 ping in a typical tournament. You have to sub. Sorry, stop playing. We obviously don't have subs for teams here. The ref will probably just accommodate. There's no reason. We didn't put any strict... sometimes tournaments have strict rules about, hey, you are allowed 1 pause for this amount of time and 1 standby for this. We don't have any strict rules like that. So it's a bit of fun. So I'm sure the refs will be pretty accommodating for
refs will just
crazy
play
ping.
it by ear. See a good switch there by X. X's switches are just really nasty, and he's using an E-star, so they're all 2 hit to kill.
Bo looking to get that string all the way around. Oh, the kick defense there. Beautiful. No, he's going to fail that waterfall, though, and he needed it because this is going to be a tough fight. Had he already killed X, he would have been in with a win, but just watch that.
That was very close, though. Bo definitely had that one by the balls.
Yeah.
It's too bad they slipped out.
Come on!
What the fuck am I saying?
I don't know. Cochrane's too loose. Your balls are slipping out.
Good switch by
Oh, in the
Broseph.
middle.
Bad
Bo
spot
has...
to be.
Hey, good stuff!
We've seen like a weapon switch here.
Yep,
So
Bo's
Bo-
now on the E-star because he needs that
Yeah.
2 hit to kill.
And that's fair enough.
Broseph's gone for a fast weapon and he's using a messer. Which is
Ooh, lovely
probably his
chamber by
strong
Bo
suit. Broseph's better with his XLs than he is with his drags.
That's true. Broseph may just be able to use the fact that Messer can be returned. Look, the buffer, but X gets the double parry. Oh, sorry. Prodigal gets the double parry.
It's not enough though. And we saw just there 2 duels
Agreed.
ending in Blue's favour. 4-1.
Agreed. Yeah.
Moment update scoreboard.
Yep, just did. Stream was lagging behind. Man, today I'm missing points. Yesterday I was on top of it, but every now and then today I'm missing a point.
You see here, Broseph has run out of stamina. He goes to disengage from X, which leaves Bo's back exposed. Wasn't much he could do either way, though.
Way to top and glory! Yeah.
Here's Broseph with the messer. Oh, he didn't need that miss, but he gets the excel. He gets punished for it. Oh, he gets... Oh, how did he see
Oh,
X?
they killed by Glance!
Glance!
What a joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well done by Broseph, though. He managed to get both of them.
That's gonna, I tell you what, that's gonna buoy them and have a little bit of a detrimental effect on the other team. You hate to die to a glance.
Happens, though. Not much you can
Lovely
do.
switch by Broseph.
He's looking for him. X has just unfortunately got a much better drag than he can handle. X with no stam though. He's keeping his distance. Bo just wasted all of his stam.
Ooh, he's in the balls. I think Bo and Broseph are playing okay when they play as a team fight, honestly. I think, look, the other team still has an advantage there almost as well. But I think it's better than Bo and Broseph dueling.
Agreed.
I'd like to... Oh, okay, a little bit of team hitting going on.
And that surprised Bo, and I think that just rattled
just
him,
threw
that
that
team hit
round.
there. Oh, good sequential there.
Man,
Oh,
very
Broseph
nice
being fed
parrying.
Stam.
I'd like to point out that between
Yeah.
Bo and Broseph, they have a normal ping. It's just that Broseph's is very high and Bo's is very low.
Missing off that switch right at the start, missing his second. Broseph trying to find the range. Where is it? It's non-existent. X doesn't miss the range though.
We're seeing Red
But
try
this
and
is-
pull off a lot of switches, but they are not timed very well.
Oh, that chamber there. Bo opening his side in order to make it. You see X just step backwards. It forces Bo to go forwards. It just gives Prodigal an opening in.
And glory.
That was very smart.
Aye.
It's good of Prodigal to recognise that as well. Not sure if that was in communication. A little bit of blind switching, but there was no team hits. X here with no stam, doesn't stand a chance against Bo.
Bo versus Prodigal will be very interesting. Oh no!
I almost would have put money on Bo in that one, but
Yeah.
Prodigal just
Agreed.
taking the cake.
Yeah.
Fainting X
Broseph
is
keeps
back.
ending up in that middle position. He's not hating it. It's not like he's getting clocked in it. But it's certainly lost them a couple games when he has. But he can just make hay with it as well sometimes. X. Oh, like that.
No. I had to play that very carefully. And Bo's going to lose out on stam here.
If he can stay by the wall, maybe X will hit the wall instead, but not today.
That jump was
This
what won him
game-
that.
Yeah.
Without that,
We-
it would have been
we-
neck and neck with Stam, and
we-
Bo probably would have pulled ahead.
Yeah.
We've seen X win multiple games with jumps now.
See Broseph going in for a switch, but he's a little bit too slow. He's not quite getting his swings in.
Oh, impaled up the column.
This is very heavily going Blue's way.
Aye.
We're on 2 for 11.
Whoa, something funny just happened to my camera there. We're all good.
Aye.
211's not good. Bo going in on his own. Bo is hungry. He's hungry for meat and blood. Bo needs to kill Prodigal.
It's not enough.
This way.
X's movement is just phenomenal.
I would have said retarded. Oh, I can't say that, sorry.
Harder.
Hello at last.
They should rename that to the
Agreed.
line or
Take your
something.
practice swings and call me when you're ready to fight.
Agreed.
Bros is going for a stab feint there. Not sure why. He ate a chamber.
See them both watching for the switches, but not timing it very well. Ooh!
Oh, kill
nice
on X.
stab from Broseph. And a good drag to finish off
Agreed.
Prodigal in the
Yeah.
end.
Aye. Yes.
That one was a little bit messy, but
Agreed.
did end in Red's favour.
Bo's going to get a kill on Prodigal here if he can keep X away for long enough.
Not necessarily.
He can't.
Prodigal staying alive just long enough.
We are 3-13. We are nearing on match point.
Aye. Yes.
X faking out a switch there, and Prodigal landing his switch as well. That is some solid teamwork. What is X doing? He's just spinning.
Drag over the head as well. It is match point for 4,000 degrees. This is their best performance yet.
Yeah, this is very clean by 4,000 degrees.
Yes.
And Prodigal definitely pulling his own. He is not taking punches.
There's a kill spread at the end there.
That was
It
very
is
smooth.
15-3.
Was that an elimination? No,
That was
Was it?
that was an elimination. That was a lower bracket match. We're just gonna swap over to the bracket now. That score has just
Oh,
come in,
yep,
15 to
was too.
3. The masturbators.
That will put Lonely MILF up against 4,000 degrees.
No, it will not. You put 4,000 degrees against Shuckles Brigade. Lonely MILF will get the
yep.
winner of Shuckles Brigade and 4,000
Yeah, sorry,
degrees.
I'm looking ahead. I'm thinking it hasn't been updated, but everyone's 2 on top of their ball for me.
Yeah. The scores are flying in. Yeah, I'm really happy. In the past when we've used Challenge, typically I've had to refresh this page in order to get the scores to come in. But they are dropping in. The refs are on top of it. We had some issues on Friday night just when we were checking all the systems and stuff. Challenge was shooting itself, the system we're using, and like it was just slow as anything, and you get Cloudflare errors. We were worried it was going to screw us over, but it's just been performing. So, unfortunate demise there. 4,000 degrees. Nuking the masturbators. I don't like saying that. The masturbators. I really don't like saying that. I'm just looking at who we've got in the pre-match lobby at the moment. I'm trying to put together a game, but we might be about to see Shuckles Brigade and 4,000 degrees is a potential. I can see some Parsnippers around. Mallow and Bongo still downstairs. Despite their loss, they're just chilling. They're probably watching the stream. If you're watching the stream, guys, get in the chat. Have a chat with us. Need a bit of interaction going on. We're paying attention. I've got the chat up. We'll have a combo. Maybe we can bring in someone here, but it looks like there might be a slight delay here while the refs are piecing together a game. No, I'm seeing Proteus. I'm seeing high. Yeah, okay. So X and Prodigal have agreed to play again. We are about to see Shuckles Brigade taking on 4,000 degrees. So this will be another blue team game for 4,000 degrees. Chili dogs. Hell yeah. Chili dogs. That's a very American food, chili dogs.
I love these mid-round FFAs. I always get involved in them and I just roll them. Yeah. You're telling me I'm not a comp player.
So we had some initial concerns, obviously, as I mentioned when we first started the stream, about getting all of our matches together for today. And I think second days always start a bit like that. People sort of go to bed at night forgetting they've even got to play a second day if they're not used to being in teams that scream at them to play. But like, you know, no subs obviously here, so it's even more costly. We did have one forfeit earlier because of an inability to have a teammate. But we are going okay. We are making it through our bracket games. We have the next one lined up. What's the next one going to be after this one? Because I bet you we got that lined up too. I'm sure we do. I'm sure, you know, whether it be the official Mortal Moderate, Granny Titty Nashes and Bathroom Dads, so that's OP, Banana and Conch. I'm sure they'll show up. We've also got Shuckles Brigade and 4,000 degrees we're doing now. One Lonely MILF versus whoever wins this one will be fine. I'm sure Taruk and Splinter are probably around to play theirs. I think the next few games are going to go well. It is honestly, when we get back to that winner bracket final, some concern is there for whether Scott is awake, whether he's conscious. Scott, famously known for his 36-hour sleep cycle. 2 days in a row is a bit of an ask. I don't know if he was trying to stay up or not. Don't know what time you went to bed if you did. Sorry to out you on the stream there, Scott. As an alien. But those teams are ready, and I mean, we're obviously ready as well for whenever this match begins. We are good to go. Maybe maybe either Prodigal or X having just played, maybe they're just taking a breather.
Windows is on fire at the moment.
Pity he didn't get.
Hmm. Looks like we're starting up.
Yep, certainly does. Alrighty, we are about to see Shockers Brigade and 4,000 degrees.
Hello, it's good to see you, amigo.
I don't want to make early bets on this because my gut is
reckon,
telling me.
Blitz and X both have very similar manip with their 2 hit to kill blunt weapons. They're both very, very competent with it. Both got very good switches. I'm not sure either, to be honest.
I think X's situational awareness and ability to make perfect, very fast decisions is extraordinary. But I think Blitz is all the party tricks and stuff. But I also think Proteus is he's more experienced than Prodigal. He can probably win a fight against Prodigal. We just saw Blitz clean it. Yeah.
Both duels ended almost exactly at the same time. And it looks like we are starting off with just duels at the moment.
Surely.
Let's see if we see some good switches. Bit of a short one from Prodigal there, but red team is hemorrhaging health. Oh, good cleave.
Oh, bit of a spin.
He is 1 hit to kill. They're both 1 hit to kill each other. Unless he
X
jumps.
has no stem. Oh, Blitz's movement there. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Wake up!
Reverse a cleaver. Jesus.
That was
I think
close.
he thought he might have been dead.
Yeah.
Let's get some Blitz camera. Blitz has just won those first 2 points for them. He's not won this one for them, though. Oh, Blitz wanted to spin round, but the Excel was just too fast. 4,000 degrees, taking a point back. It is 2-1. Here's X's. Blitz taking it and running with it and coming. Oh, Proteus taking it and running with it and coming back. You know, this is going to be really hard. If I'm not coming them, I'm not going to know which one's Blitz and which one's Proteus. Is that the plan, do you think?
Surely.
Like, that's... I hadn't considered that, but absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they are trying to make it as hard as possible for me to film. Oh, Prodigal anticipating the run in from behind, goes to switch. Blitz catches it. Proteus and Blitz, lovely teamwork in the end there. They could have gone very poorly. There were 2, probably all they needed to catch was one of those 2 or 3 swings and switches from blue. If they missed it, would have been curtains for red. X hitting the pole there, not great. He's looking for something, he's not sure what. For that. Beautiful insider there from Blitz. He's now got a dual X though. And he starts off with low stam and he's versing a weapon that's going to eat more of his stam than he wants. He's feigning, he's eating a kick. He's kicking back, but look, he probably didn't even need to parry that. That would have been a disarm regardless, I expect. There's a prodigal camera now. Oh, nice and clean there. 4,000 degrees taking a point. It is 4-3. Hey, Hippo, are you there? Hippo might be AFK for a moment. We'll be getting lunch. Again, these teams are staying very far away. And you keep seeing every now and then they do a check for if they can run to each other. Proteus now on his own in the middle. Not great. He goes down. Prodigal on his last bit of stam there too. 4,000 degrees, pulling even. It is 4-4. And here's the Proteus camera. Lovely drag there by Proteus. Blitz looking in the middle for something to do with the maul. X switching straight through Blitz, not even going from Proteus, forcing a team hit. This is chaos. Chaos missed by Proteus there. He's going to be hitting the back. There it is. Blitz is going to fight two of them now. If he misses that maul, which he does, he's dead. They're ahead of me. They're making the mistakes before I can even point them out.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Lovely drag there by Prodigal. X missing though at range. Not great with the E-star, but he's closing in for another switch. No, he's not. He decided not to. He's looking for it. He can't make it. Beautiful perception by Proteus there. Over the top. Doesn't hit his teammate. X, not sure what to do. Not much he could have done. Eggsy misses are going to... We've seen 2 Eggsy misses cost X now. It is 5-all.
Certainly.
Who is Prodigal Son? Prodigal Son is Nagasaki. X is Hiroshima. Oh, that was bad luck. $4,000 degrees now taking the lead. 6-5.
Surely.
You keep seeing this matchup. Proteus and Prodigal very happy to duel each other. Blitz and X very happy to duel each other. Overrun through there with X. That's put him out. He's down stam. Proteus down stam too. That's not a good mix-up. X getting in with the Xy. That was unexpected. Someone should have stayed on X. I think that was... I mean, I know Blitz didn't want to lose his teammate, but X was very quick to take advantage of that back turn. No, Prodigal has always gone by Prodigal. He's only level probably 120, 130. Or maybe higher now, I'm not sure. Level's hidden, couldn't tell you. Bad luck Blitz there. He wanted more sequentials and they were willing to give him. 4,000 degrees now getting a bit of a hefty lead. 8-5. Look at the kill spread though. It is all X at this point. And admittedly, he's got the 2 hit to kill weapon, so he's going to get kills even on his assists. Lovely switch there by Blitz, but he needs to punish, and he gets out of Prodigal. He can't switch back in time, though. He gets the read, though. Ooh. Chamber feint read by X, punished. That loss of initiative on the chamber feint there. Deadly. Hippo, are you back with us, are you?
My apologies, had to go AFK for a sec.
No, that's all good. We are seeing an interesting game here because Red started out with a strategy that looked like it was working, but Blue, you know, that Red were either separating out and winning a duel or were just making the first switch and making off with it. But it is quickly swapped around to 4,000 degrees doing that. Blitz was winning his duels against, well, we swapped to a Polehammer. That has paid off, though. Look at that.
That was fast.
Blitzicon, new favorite weapon.
I suspect it's going to be a little bit harder
Yes, sir.
for X to read that. X is using Xe.
Switch punished. I don't think it was worth it. I could see that happening from a mile away. How is he still alive? He's not.
Agreed.
I think Proteus was in a bad situation there. He went for the switch because like, you see a switch opportunity, you go for it, but he was going to be punished. It was always going to happen, and he didn't have the health to be. Sorry, Proteus is there. Missed by X, costing him. Double costing him. He turned his back. He did a shoulder check. Blitz just eating him with the polehammer.
Good footwork by Proteus. He knew he was going to get switched on by X. So he maneuvered himself around the opposite side of Proteus. Opposite side of Prodigal.
Is this the mashup? Mix-up they want then? Proteus might be able to hold out
No.
about against X longer, but I guess not, no.
Because Prodigal can also hold out pretty long.
It is getting away from Shuckle's brigade.
I think what they need to do is they need to have X matched up against Blitz, and then do what they just did before, where they bait X into a switch.
Oh, that would have actually been very dangerous had that not been a kill on X. But then it wouldn't have cleaved.
It would have, yeah, it would have parried. If he had parried it, it wouldn't have killed.
hit-
It wouldn't have killed Proteus.
Yeah. Although it would have given X some sort of possibly deadly riposte at close range. Proteus just put his head into that. Blitz has now got to try not to eat that, but he has. Blitz starts off with a disadvantage here. X has picked up a weapon he's very comfortable with. That was unlucky. It is 8-13.
Surely.
Blitz getting an early head start against X.
Again, these players are trying their hardest to make me unable to film this. Fighting on opposite walls with a column between them. No, Proteus, you're not getting away with that, my
Oh
son.
no! That was a terrible switch. Hardly called that a switch, that was just fighting for the
Oh, the
opposite team.
drag! Look at the confidence by Blitz just walking back in. He gets the run out of as well. Prodigal must be going, who is this man? See you later. Counts for the lean as well. Look at that.
Doesn't matter that he's using them all, you really can't just lean out of
Surely.
Blitz's range. X is really just sticking to Proteus. He wants to make sure Proteus doesn't get out alive.
Oh, that would have actually been really good for Red there because I don't think Proteus had to die just then. Like, they were fine. They'd killed the target. He could have turned earlier. He could have seen what was going on. Blitz is losing a lot of stamina to chambering, I'm noticing. There it is there. He's just lost it.
Match
This
point.
is match point 4,000 degrees.
Surely.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
really
not a good
see
start.
X is just going straight for Proteus, and he is making sure Proteus dies first because he knows he can be lively. Prodigal just
Blitz
has to
got
hold
oh
out.
my goodness! Back punished. Oh, they parried each
Nah,
other. This is not good.
He's kicked to
That's
death.
the death in the corner. I think there was some uncertainty on red there. I think Proteus had a few open back moments. They were a bit of a problem. Blitz had some great clutches. Not necessarily end of round like 1v2 clutches. He had one. He had some clutches mid round where it was going the wrong way and then he just turned the direction it went. And he had the great manip and he had the great ability just to make sure things missed him, but he did not miss. But I think they weren't quite sure what to do about X. I think him swapping weapons, maybe if he stayed on polehammer, the maul was going well though. Like the stuff he could do with the maul was really good. The polehammer went really well though. Those two games where they just won in about 3 seconds flat with the polehammer, maybe they just needed a few more of those.
Yeah.
I think Prodigal holding for as long as he was constantly doing.
They
I think
definitely
that
had their
might have been the
strat. Yeah. Their strat was definitely just Prodigal holding.
And just kill Proteus. Alrighty, so with the loser bracket up on the screen, you can now see Shuckle's Brigade are, well, I don't have a pun for this one actually. They're just
They're
out.
gone.
Sorry.
Goodbye.
See you, Shuckle. They're gone, just like Shuckle. 4,000 degrees carrying on through to the loser bracket semi-finals there. No, that's not even loser bracket quarterfinals technically. Now, the question is, who are we seeing next? In fact, I know who we're seeing next. We're seeing that other purple game you can see there on the screen. We're going actually decently for timing because we sort of weren't expecting. So, yeah, we're running decently on time, even though we started quite late. Don't worry about the time. It's not because we're late. We're not late for the 115. It's because we changed the order of the matches. Like the match we're about to see was kind of technically supposed to be about 3:20 or maybe 3:15. Sorry, 3:20 or 3 o'clock. So we're about half an hour ahead at this point, actually. So we're going okay. And we are about to see Granny Titty Nash's Incorporated. I really want to... Actually, no, I really don't want to know what nashing is. And if anyone wants to tell me what nashing is in the chat, please tell me, but I have my terrible gut feelings about it. We're about to see Granny Titty Nash's taking on the Bathroom Dads. This would be Conj versus Kitata. They are two different generations of Praetorians. They are years apart from each other. And the game is underway. And I'm just going to bring the camera in there. My apologies, everybody. We're slightly late. Nothing's happened. Kitata's taken a hit. They've traded it back and hit Conj. Conj are going to die here to Kitata, probably. No, they're just going to... Oh my goodness. Boris is going to take it, though. Can Boris kill Banana? No, but can Kitata? No! Banana gets a chamber that he shouldn't have got. And OP just kills everybody. That is a point to the Granny Titty Nashers. Let's see Red formulate a strategy here. This is what I'm keen to see. How Red, what they do to isolate Conj or take him on or get rid of OP Banana really quick. Fake switch by Conj there.
I think he actually went for a switch, but then saw that there wasn't one because OP was blocking him.
And he just
brought
it back.
Spun back around. It was quick thinking.
See, what Conj does in preparation for a tournament is he goes and takes a shit for an hour. And when he comes back, he's just insane.
When he comes back, there's no shit left.
Yeah, there's
just nothing.
A 3-point handy lead, but definitely not a death sentence. Kitata wants to get out of that middle there, though. I can see what the plan is. They're putting Boris on Conj. If Boris can survive long enough at Conj, they reckon Kitata can just kill OP, but Kitata's getting a lot of misses here. Remembering Kitata's going to constantly be a little cold, so his performance is going to increase as they play a few games. He almost needs to give himself some FFA time before he goes in, though, which is too late for me to say that now. Hey.
Yeah. You only really get like a good 30 to 40 seconds anyway. And the next game's up.
See you, OP.
No, not quite. Oh, there you go.
Oh, no. Conj's taking... Oh!
Conj has pulled out the wacky, exy nonsense.
Conj is taking everyone on a trip back to 2020.
Oh, a little bit of blocking there by Kitata, completely cutting off Boris from being able to do anything.
That was unfortunate. I think they both wanted to just nail Conj.
Yeah, Boris in the chat, that was a close one, he's right.
And it was a pity the column was there, because it was a column that entirely obstructed them. So they're back to this plan. Kitata looking for that search switch on Conj, but I think Conj knows he's trying to do that. Kitata not able to hit the kick. Conj able to just read. Oh, beautiful switch by Boris there. I reckon Kitata could have had that on the Conj, to be honest. Boris has this. That is a much needed point. It is 1-6. They are over a third of their way to victory, blue team. For red to get a point now is essential. For them to get another one,
Have you got
definitely
the
so.
points on the score backwards?
No, do I have the teams backwards?
Possibly.
Oh,
Red team is red team's granny. No, sorry, red team is bathroom dads.
my apologies, everybody. I did have that backwards, and it is now 1-7.
That's on me.
They're on the wrong colours. That's why.
Every game's getting worse, honestly. They're on the right colours. My brain's just on backwards.
No. They're on the wrong colours.
Oh
red
my
team
god. Oh,
Red team is bathroom dads. They're supposed to be on the top side.
I can fix this. I can, I swear. Yeah, that looks better. I wonder if this is why they've been losing. The points have been going to the wrong team because I've had the scoreboard backwards.
No, I'm pretty sure we've definitely been watching Conj and Banana wipe Boris and Katata.
Yep, that's my fault.
Tomorrow.
This is not looking good. There's an 8-point lead. That's half the game. Although Conj has switched off of the Exy sword and it doesn't look like it's done him favours.
Katata missing. What weapon does Katata have?
Katata's a
Messer.
messer. And I think it's
I
definitely
feel like
working for him.
Katata's. I feel like it's working, but he's uncomfortable with the range. Katata is missing more than I think I've ever seen him miss in a game. He needs something longer. Tried and true favourite, Polax maybe? What's Boris doing?
He's just trying to stay alive.
But he had his back to OP Banana that whole game just there.
He was watching
Ooh.
Keely. He was trying to watch both of them at the same time and not really watching either. But Katata, doesn't matter. Katata's just going to take that one for himself.
Thank you for the compliment on the arena there. It is the product of Taruk and myself. Much of it is Taruk's hard work, especially with the scoreboards, which you can't see fully featured here, but when we played in FFA mode, customizable scoreboards. Katata punishing that miss with the maul there. Conj looking for switches, looking for fake switches, out of stamina. Katata missing. OP Banana looking for Conj. Yeah, see the range there is just not working for him.
Boris was pretty much out of stam there as well, so... See, Conj here has switched his kit, but still using the same weapon. I think he's in lighter armor and he's got dodge now. He's definitely going for longer things, but Katata's just going to sweep through him. Oh, good dodge.
Lovely run through by Boris. Boris should have this one in the bag. He's just got to pull out a neutral or a drag. What is going on?
OP Banana has definitely improved quite a lot recently.
That'll be disarmed for Boris next. No, he clinches the drag he needs. He did not have another parry in him. Boris is... Look, Katata and Boris are actually performing very equally. Equally, you know, getting slashed there, but they've won their 2 1v2s essentially at the end, both of them now. Lovely switch by Katata. He swapped to a Bardiche because look, the range is working now. That's all he needed.
Was that a red
That
parry in
switch-
the back? Sorry, a yellow parry in the back? I swear I heard the dink.
A yellow extended parry?
Oh god.
Is it possible? Okay, they're going to push this roll now. Red have had a comeback against them. It is time to do a comeback. Conj now 2 hit to kill. That's terrifying.
Conj is fighting the air, but still killing people.
Yeah, Faladay. OP Banana's not new. He swapped it. Katata swapped back. I just think that's like a mistake.
I think he wants that extra speed though. Nah, looking for a switch there, but Boris's back is the only thing he can see.
Katata doesn't have a stam.
No, he's gonna have to force Banana to miss. There it is.
Like that.
That's all he needed.
That's a Katada lane. But my God. I just...
You could
Katada
see
is
that
going to
one
watch this
coming.
back and he's going to see the lack of range he had. It's not like, it may not be the only problem. He may be perceiving other problems as well. That's fine.
And Keely's switch now, also using a messer. That was a bad switch. That really just left him open. And there's a kick.
Kick. That was a great move with the kick there by Katada, because if he and Boris had to just charge Conj in that corner, Conj could have just pulled some stupid shit out and hit them both.
Yep. A little bit of
Switch
mix up
over
in there.
Yeah, that was not great. Katada trying for the lane, but Conj...
Neither of both teams are looking for a switch there. That was literally just 2 joules.
We are coming close to a blue victory. It is 5 points of difference, but blue are 3 points off. Katada getting a switch. Wow, Conj just ignoring the miss, assuming that Boris was going to hit the hedge. Boris needs to get in there because Katada's going to be going home soon. There it is.
And Boris
And even
is low
Boris is low stam.
This is not good. And there he goes.
Conj is letting him pick up a weapon.
Oh, I missed Wessex. I assume I'm not a comp player.
13-7. You saw Conj just getting through the gap right around the column, going straight for Katada. Katada's now no stam. Conj just swinging in both directions at once. Boris low stam. Team hit there, unfortunate. Katada going to try to finish off Banana really fast. Beautiful running switch. Banana's Bardiche just comes straight around though. It is match point for the Granny Titty Nashers. You can see Conj just going for those pretend switches. Boris can see him coming from a mile away though. This is what Conj does, by the way.
He's almost out of stam.
He starts putting on a show, but he's got no show left in him now.
He's got no stam.
Good pickup. He's probably not used to using a Falx either.
Yeah.
That could have gone a very different way if he'd picked up like a maul or something. And it is still match point for the Granny Titty Nashers for blue team. They get their 2 hits in early. Boris goes down. He's stuck in the middle. Katada's now going to fight 2 of them. There's a Bardiche behind him. It doesn't matter. Halberd changed from Conj all of a sudden out of nowhere. That was just bad luck for the bathroom dads. Conj is on fire. Conj was on fire yesterday. He is on... he's burning up today. There's just going to be ashes left at the end if Conj gets there. Now that is, unfortunately, an elimination. So the bathroom dads, they're out. And there's a little bit of praise for Banana in the chat there. I'm sure Conj has been teaching Banana everything that he knows. Now, I'm just checking to see what the next match is. And it appears to be that we are moving on to that next lit up match there. One lonely milk and a vegetable taking on 4,000 degrees. Now, one lonely milk and a vegetable is Milky and Parsnip. What a great name. What a terrifying name. And they will be taking on 4,000 degrees, which of course is X and Prodigal Son. Now, this is an interesting mix-up, matchup. X and Prodigal Son. Prodigal can hold out. X can just move between the fights, getting hits you don't think he's getting. That's sort of been their game plan. Milky, however, he's not going to be there when X goes for the hit. That's going to be the big challenge. Additionally, Prodigal is going to be an interesting matchup. Prodigal has a very good ability. Parsnip has a very good ability to hold as well. And if Parsnip's on Milky, I think that's going to really go Milky's favour. So X's job is probably going to be to also try to keep Milky off Prodigal, while not being punished by Parsnip when it, like, X turns, because Prodigal's going to know what X is going for. Now, this is just a pre-game. We are not playing yet. Some cutting out, like audio or imagery. And we're off. X not falling for the switch punish there. Milky on low stem. Milky's going to go down in just a second now. Parsnip has to win this. There's now Milky Mac on X, but he's got some stam. But X, he's in that corner there. That's not a great place to be. He's looking for a way out of the corner. There isn't one. There's just more corner. Milky goes down. 4,000 degrees taking that first point there. I might just turn my microphone up if I'm cutting out. That should hopefully stop it. Sorry about the audio there. Just fixing up some things so I don't blow you all out. Milky on his own now. This might be a little harder for Parsnip and Milky too, because I don't know if they're warm. I hope they've been playing between this. They may not have been. I know X and Prodigal have had a few games though. Messer swap here for Parsnip. Probably wants to arse blast Prodigal with an XL. He's constantly checked for X coming in. Too late. X is already coming in. Oh, he's in the corner now. Evening start of the head. 3 points have already gone. My apologies, I put 1 point in the wrong team. 3 points have gone to 4,000 degrees. Here's Prodigal's view. Milky swapped to a spear. Maybe this would be better for him. Lovely drag there by Prodigal. Down goes X though. He can't get out of reach of that spear. Now Prodigal's got to figure out how Milky's spear works, and I don't know if that's going to happen. It's not.
I don't think it's supposed to be figure-outable.
No. Milky's trained with that thing long enough to try and make sure no one can figure out what's going on. Let's see if we can. I'll go to the Milky camera. Nah. Lovely pick up by X there. Oh, Parsnip going down is really going to hurt there. Milky needs that distraction. We'll give Milky another shot. No, he swapped off the spear.
See him just walking out of X's range. Constantly.
This
3 times in a row.
He used his side dodge.
Yep.
And then he gets a miss out of Prodigal as well. Faints afterwards because Prodigal goes straight to Mr. Parry. And that's that. He just did that to both of them.
X is going to have a hard time against him, especially using an E-star.
X is really adaptable, and that's why X is not going for him. X is just going to take Parsnip straight out. Look at that. Now Milky's alone. Milky's already actually taken hits from Prodigal, and he goes down in the middle between them. The scores are now 2-5. I'm 1 point behind on both. I am getting so engrossed in this.
Agreed.
Oh, X keeping up. Nowhere to dodge, Milky. He ran into a hedge. Lovely XL there by X. Parsnip stuck in a corner. Not a great place to be. These corners on this map in this tournament are deadly. Back in the Legionary tournament, they weren't so bad because people were using like the active parry and the shield and the speed of the army sword to not worry too much about kick. But here, these corners are just territory and people are just not parrying the kicks. Bad luck by Parsnip there. And now Milky's in the middle. He can't parry both directions at once with a column behind him.
My apologies, but you will get yourself out of the way next time.
Milky already gone. 2 hits. You might get the X camera going. I reckon the momentum Red had in their previous games is just not here in this game. Drag there. Looked like it would be out of range. X catches up to Milky. I'm not noticing. I haven't looked for this, but does X have
Certainly not.
what's the thing that makes you run when you're killed?
Rush?
Rush. Does X have rush? Is that what I'm seeing? It would not surprise me with how quickly he's getting between them when they die.
X just letting Milky go in there because he knows Milky's only going to get 1 hit and that's probably not going to make too much of a difference.
Parsnip's not getting that second hit, and now Milky takes it in the back. That was a unfortunate judgment call by Parsnip there. He thought just with the combo he'd make that extra distance, but he didn't, and that was it. It is now 2-10. This is the same position we just saw the team Bathroom Dads in at one point. I'm pretty sure they were 3-10. It is very hard. We've seen one team come back from this. Lovely play by Parsnip there. Unfortunately, he's not getting the sequentials he needs to maintain his stamina. But that was a great survival there. The weight of the points lead is definitely going to be being felt by Red at this point.
Oh, good kick from Parsnip.
Chamber by Prodigal there, ending Milky. Parsnip v Prodigal. This is almost the duel we want to see.
Oh,
this will show us
beautiful.
how much Prodigal is improved by. Not going to get that combo. Miss combo too slow these days. But you are going to get the chamber. Well played by Parsnip. I think that would have shattered Red if Parsnip had lost that just then. Good kick by Parsnip. Parsnip working up a bit now. Gets out of range of X, but he can't get back in range himself. Lovely minute on the War Axe and a dodge there as well. X is going to pull out an E-Star Excel though. Just watch if it's not the drag. That's Excel, but Parsnip catches it, but the feint is too much on the combo. It is now 3-12.
I've got to grab something to eat, but I'd like to invite Sheller on if that's okay.
Sheller? Oh,
Yeah. Apparently he wants to help cast.
Oh, this could be terrifying.
Gary vouches for him.
Where's Gary?
He's warming Scrot up.
That's fair. Well, look, we'll get Sheller in here. Sheller himself is old time SBQR member from long ago, so I suppose it's permittable.
Hey, Sheller.
Watch him just not have a microphone. Sheller?
Microphone. Good. Hello.
No, your microphone's very quiet. You're in the next room.
I mean, you might have to turn me up on Discord. I have changed microphones since we last talked.
I might have to do that then. Give me a second.
I am forewarning you now. I have a 420 megabyte download for. I'm gonna.
That is alright.
It's alright, just watch from the stream.
Watch from the stream, pretty much. It is 4-13. It is 2 points away for Hiroshima. For 4,000 degrees to win. Milky getting a kill he needs, but now he's got to face X. He's got half health, and he's not had too much luck against X so far. Parsnip's almost done better against X.
There
Look at that E-Star drag.
X has been really well prepared for some Mortal gaming. I've seen him grind out on ranked duels. He's taken down Solved on the leaderboard recently. He's been practicing a
Yeah.
lot for the Comp Mod tournament. So I definitely expect him in this tournament to be a bit of a monster.
He has been. Parsnip is actually managing to sort of hold his own reasonably against X, though. Milky's just going to get this clean-up kill against Prodigal here, but Milky's run out of stam. Parsnip's run out of life. X is coming against Milky. Milky judges the feint, though, and gambles through it, but he doesn't get away with the run. X even parries the little jump, little stab thing, and that is it. It is over. 4,000 Degrees have won.
Yeah,
I
the
want to point
interesting
out this is
thing-
a losers game bracket as well, so that is Parsnip and Milf gone.
Yeah, sad
if
to
I'm
see
not
it go. But I watching that last fight there, the side that Melfi almost won that on stamina, using dodge twice, but he couldn't close it out. I think a bit of a weapon choice issue. Battle Axe is not great at winning fights on stamina compared to something that would support the playstyle, like maybe a pole hammer.
Especially not with the short grip like he's using.
Yeah, just the range issue. If he's getting out of range himself, he's got to get back in range. The stamina was just, you saw it like normally Milky, when he's cool, calm, collected, and it's manageable, or he's versing someone who hasn't figured out what he's doing. Like, he doesn't even have to use the dodge. The dodge is there as a surprise, haha, I actually have dodge, and this is the first time in 12 duels I've brought it out. Whereas dodge became a known variable there because he had to be using it because they were just on top of his hook work.
And that's the trick of the
And-
matter with a player like that. X, he misses a swing, he's not going to blindly re-approach, he's going to back off, and then you're going to be ranging each other out after creating too much space with that. You really got to get in close with that alt mode battle axe, but when you do get in close, it's such a brutal weapon with the excels, the feints, it's just... It's like a messer with twice the speed in a way, you know?
Yeah. Looks like we are moving into our next game, though. And it is going to be our other loser bracket round 4 game, the official Mordhau moderators. They are taking on Granny Titty Nashers. We just saw Granny Titty Nashers take down the Bathroom Dads. Granny Titty Nashers, of course, being Conj and OP Banana. The official Mordhau moderators. They are here from a loss yesterday. Which I'll give just a second. I'm preparing some of my things. Where am I? God, I'm rushing in. They've blown me into the game. We're good. Game up on the screen. Hey,
It isn't at
it's
the moment,
underway.
but...
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Except there's no audio.
It's
or
also a
something?
little bit zoomed in to top left, rather than...
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah,
Oh, is there?
a bit strange. It's good to see the return of Conj. I think he'd be, I don't know, maybe a little bit of our practice one might suspect, but
What the
Conj,
hell?
no matter how long it's been, he can always pull out the craziest swing manipulation you've ever seen, the big casino drags, and to back it all up, he has surprisingly tight reading.
We have lost game audio somehow. Oh, we've regained game audio. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. What was going on there? Sorry. My apologies, everybody. We've got some crazy stuff going on here, but I got audio back and I think the stream size is set up. My apologies. We are 1 point in. Taruk and Sploner have taken the first one. Sploner, unfortunately, getting stuck in there, getting switched on. He's just surrounded from all sides. Taruk takes 2 quick hits and he goes down. That is going to update the score. It is going to be now 1-all. Everything is, all systems go now. No one's muted. Everything's good. My apologies for that, everybody. I had some technical difficulties. Taruk looking for a switch. It's not there, though. Conj is just running too fast. Sploner sees the switch off. Conj manages to pick it up to try and get Banana, but Banana is just too quick with the excel. Taruk punishing there with the halberd, though. Banana feigning. Taruk getting hit in the back as he turns.
I'm a little bit worried about the official Mordhau moderators' weapon choices here. The polehammer and Bardiche, sorry, not the polehammer, Bardiche, but those are 2 very slow weapons they're using against Conj is very aggressive, and now we've seen Splotter switch over to the War Axe.
Sploner has gone to a
And
War
magic
Axe. I've
speed.
not seen Sploner with a War Axe since 2020. 2021 even.
Yeah, it's
No,
a bit of a rare
2020.
sight nowadays.
Yeah. This might work, though. They got the 2 hit. They got Taruk with range, and maybe he needs a range to keep safe from Conj, for example. He's got the damage from the long grip there. Conj sees, Taruk sees as well, the chamber feint there. Splotter goes and quickly finishes off. This has got to be their plan, right? The question is, I think Splotter can finish OP Banana before Conj can finish to Rook. And I think if Red can make every game hinge on that, Red will win.
Yeah, that's the trick of the matter, though. Eventually, they kind of wisen up to your plans. When OP Banana realizes he's getting a bit targeted, he's probably going to slow down a bit. And we see Conj over here back on the execution, so picking up that kill on Spencer. Very nice. Down to
running switch by Daruk, the kick as well.
Bit of a precarious situation for Taruk though, because he's slightly behind on Sam, and he has the best Conj, who is gonna pick up that very nice Excel there.
Scores have drawn level on 3-all. We're gonna get some Splonic. You see Splona's very quickly found OP Banana, but Banana's reading. Splona's now got Conj behind him. OP in front of him. Oh, lovely parry on both there. Oh, the chamber feint to parry has cost Splona, who's going to be disarmed. Turuk can't help him. They're both down at the same time.
You missed it right at the start there, but Conj, very aggressive player. He set up this nice little fake switch and caught Turuk on a very gross backswing. And as we know, Conj in those tight corner situations, very hard to land hits on. Just really good at clutching up when his back is against the wall.
Banana getting a double parry there. Disgusting. Conj reading the chamber feint. Turuk finding a back, getting a parry, but he's going to run out of stamina if he doesn't get a kill very shortly. No, it's okay. Splona's going to get them both. Don't worry about it. We've drawn level again. It is 4-all.
Coming down to a really tight match, I think this is going to be a matter of can OP Banana kind of get out of the way of these big fights, because we know Conj can take those more aggressive 1v2 positions, or like be baited by his teammate. That was really clean by both of them, but I think this will come down to how well OP Banana can just stay out of the way of a lot of this carnage that forms around Conj's positioning.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be worried. Turuk's not going to get away with that. I don't like to see, like, if Turuk's on OP Banana, he's going to look for the switch away to get Conj, and I worry that that's going to get him killed. Conj in the middle there, look, dragging it backwards just so he can hit Splona, catching a parry he needs, but he can't bring it around in time. Stabbed with an Exy sword.
I didn't mind that positioning at the very beginning with Turuk and Splonta. I almost brought it out to duels, which I think is the correct way to do things against Conj, because he's very close range.
Sorry, I've put the wrong scores on the wrong teams there. Sorry, go on.
I think I don't like the more grouped fighting against Conj. I think breaking it down to duels and trying to use the more experience between Splonta and Turuk are much more active recently than Conj and OP. I think duels might be the way to do it. It's a lot more controlled that way. No,
potentially.
No big double parries from Conj.
Yeah,
and
this is what I'm saying. Like, I think, but Splona should be killing OP, keeping away from Conj, knowing Conj will do that little run in though. And then if Turuk has to, he can just do a quick switch and finish up OP like that, because he's got the range with the halberd there. But they've got to stop feeding Conj. They've got to start kicking him.
And you saw it right at the beginning there. They did the correct spacing. Conj, super aggressive player. He looked for that big switch, but because Splonta was so far away, positioning so defensively, Conj just whiffed right onto the air.
Yeah. And that's going to be painful for Conj because he got Exy too. So it's going to leave him open if it gets punished. Column cucking Conj there. Look at the switch from Splona there with the War Axe, but he needs to not take another one. Turuk getting the punish in. Conj in the corner. They need to not be hit like that. Really lovely nice Excel by Splona there.
Conj, but yeah, Splonta closing now. Once again, Turuk put really good macro play there, getting away, putting himself the opposite side of the fight from Conj. Behind that pillar. Very safe play, and it won round pretty much.
We just keep seeing this matchup here. Splona and Conj should not be fighting at the start. Turuk would do that and get hit. Conj almost hitting Turuk again. Banana taking Splona because Splona's back's open. Now Turuk's got them both. It's not going to end well. Splona needs to be starting off on Banana because that's the reliable fight.
No, you can't always force that fight though, especially if Banana backs off a little bit at the start to set up Conj. But he's leading in first, which is going to create more close-in engagement.
We've got War Axe v War Axe here. Who is a War Axe master? It is Splonta.
Splonta, very beautiful swing manipulation there. He's playing very fresh on that round.
This is a tight game. They are clinching. They keep alternating who's got a 1-point lead and then swapping back.
Yeah, neck and neck game.
Splonta's taking a hit at the start. Conj swapping back to the Exy. He just mustn't trust himself with the War Axe as much as he does with the Exy. That was a lovely switch by Taruk as well to get the mid punish there. Pity about the team kill, but Taruk should be able to clinch this out. No! Micro feinted, fell for the feint. Taruk's on low stam.
Seems like OP
Gets
Banana
disarm.
got a good read on his opponent in the duels there with those microphones, punishing the chamber attempt. So it's just got a nice read in the duels.
That team hit by Taruk there may have an effect on red team's cohesion and morale as well. Spawner's got to keep a check on his head. He's got kills. Are we missing a rechambering? What are we doing? We've got to not feed Conj here because we've seen Conj win so many 1v2s already. Yeah, back off by Taruk. That was lovely. Where's the stab? Is it real? Is it not? You've missed, but you've hit.
That was a beautiful judgment of range. Conj. Too many feints. So close.
Taruk trying to, Conj showing off a little too much here. Look at, yeah. Conj threw that. Conj absolutely threw that. He had Spawner by the balls right at the start.
Yeah, just
what is going on with the score?
After getting that momentum because he just started getting a little too aggressive, and then sometimes when everything's a feint, nothing's gonna sell. Really nice switches by Conj. Doesn't really matter they picked up his teammate. He has a lead into this next fight, and he will clean it up. And that's the beautiful thing, is that Conj likes using the Xe when he knows his opponents are spacing out too much for the War Axe to land. But in those 1vx scenarios, I think he'd rather have a War Axe to be more aggressive onto one person.
You're right about that, Faladay. Conj may have been sensing the double parry, but it wasn't helping that he was doing the kick feint as well, because that's going to force that early parry. Granny Titty Nash is now taking the lead at 9-10. They are playing to 15 points, however.
Ooh.
Lovely double play there. Splendor doesn't want to engage though because you know he's low health. He's just waiting for something to see that so he can do that. It's way more safe than throwing himself in and taking a hit he wasn't expecting.
Conj getting caught sandwiched between the two players there, having to turn around constantly, and then right at the end, as OP Banana tries to create some space for him, accidentally team hitting. A bit sad to see.
To be fair, Conj is actually lovely hit by that halberd switch there by Taruk was perfect. It didn't hit his teammate. It got through Conj. Splendor's able to finish him off after the 2 damages from Taruk. That was beautiful play. Now they are back in that 1 point lead. We are changing. Not only are we climbing 1 point at a time, we are then swapping over who is leading by 1 point. This is tight. This is going to go down to 15-14.
Conj down to the evening star. This might be the switch he needs. Oh, and it's already proving some nice results.
Granny T's Nash is taking one back. It is 11-all. Chambered. Taruk not able to get around that column in time. Not able to swing around the column either, but Splonner has Conj. That was incredibly good timing. Splonner will eat Banana alive like that.
I was a little bit worried there because Splonter was starting to put in some feints as Conj was looking to move on to the enemy.
Taruk, in fact, Taruk running around that column, although it cut Taruk, it meant clearly like Conj had no real good opportunity to find where Splonner was to get to him. It was either run to Splonner and sacrifice Taruk and then probably be hit by Taruk's halberd in the back if he tried to do it, or actually finish off Taruk with the column, which he did. But by that point, sorry, OP Banana, it was too late to get back to Splonner. Conj is just going to eat that, yeah.
That 2 point lead for Splonter's team, this might be that kind of definitive. They got more of a strategy going on now. Conj can call out position in some of these fights. It's starting to look a bit more definitive.
If Red win the next one, I'll almost be happy to call it. No, Taruk's just going to eat, swings. He gets out of the eggs. He gets out of the E-Star and thankfully only glances Splonner. That could have been the end of days if he'd actually... Taruk's excel at max range there.
Oh.
That's something Taruk's really worked on, using the max range of that halberd. Because sometimes you go for a switch onto the enemy, but you're so close that you hit your teammate with the long, halberd ult grip. You hit your teammate on the other side if you're just a bit too close.
But as Conj says, max range. It's not over till the fat lady sings.
No, that is true. But Conj is a bit of a fat lady, and I've heard him sing. Look at that! OP just can't stop the halberd getting away. Splonder's willing to just watch Taruk finish this. No, he's not.
And that is a very clean round. Splonter asking the question, has she sung yet?
Conj is already left. Medina says you suck, Conj. This would be a perfect opportunity, I'm sure, to get Conj into the interview room.
Well, I don't know about that. He might be a bit heated after that match. He could use some choice words to
Nah,
disparage his
I'm pretty sure
opponents
yesterday
going
we
forward.
said if he won, he could come in.
Well, he
But
just
he
won.
didn't. He didn't win.
No,
he lost.
He just he
nah,
won.
Nah, he lost. Goodbye,
What did he
Conj.
win, Veterinaryx? Like the moral battle?
He won.
He won our hearts, as Conj usually does.
No, I don't know what he won. I had something, but no, I really don't. He hasn't won anything. Look, I'm willing to. No, Conj is gone. Actually, it's too late. I can't even pull him in. He's gone. Oh well, that's too bad. I was going to pull him in for 2 seconds while
I'd like to hear from Taruk maybe talking a little bit about his.
I actually do want to hear Sploner and Taruk because I know Sploner's about to leave. He's going to go to work. We've got a sub for Taruk though. We've organised an equivalent sub because we've already had 1 or 2 subs, so that's permissible. But I would like to get Taruk and Sploner up here if they want to. I don't want to force them to play again immediately either. But then again, they might need the warm up time rather than an interview. Hey, maybe Hippo, if you want to check if Sploner and Taruk want to come up for an interview, we'll take it. But bear in mind they're playing next again straight away, so they we might need a little break for them as well.
Yep, no worries.
Oh, what's going on? Do you want to go
I
down and check
think
with
they
them?
might be going in straight away. Give me a second.
Maybe they do want to play. I mean, it's possible because I know Sploner's got to go. He might just want to play his match before he has to leave. It would be the official Mordown Moderators versus 4,000 Degrees. This is going to be, it's a culmination of the 2 teams that have made it through the loser bracket.
And sometimes it's actually pretty good to have if you have a dominant long run through losers bracket, you can sort of gas out before the grand finals, and that can be a bit scary. So they want to try and keep up the momentum, I imagine.
Sploner and Taruk, we've got you in here. You're about to be going through to the next match, aren't you? Do they want to do that straight away?
Nah.
Is that the plan? Nah?
Made an executive decision. I need a break.
Oh, true. Okay. How long have you got before?
Oh, look, honestly, with the timing, I actually might make it to the finals.
Okay,
But
cool.
that's if we make it. But
I know Infamy's hanging around. How's he? Is he warmed up somewhere? Is he ready to replace you if need be?
he's probably more warmed up than me. I only got up 30 minutes ago. I was pretty cold going into that match. Like the excels, especially for Conj, I was not dealing with well.
No, I was going to say that's like from our point of view, just watching there, I'm sitting here thinking you need to hunt OP Banana because you can kill him in 2 swings with the War Axe. Probably like maybe 3 times out of 10, you'll just get the Excel into drag mix up and it'll just be done. And if Taruk has to switch with the Halberd, he's going to get away with an Excel switch at the edge of the Halberd's range onto OP anyway, and that could even just be the clap as well. But there's a greater chance that Taruk can hold long enough against Conj, probably, than OP can hold against you. That was my thinking. I'm thinking you got to try to set this up, but it was hard because your War Axe range limits you, and you and Taruk don't want to be constantly swapping. You know, if you run out left and right side of each other, you don't want to try to swap over halfway through because that's going to limit your War Axe range and how quickly you can engage. But Conj was just doing things where he's like turning over, he's fake switching, but he's not, or he's, as you saw the Excels early on. I think the Eggsy actually hurt Conj though, because there were times where he was looking for a switch and it wasn't there. There was times where he was running around the column. There's a game where he ran around the column with Taruk and he couldn't get a switch because he was chasing Taruk around the column. He didn't have the option to then find you to switch onto you. And although he killed Taruk, by that point you'd killed OP Banana and you were ready as well. How did you feel? What did you think? Did you think Conj was going to be as, because Conj has been putting on a great performance the whole tournament. He's, for a washed man, he's not very washed.
Well, he's gone home now.
Coming into that,
He's
like,
gone home now.
Yeah, we at the end we actually did start to target OP a bit. Well, at least I did, because I knew that I could try and snowball him better than I could maybe take on Conj. But yeah, going into first Conj, like I think a week or 2 ago, and like even though he hasn't played much, he's still a very strong player. Like his swing minute in general is very good, like very good.
Yeah.
Especially with the War Axe, he's got an Exy as well. You know, he's still a very well-rounded player, and even though he hasn't played much, he can definitely easily put up a fight, as you saw then.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, his Exy switches are kind of fucking terrifying.
And I was also saying like during the game, like I think Taruk, you've purposefully worked on using the max range of the Halberd, so that there's less chance it's going to go through and hit your teammate too.
Yeah, there are also games where I was just trying to let Conj just not switch on to me and just use the max range there as well.
Yeah, that's
and also funny wall hits. I just kept shooting the wall on purpose just to fuck Conj up. It was really funny.
I feel bad because Conj Cons threw a game against you, Splono. It was when you were both level. It was like 11-12 or something. And he just kept feigning you, and you kept getting the
that.
and you were going to get a double arrow, so you kept having to do it.
So let me still listen to Conch in the art of not BM.
That's 100%. Look, I think part of it was because he was probably seeing or feeling like you got an early parry, and if you did, he was going to have to feint again because otherwise you would just got a double.
Yeah, probably.
So it's something like that, but it's typical of Conch thing to do as well, just to sit there staring at you doing that, thinking he's going to. But he didn't punish any of it, and then he just wasted all his stamina, and then you stayed him. But
I got purely lucky with that because at the end of that last swing where I actually got him, I had no stam, so that's all luck.
Yeah. What are you feeling? Because you're going to go in, and who have you got now? It's
X and Prodigal,
isn't it?
Yeah. X has been on fire as well.
Yeah, a bit of a scary proposition, but just before we talk about that, I just wanted to ask Tarok, because I observed this. Was there a conscious effort between you and Sponsor to kind of break up that distance between Conj and whoever your teammate was? Because I noticed in a lot of those games, you were just making Conj run miles to try and get his switches, because that's what he really likes to do, is force those switches. And he was just never quite in the right position. Was that
were you trying to keep your two fights separate?
Nah.
Until you were ready? No? It was just happening. It
I
was
mean, look,
working.
it worked out in a favour because I just do big running halberd switches.
Yeah, I saw a few of them that, like, there was a time that in one of those final games, I think the second last or the third game, you came in, you got a stab. I thought you'd hit Splono at first. I was like, wait, was that a team hit? But no, it was a stab on Conch, but it was like his leg, so it only did a small amount of damage. But you turned away, engaged OP Banana again, and then turned back in with a max range halberd, like, straight through his head, and then he got such a, flinch shock from that Splono immediately just excelled straight through him and he was dead. And that was it. You won the game because then you just turned on Banana and Banana fell. But, like, really great gameplay from you both. But you've now got, you've now got X and Prodigal. I hope you've thought about how you're going to play this. I'm sure they're thinking about how they're going to play this, having just watched you guys. So maybe you guys have got another couple minutes, maybe some FFA to get you warm.
We've been strategizing for the past 2 hours for this game. We've gone over it in our heads. We've got it locked in. We exactly know what we're going to do against these guys.
Good.
Right, I'm just imagining it will sound a bit like this.
Why not doing that?
Yeah, we've had that once or twice actually.
Alrighty. I'm going to chuck you guys down there. Maybe if you can, if the refs are happy to let you hold up for a couple of minutes, just to either calm yourselves, get a drink of water, do whatever. But otherwise, you good luck. And
easy.
Godspeed. Well, there it is. They are going in. This is not the winner bracket final. It is the winner bracket semi-final. Losers round 5. After this match will be... Sorry, this is loser. My apologies, not winner. Loser bracket semi-final. You'll notice to the right of that match, there is another match. That final match there, match 25, if you can read it, losers round 6, that is the loser bracket final. We cannot play that, however, unless we revisit the winner bracket. Momentarily, I'll just take us up there. There is a final winner bracket match waiting to be decided so that we can play that final loser bracket match. So we are up to the 3 finals. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because our game is getting ready to go into action. The slow-mo is on. The teams are writing their last wills and testaments before eliminating
Writing to their loved ones, no doubt. I think this is going to be a bit of a challenging match for Sponto and Tarok, because Prodigal, he's almost like a chaos element. I think it might be a bit of a struggle for Tarok to try and keep space in between him and Prodigal, because one thing I noticed, that guy is weirdly good at staying on top of you and maintaining aggression. It's quite disorientating to play against.
I think just from my point of view, just if I speak on each player, I think whether the enemies can predict Tarok will potentially be the weakness.
And that's what I was saying right at the beginning there. Sorry, that they have very similar names, but no, not what I was saying right at the beginning there. Looks like X was just able to queen up on Tarok and move the fight along. Alright, so from Prodigal in this, what's it, Sponta 1v1, he is really holding his own, especially in that first one. He landed 2 hits in, before the end of that fight, and that one he got 1 in a kick, so he's definitely already doing his work. Sponta losing on Sam in the corner, but he creates some space, might be enough. Oh,
Ooh.
disgusting by X.
We might keep seeing this. We might keep seeing an opposing duel by Sploner and X at the end each time. If they keep having this matchup, which it looks like they're looking for.
And it's happened again. Sorry, not again. They have very confusing names. Now it's X versus Sponta.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
X has won that duel 3 times now. Taruk is now on his own in between these two. That's going to be very hard.
With only 2 Sam left. Quite unfortunate.
Score is 3-0 in favour of the Atom Bomb team. 4,000 degrees, X and Particle. We're going to get some first-person cameras.
Yeah, X is looking really clean here with his swing manipulation. And I see just everything just landing. Beautiful footwork out of the way of that swing as well. He's just on point. But now he's going in 1v2. We'll see how fresh he really is. Tried to get that swing past Sponta, but no such luck. Sponta, experienced player, he knows, even though it's going to miss if he doesn't parry, he should parry it just to help his teammate.
And the other thing is, I mean, well, I'm pretty sure he chambered that one anyway. He chambered that, what could have been an Excel by X there, and that was perfect. Sploner looking to feint out Prodigal. Prodigal actually reading all 3 feints. This is not good for Sploner, but Sploner does his good old War Axe mix up and it does the trick. And now he's back in this duel that he hasn't won yet. And each duel he loses, he's going to start getting to him even more.
Yeah, those evening styles are very brutal, especially in the duels where you don't have as much spacing. It's a pretty tight area, so I think the War Axe is just because the speed is a bit better at 1vxing rather than taking those duels. Torque losing on Stam, 1 parry left. I think he's gonna. Ooh, he's definitely gonna get cleaned up here unless Sponta comes in and save him, and no such luck. Prodigal doing a really good job of boxing him out from his teammate, just putting him into that corner and then, you know, almost waiting till the cavalry arrives.
I think this is the thing. If Taruk tries to take X for a run, X is just not actually having it. When there was a Taruk X match, there's Sploner's first kill on X. That's got to help him out mentally anyway. The mental element going on.
Momentum. There's still a 3-round difference, but you sort of need to prove to yourself, yes, I can beat, you know, their stronger player. I can take these duels and I can run home with them.
That's the thing. I think Taruk and Sploner need a slight change, and I think this is it, because what was happening was Taruk was trying to take X for a run, and X was just not really buying the run.
Great for work.
Hit their trade, kind of worth it, except not worth it now, because X has got all of his stam back. But Sploner's, look at that overhead. We had 2 points of difference now.
That's a nice change of momentum. Sponta now on Prodigal. Oh, disgusting 240 drag. And that's going to pick up from the first hit, but gets brought back by Prodigal. Just doing regular old pole axe things. That weapon is.
Oh, Taruk running out of range of both of them. But not anticipating that fast riposte from Prodigal there. Re-establishing that 3-point lead there for X and Prodigal. Sploner jumping there to minimise the damage, beating the Excel out of X there, but the kick on the Morph for too much. Sploner running. X can't catch up, but he finds an open back on Taruk, and he finds a second hit too, which gets a kill. They both parry each other though. They're both effectively RDA'd each other there and falling for it. Lovely body movement by Sploner. X spinning, taking leg damage only, trying to drag, not good enough, and he's not looking, so he gets excelled in a shoulder as he tries to get out of range sideways. Red again needing that point, because I don't want to get much more than 2 points behind, because that starts to affect your morale, and it definitely makes it way harder than get the number of games in a row you need, especially once you start closing in on that goal of 15. This is our final 15-point game, by the way. The rest from here on in are best of 3 first to 7s. So they're like normal comps where you go through 3 maps. Splonter, double kill there.
Really picking up the momentum, especially. You can see how much there's a bit of a mismatch between him and Prodigal. He's just able to like hit combo swing after combo swing.
Yeah.
Very effective.
Sploner has a zone. You can tell when he's in it.
Oh, but now he's been put into a corner, and that'll be onto Taruk to make this 1v2 work somehow, but no such luck.
4,000 degrees again, just holding on to that 2-point lead. We were here at 4-2, we were here at 6-4, we were here at 7-5.
Taruk a bit boxed out of the fight here, and
Oh!
that 180 is going to be something else, but once it's keeping it in the game.
Prodigal missing that drag as well. Honestly, that's going to set everything up. He's got it now, though.
Prodigal only needs to hit one headshot here, which is pretty doable, but that was his last parry before he gets damned. He's going to find his weapon back. But he doesn't read the follow-up feint afterwards.
Prodigal, that column there was severely affecting Prodigal. It was making him have to make decisions about which attack side to use. Splendor was running around it knowingly.
Very nice.
X has switched there.
Judgment of the range, and he might be able to pick up a
finding
kill.
range. No, he's going to get hit in the back. To slow down when you miss like that. There's too much. Oh, drag! Splendor needs stam, though.
Splendor was in a pretty tight position, but he does have Fury, so he's very even, if not in his advantage now. That 1-for-1.
Splendor's rediscovered the War Axe, I think, in comp mod, playing that where it's like, you know, he can go back to doing the old miss combo tech because there was no slow combo for a period. I think that's helps Splendor rediscover War Axe. Although he's just rediscovered it. X's Exy sword.
Yeah, X has been picking up the Exy. Like you said, with Splendor and the War Axe, that's sort of been a nice pickup for X during the comp mod. He's kind of found a new home in this. Remember, Exy has a lot of competitive history behind him. We're going to see he's still kicking even to this day. He's such a strong weapon. Amazing drags. Really. And there it is.
Oh, the jump to keep himself alive. And Taruk getting the parry there. Getting the hit that's going to help Splendor kill him. That was perfect timing.
Did a good job of keeping it cool there. Just jumping, not panicking after getting that one swing missed. But he is one hit to kill from that Exy. And X gives him the finger wag. Not today.
Taruk did a perfect thing in there, and it was as much as he could have done to get Splendor all the way to killing Prodigal. Taruk died doing it. Unfortunately, Splendor just didn't get that. Oh, that was great.
From Taruk. Really flinched him right for X, and X take too much damage too fast. Prodigal maybe switching a little too early away. I would try to finish
honestly, though, he could have tried to finish, but I think the thing is he's trying to do he knows Taruk's going to be running in, and he just wants to get an insta hit on Taruk because it might kill him because Taruk might already be in. That's what I'm thinking. And then he turns back. It doesn't help that he accidentally hit the hedge as well. Yeah. That's sort of Taruk in a bad. That put him in a bad place. Oh.
Gotta say, in a lot of these aggressive showdowns, Splendor has been finding himself into corners probably a little bit too often for comfort, and I find that's going to be maybe a big struggle even going forward, is that he can't really help his teammate in the rest of the fight or win the resulting 1vx because he's just been boxed out into those corners.
Taruk's just not going to read. Taruk's just not going to bother with the feint. Taruk's just going to hit him.
But X does clean up in time for this 1v1, and now he does have quite the advantage going into this. Only one hit, and the feint will catch him out.
And an injured Splendor, exactly. That was big there because all he had to do was hit Splendor once. He didn't have to throw in the kick. It helped him get the hit.
Yeah, sometimes it's just good for the mental. Make your opponent feel like they're losing more than they actually are. Nice 180 by Splendor, but he is one hit skill to both these weapons.
Oh, he gets enough health to survive!
That's to the wire, but Prodigal kept it cool, even though that was a bit unexpected. He has that very nice horizontal drag.
Ooh, where's the
good
fight?
1vx judgment by X, and I felt like I saw that coming from a mile away.
Look at that Excel!
But Splendor closes out so fast. That War Axe, get one parry wrong, get into the wrong position, and it's going to be really hard to read that follow-up swing. And yes, Hiroshima is X.
You can tell by the helmet, the stupid helmet X always wears.
Yeah, he's a fan of that helmet. He looks
Splendor, again in a duel of fates with X on the side here. Gets out of the Exy sword, but doesn't punish the miss. However, he knows he's up stam. Taruk's going to get back hit, except X goes for the switch.
X almost throwing that round completely with the turn miss, but thankfully...
Well, he got a hit out of it, but he didn't get a kill.
Yeah.
He needed the kill. Because he would have got all his stamina back, he would have got health back, and he would have had momentum and turned in and just killed Splonter. Was probably the
When
plan.
he turned
But
into
he didn't kill.
Splonter and Splonter didn't get that punish, though, that was a scary moment for both those players. Splonter getting that first early hit, but the 1-for-1, he could be good.
Oh, look at that. They now have the advantage. X hasn't won one of these 1v2s yet. X can win 1v2s, but he's not going to win them against these two players. Look at that.
He usually brings those 1vx's, well, I guess XV2s, into a 1v1, but the issue is he can't close out the duel from a, losing position, it seems like.
And the other big thing is he's got Eggsy. So if he misses it all in the 1v2, he probably loses initiative permanently and he's dead. You can just get double clapped instantly if he misses.
I like what Turuk did there with the spin stab. It wasn't really intending to hit his opponent. It was more like he was getting information whilst holding initiative. Pretty smart macro play.
I'll just say this is the first time we've drawn even as well in a while. X and Prodigal have been maintaining that 2-point lead, but it's now even. It's anyone's games, except Blonder's cleaned up. Although X has 2! We're back here. Duel of Fates. This is Obi-Wan. Darth Vader.
I'm not liking the Xy pick anymore from X. It seems like he would be doing better on that evening side, or at least in the duels where he was able to clean up.
Give him Poleaxe.
Well,
like he can cleave if he wants in the cleave grip. He can not cleave into the duel for the for the hammer side. The Eggsy is just when he misses with it.
Yeah,
it's so punishable.
A lot.
It's costing him heaps of stam and costing him recovery.
Bit of an interesting choice.
He's good with the Messer too, but look at Turuk's actually taking him.
His team doesn't have any.
Oh, go Turuk! Well done. That is it. We've gone back the other way. It is match point for the official Mordhau moderators. They had not expected this. Probably, I'm assuming like 6, 7, 8 games to go. The fact that they could not get across that 2-point difference.
All right, this is looking like a good round for X. That's what I mean about the Esau. It's the perfect mix of what he wants. He's never getting to those 1vx's where the cleave matters. What he really needs right now is just to clean up his dual opponent as fast as possible, and he is very gross with that Esau. Very confident jump kick. He does not fear the scenario.
I just saw Splonter range out the Exy, the E-Star though. Splonter's able to get out of it.
Losing on Sam, but it's going to be a while before that results. And now 10 Sam left, 0 Sam, 14-14.
It is match point. This is the final elimination before we get into the finals. This is deciding who will go into the loser bracket final, which will decide.
A lot of tension for both teams right now. Single mistake
that column out of the way.
Oh, great range judgment from Turuk.
First 2 hits. That's it. It's over. They can't lose this.
Oh, a very well played game, but Turuk did not panic at all. Prevented X from switching, and Splonter stuck with the game plan. Won his duel as fast as possible.
That was the way. That exactly there. That's if they could have done a bit more about that in their previous game against OP, they would have won that faster. They've cottoned onto that here. They've seen it work. Splonter's really, you can see, if you just go back to when you're watching the VOD, guys, if you go back to Splonter and Turuk's previous game, with the War Axe, Splonter's a little shyer earlier on, but what you're seeing in those last few games where they took the lead and then maintained it and won, you're seeing Splonter from early 21. Yeah. That is...
It's a bit old-fashioned, but honestly, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
I think now that people have had a bit more experience playing some different weapons, they'll realize that in vanilla, War Axe doesn't feel that short range at all, because you can really adapt. So the more experience you get with the Mole, the Mesa, the War Axe, even though they have very short ranges, just having the right footwork and the good swing manipulation to support it, you can just almost never get away from these weapons in a proper fight. And that's what Splonter's kind of showing here. That he's not letting people get away from him. He's not creating, letting them create space. He's just kind of staying on top of them with these brutal combo excels.
Exactly. Now, we are about to see the winner bracket final. I'm just going to move over to the winner bracket now, and you can see the journey that the winner teams have taken. You can also see where all those losers those loser bracket games, the teams that we've seen play today, where they've come from. You can see the various dropping off points. This isn't the loser bracket. This is where they lost their winner game to get down there. This is why they were all just playing today. You can see all the teams that lost. We've just seen.
Before we move on, X would like an interview.
Yep, I'm going to let you guys do that. We're going to take a short intermission. Maybe let the Tawny team know just to hold off. Let's get an interview. If we want, we could do an interview with X and Prodigal. We could probably do one with Splendor and Taruk if we want as
I
well.
think they've said
Heck,
enough.
We
on
could
this.
even
Splendor
grab
and Taruk.
one. We could, any of them are fine. We could do a few in a row because this is going to be it. We're going to have 3 finals now. We've got the winner bracket final, loser bracket final, and then grand final. And, you know, we kind of want to pick up the energy and figure out where the teams are at, what is going on. We are running ahead of time, massively ahead of time. So we've got a little bit of time to go gentle here, although I don't want to go too gentle because I know Splendor's got a schedule. We're about to see the winner bracket final. It's on your screen there. But yeah, feel free, bring someone in. I'm just going to step away for a minute as well. I need.
Just want to take a moment to congratulate the team so far, the Scrotorians, Chicken Joes, and the official Motown moderators for making it to the top 3. That is very impressive showing from all of these teams, as well as the teams who made it to the top 8.
Well, Chicken Joes are about to play Scrotorians to figure out
Whether they
who
get
is
that,
going to actually. Yeah, we're about to see the winner bracket final, so that we can see who's about to verse the moderators.
yeah, but they have made it into a guaranteed top 3. Then whoever wins on this winner side match
Alright, I have
will
X and Prodigal.
have their first or second placement. And good to see you, XM Prodigal. How do you feel after that match? It was down to the wire, like most of these games. 15-14. That's gonna sting a little, knowing that
Rough.
victory was so
Yeah.
close.
I feel like they did a great job first because they came back that much. That kind of put salt in the wound a little bit more. But yeah, close, very fucking close game. Or am I allowed to swear?
Um,
Uh,
maybe, but probably.
Vet. Okay.
I think, judging by the fact that one of the team names is Granny Cities, I think you're good to go on that front.
Yeah, I like you said, DM me afterwards, Charlotte. I bet if I just stayed on that Easter, because just talking to a sponsor down there, he's like, oh, if you kept on going with that Easter, those feints are just terrible, like terrifying for him. So
And you had a really
mean-
tight control on the swing manipulation as well. What was the mentality swapping to the execution? Because that cleave is very important for 1vx, but I don't think a lot of your rounds were down to that kind of situation. So did you just feel like the evening star was starting to drop off, or?
No. So previously, I was with Bongo, who's very switch keen, and so I was like, but we were on a bigger map when we were practicing this because Prodigal was not here. But we were versing Truck and Sponsor, and I chose Exy, and they could not handle it at all. But I again, bigger map, different situation for 2v2s. But you know, it somewhat worked out, somewhat didn't. But you know, choked a little bit at the end, still choking, speaking. So yeah.
Yeah, I noticed. It's definitely a lot of getting to the tension you like right before those kind of loser bracket finals, like just only a few games away from the grand finals. It's it's a very tenuous situation, and with the Exy, I feel like the scariest thing is making a mistake is compounded by just not having the ability to parry afterwards. So
yeah,
I noticed that happen a couple of times. You do miss, and then with the evening star, you kind of recover. You can chill out for a bit, and then and there were a couple of leg hits that cost you a bit of free hit to kill. But these are all things you can say in hindsight. During the match, I feel as if it wasn't a horrible decision. It's just, you know, I felt like the evening star was so fresh in your hands. A lot of great swing manipulation. They were having a really hard time surviving against it.
Yeah, every single opponent we went up against, those 4 previous matches, I used Easter and no one could really touch me. So I think coming off Easter was a great mistake on our part. But you know, next time if I get partnered up with Prodigal, easy finals, easy grand finals.
Our win, just ours.
Just ours. Give us the crowns.
Alrighty, we might cut this short now. Yeah, we might cut this short now. Let's get into the winner bracket final.
Yep. GG.
Good game, guys.
Well played
GG.
overall. Could be either one of you going to this next match.
Let's
That
go,
was a very
Gary.
tight game.
Let's go, Gary.
Go, Gary.
Favorites
Now
already,
here to
do we?
support his
Gary.
teammate.
Valenciama
Alrighty.
on top. Let's go. Plugging that up
They
right
got
now.
nothing.
Got nothing on
Get
us.
out of here. Get out. Oh, that's the wrong person. I'm dragged. Charlotte, get out of here, Prodigal.
Yeah,
Sorry, Charlotte, I just sent you.
that's okay. Always
Alrighty.
team showing up in this final set, so I'm glad to see this. You know, ex-protocols, Gary, they're all my teammates, so I'm very happy to see them here.
This is the Scrotorians. Oh, okay. Oh, I need to fix my display. They're on different teams to what I thought. That's all right. I might have got it around the wrong way.
Very interesting weapon choices just in the pregame here between KIA and Corralius. A lot of range play that Carlson, alt Albert, almost stabbing as well.
Maximum Scrot Liquor. He's going to need maximum.
And Gary's going to have a swing coming out of his back here, but he responds correctly. There was a good communication. So it didn't come as a surprise, but Gary already low on Sam, but he's going to close this out. Now it's down to a 1v1. I don't like the alt Halbert's chances here because the Messer is so much faster and you can really steal initiative if you feign against it. Oh, but that's such a beautiful drag. And now he's winning on stamina. That's a great position to be in. But any attack from the Messer can take it. Oh, but great range play. Playing to all of alt Halbert's strengths right now. That was very smart decision making by Corralius.
I think smart decision making is Corralius' middle name.
But against that pole hammer, which is just...
Oh, lovely! You see Gary there just hold Corralius' attention for long enough for Scrot Liquor to come running in with that pole axe, screaming over his head.
And this is probably going to be one of the most brutal weapon combinations I could cook up with top of my head. Pole hammer Messer. The slowest and almost one of the fastest. You have to pay attention to that Messer, otherwise you'll just think you in the back. And that pole hammer hits so hard.
It's not just that either. If the pole hammer hits any part of the enemy, as long as Gary gets head with the Messer, it's a 2-hit combined.
Yeah, that's another brutal. Well, we didn't see it there, but Corralius had this beautiful fake switch, and it was just brutal to watch. He's still going to make this quite the competition. It's going to be up to really can this Messer player not get bullied out on range. And yeah, getting a nice, not a nice stab. That was
I think Kea with the partisan might not be the best choice. I know he's liking his stabs,
but he's out of stamina here against the Messer. There's going to be problems that.
Yeah, not only that, but the low swing damage
on the partisan more than you expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad, but the thing is, it's only got stabs. The swing damage is abysmal. The swing, the manip's fine. The swing damage is abysmal. You're going to have to 5-hit him with it. And the other thing is, the stabs is just too sort of predictable. Once you've versed it enough times, you just know, okay, long wind-up, real fast stab, though. They can't drag the stab. They have to drag the wind-up. You just got to know the wind-up timing, and then you're good.
Yeah, and another thing about it is that the stamina damage on it isn't horrible, but you don't get to use horizontals, which usually, on average, do more stamina damage than stabs.
Well, the other thing is normally, I mean, horizontals where all your manip is, and manip is what the game is. How do you get around the parry? You manip. You can't manip the partisan's release on stab,
this is
and even
exactly,
if you manip the swing, it's no damage.
They're executing a great game plan here with that double range weapon. They're just switching, and it's so easy for both of them because of the range.
How are you supposed to serve dinner if you don't use partisan?
Yeah, true. You need your...
Gary win this on stab, no way.
Yes, he does. But the
wow, he chamber faded to parry the second last one, and that's why he lost.
That's gotta hurt your mental. Not carrying out that Sam there and just.
Yeah, he had the stab game, and he had a chamber feint to parry against the drag on the long halberd.
And this is gonna happen a lot with all these brutal switches, and you have to approach each one of them. If they time it correctly, you can really put the Messer into its place because it's always just stuck chasing you whilst you try and protect your teammate. And that double parry is so brutal. Gary's not going to be able to kill here.
No, Stam. I really want to know. Look, I've seen Gary intercept so many switches. They look like they're coming from his back. He shouldn't know they're there. I want to know if it's because he's doing really good head checks. I might watch his stream for a sec. But I'm wondering if it's Scrot calling, because I know Scrot's big on calling and big on, doesn't want over talking. He likes just the perfect and exact types of calls. If they're using them, he might be literally, every time Scrot loses Kia or Corralius, he might just be instantly calling it just a second. And Gary just turns.
I've talked to Gary a lot recently about practicing with Scrot and getting him onto this pole hammer. And a big thing they've emphasized is communication. I've seen it a lot of these situations. Gary has his back turned, and I imagine Scrot just calling out behind.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at that leg hit by Scrot here.
And here's the thing, they broke that up into 2 duels, which is, I think, the correct method against this kind of long-range switching playstyle. Messer, you can't get away from it. The pole hammer, it kills you incredibly fast,
Well,
surprisingly.
it's kind of interesting as well because Scott put a lot of time into Care, helping him with some of the stuff, especially early on, especially like late last year. And you know, Scott says, you know, half jokingly, but like, you know, I've trained him up until he's better than me. But I'm seeing Gary, nice reads there. I'm seeing Scott winning his fights against Care, so I'm not certain if it's quite flipped to quite flipped as far as Scott thinks it has.
Honestly, I think what would be interesting here, if I'm not mistaken, I think Kia and Corelli is using level 2 helmets, right? No, that's what it sort of looks like to me. Maybe I'm making a poor judgment of the situation. But I think it would be pretty interesting if we see Scrotlicker here swap to the old mode Polehammer. I know nobody does it.
Look at Scrot's misses. He's run out of stam with all of his misses. His carries had to take over the whole fight.
But he does have on Sam, and now just need to close out. One of them needs to force Growlers to parry here. Oh, that's not good. Well, that's really not good.
Stam denial!
That is not what you want to be seeing there. You already got that 30 stam back from the disarm. What is going on here in the communications? They need somebody to force a parry there, and it did not happen.
A stam denial. I bet you they even commed for it.
Oh, Scott, you're gonna pick up that duel very fast.
Whoa, lovely work by Gary to actually use the correct swings around the column. We've seen a number of players fighting around the column actually hit the column. Players who you think in your head, you go, oh, they're better than that. Why are they hitting the column? You make mistakes.
It's a new
Gary just
gameplay
purposefully got around that column. It was great.
I think people are a little too comfortable with their flat ground maps with no obstructions to their swings, like your mosh pits and your what's it? Even the new Ion map.
So the first map goes to Corellis. And this is the thing now. Those points are now locked in. That's a win for them. There is no, oh, we'll just come back now and get to 8, 9, and that's a map 1. So that is a set. But that's all right.
Playing on the back foot here, this is not good for Team Gary. I think they might be a little discombobulated, a bit disorientated. They are not ready for this match because I've noticed a lot of moments where their teammates should be coming in and taking over the stam control, or their spacing is not quite aligned with one another. Yeah, it seems like though KIA and Crowley is a well-oiled machine of teamwork. This is really beautiful positioning and switching by both of them.
I wonder if there's any confusion as to it being a best of 3. I wonder if in the heat of practicing and getting ready, they might have forgotten that. If this has caught the teams off guard, or if the refs did tell them ahead of time just to make sure. They don't look too fuzzled. They're spawning in.
Oh, and here comes the first switch. Oh,
Corelli's looking for a switch, but Gary, you see Gary purposefully running around to the other side.
Oh, beautiful.
Look at the close in there. He takes a trade, but that's fine. See it, care.
Gary, that was
Torians
had incredibly tight swing manipulation there. If he dragged it out a second later, that would have missed, and he would not have gone to disarm his opponent in that decisive moment.
Gary purposefully, even though he's stuck in the duel with Care, he could see Corellis breaking off and coming around, but he just rotated around Care and put Care out. He eclipsed him, so Corellis couldn't get a shot on Gary. It was great. Care out of stam, looking for a switch. He gets it.
And just the stabs coming from 2 different directions.
We are now 1-1 in our second set.
That first hit for Scrotlicker was pretty important.
Oh. Okay, Bill Hook seems to be working out a bit better for Kia now.
Yeah, the pull on attack, either the stab, either stab or the horizontal, just being able to protect your teammate from the switch. But I don't know if that's really going to help their strategy as much as it will just having more fluid swing manipulation. And that's a really nice series of switches by Graris and KIA. It looks like they practiced a lot of teamwork leading up to this. I think Gary and Scrot, they were more focused on getting that swing manipulation and just learning a new weapon in the form of the pole hammer was the majority of their efforts. But KIA and Corellius is looking like a well-oiled, really well-oiled, greasy duo. And feels like they've just been playing together for years watching them.
That bill hook, I think honestly the change that came out to the bill hook has done everything. Because he's able to stay slightly further away. He's got slightly better manip with it. It does even a bit more damage on the swings. It's got longer range. It's working so much better. And I think it's built his confidence a little too.
I'm not sure how Scrot and Gary are going to try and dismantle the strategy because you really need to be aggressive onto one. But it's still not over because in these duels they're really holding their own. Gary needs to come in, protect his teammate, and now...
Oh, Scrot just kiting that. They're going to be up on Stam. They need to force the miss and then the kill. That's what they needed to do. They did it perfectly. Great judgment calls by both of them there. They now need to figure out exactly what you said. How they're going to dismantle how Kia and Corrales are doing this. Because them splitting up is no longer working because the pole weapons that Kia and Corrales have are letting them run the distance like this. Gary's struggling to keep up. He's got to go around the column now. Nice parry by Scrot there. That must have been a call. Kia gets the health back though. Oh, nice run by Gary.
Find a rhythm against these very awkward weapons.
He's struggling to find a parry too. That's 5-2. If these next 2 points go to Kia and Corrales, that's actually it. That's game set match.
Really strong lead for Corrales and KIA. This is just brutal. I would not expect this composition to work against the Messer and Polehammer because those are two weapons that do really well individually against these weapons.
Kia's kite is too much. This is match point, this right here. This is match point.
Yeah, this could be sending Gary and Scrot straight to losers. No,
luckily they get a loser match though, but guess what? Even if they win that, they'll be coming right up here to play this again.
I definitely wouldn't want to be trying to beat this very unconventional strategy, but they get to lose twice as much as I do, you know, in those grand final sets with that double elimination. Gary down to a very lucky 1 HP, but this is his fight to win. Oh, looking too far to the side, and that is a really nice animation on the riposte, and that was very dominant in that second round. I think losing 6-7 definitely threw off Gary and Scrub, maybe on a little tilt when they were that close in the round count. We'll be moving down to the loser side now.
And we will be going into their game next as well. So they are next up. That was the winner bracket final there. You can see that in semi-finals. It says semi-finals, but that was the winner bracket final. The scores just come in. It is, as you saw, 0 games to 2. There is a better way to put in that score there. You can add sets in the score, but we will configure that in a moment. They might have done that, and it's just displaying the actual sets score there. But yeah, those sets there, 0 sets, Victorians, 2 Chicken Joes. But the Victorians will now be playing. If they get a break, if they want one, maybe we'll see how we go. We might do a quick interview. I think Hippo's probably gone down to retrieve an interview if we can get one. But what I will do is swap us over just to preview the loser bracket, because you can now see in the loser bracket where the Scriptorians have ended up in that loser bracket final, which again, it is a best of 3 first to 7. So you're playing normal skirmish, first to 7 skirmish, but you're playing 3 of them. Well, you got to win your best of 3 of them.
I
Hey,
have
Hippo?
news. Gary has apparently had to go for just a little bit. He'll be back shortly. In the meantime, we're going to have
That is okay.
Kier and Corralius in for an interview.
We can have an
That's
interview.
fine.
We can have an interview. There is no rush. We're so far ahead of time. We've only got 2 games left. I was thinking today was going to run to 4. It's not even going to run to 5 at this point. So let's make sure they're all comfortable. Yeah, absolutely.
Second time on the mic, Kier.
Really?
We're in.
One thing I just want to say right off the bat, how much practice have you guys been doing? You look like a very strong team, like a lot of coordination.
He's just good. Nah.
No, I got carried.
We've been 2v2ing a lot together for just in pubs, and whenever we're in scrims, I invite him along. So we have been playing together for a bit, but
Yeah, I just look at that positioning, your ability to keep the correct range between you with those long, awkward weapons. It just felt like every time I watched from Gary or Scott Licker's perspective, they just were always caught chasing you at the wrong time, and then when they were chasing, they get hit by your teammate, and it was just brutal.
We
It
were
was
trying.
a very effective
We were
dismantling.
trying to not really duel and try and like focus on our positioning. We
Yeah,
weren't really
yeah.
like the hardest thing that we were trying to focus on. So
Yeah.
I am glad it
feel
paid off. We tried our best.
I was very nervous.
He was excited. Nerves don't exist.
Yes.
Well, I think it was definitely a good showing of strategy. I would not want to be stuck in a duel against that Messer in a lot of situations, or even the Polehammer, because they have such brutal weapons. That's Polehammer always winning on stam and just 2 hit to kill no matter what. And then with the Messer so fast, such brutal swing manipulation. But it almost never came down to a 1v1 situation, albeit a few times you did have to clutch up Corralius. But yeah, like I said, just really effective team coordination. You kind of dismantled their teamwork, which looked like it was very shoddy by comparison. So,
Dude, Corralius is the goat, man. Like, he full on carried me. All props in, man.
yeah,
I disagree.
Out of all the teams I've watched so far, you definitely look like the most like a team, and rather than just 2 individuals. With
We think of it as
skill
a
sets.
2v2, not 2 1v1. And I think that helped us.
Well, see, this is the thing. I would have said like Gary and Scott absolutely looked like they were fire 2 all the way through. I mean, both. Yeah, I mean, look, you're both the teams that made it this far, right? And I think you're both the teams that looked the most team like Gary and Scott had played together before. They were practicing their thoughts about this. They decided their weapon mix up, and they've just stuck with it, and they've got their armor set all worked out. You know, like they were doing that too. But you guys have been doing that too, and it shows with the win there. And it's now just going to be interesting because, I mean, here's the thing. They've gone down the loser bracket. You're now in the grand final. Grand final's not now, though. It's in one more match because we're about to decide who is playing against you. It is going to be either the Scriptorians again, so you could be playing them again, or it's going to be the official Mordhau moderators. Now, the official Mordhau moderators is Turuk and Splonter, but depending on how late this goes, Splinter's got to go to work. His authorized sub is Infamy. So you may be versing different stack. It could be Turuk with Infamy rather than Turuk with Splinter. But Infamy Splinter, rather similar players.
Yeah, I would definitely.
I don't mind who we verse. I'm just happy we got
a
it.
rank.
Yeah.
You're in the grand final, but the question is, one, who do you want to verse in the grand final? Which team would you prefer? Would you prefer to be versing Turuk with Splinter/Infamy, or would you prefer to be versing a rematch with Gary and Scott? I mean, you know you've just beaten Gary and Scott, so the default answer is Gary and Scott, right? You think you can do it again?
I want to fight Turuk and the other guys because we haven't versed them
just
yet.
for some variance. That's fair enough.
I think one thing.
Who do you think is
going
to win?
I think Gary's going to win.
One thing to be worried about rematching Gary and Scott, now that they've probably taken a breather right now, they're going to come back a little bit more fresh, a little bit more warmed up. That was their first game of the day. I don't know if Scott's been on yet, but one thing to consider is that
they were practicing in June.
Yeah, one thing to consider is that that coordination, that kind of dismantling and breaking out from duels, they're going to come back and they're going to be more prepared for that kind of strategy.
Yeah.
And maybe this time they'll have a better read on the macro decision making, and it could be harder. But you do have obviously double elimination. You get to play them 2 times the amount of sets than they get.
Yeah.
And no matter what, boys, you've gone second place, or most likely even winning the tournament. Not going to call it now, but you've done extremely well. So congratulations to you two.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Commenting on them being ready for it, I think that's even more fun, right? Because now we have to work harder for it.
Yeah.
The whole point of a competition is it's meant to, the harder they are, the more fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you're coming into this with the right mentality, a winner's mentality, I would say, because you're not going to have any nerves, which I imagine some other players who are more focused on winning, they kind of have that performance-related nerves. Like, if they start losing even more. And I think that's what we saw with Gary and Scott. I know Gary is very competitive, and sometimes that can be a bit of an Achilles heel. But honestly, it sounds like you guys are cool, calm, and relaxed,
You know what I really like? I really like margarine, man. It's so good. Better than normal butter.
No, we can't have this kind of PSA.
This is a
Also,
family-friendly
some
channel.
lemon butter. Anyone a big fan of lemon butter here?
We're actually going to have to remove you guys.
No.
Sorry about that one. It's you know what? I am going to do something, and it's terribly dangerous, but I am going to do something.
Oh no!
You know
That's
what I'm going
cooking.
to do. Hey, Conch.
Oh no, you didn't win though.
I know he
Tossed
didn't
it,
win,
fun.
but I can't deny him. Hey,
Come on
Conch,
here.
you're
How you guys
you're
doing?
in. Yeah, pretty good. How you doing, Conch?
Not bad.
You doing good? You're on the stream, Conch.
I'm playing Dying.
This is
am
your
I?
chance. This is your
Yeah.
chance to get me banned from Twitch.
don't do it, Conch. You're good. You're a good man.
He's a good man with a criminal record.
Yeah.
The society's just holding him down. Okay.
Did you shoot yourself there? Listen,
what?
I'm gonna say it in 5 seconds, and you have 5 seconds to disconnect me.
Okay.
Well,
I'm gonna give you a countdown.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not even gonna give me a countdown, bro. You're gone.
Fair enough. That's Conch. Very interesting personality as always.
He
Lots to
wanted
see.
so badly to get in here, and what a wasted opportunity. He just came in here and didn't even realize he was here, and then just did nothing.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's really not fresh in the stream tournament banning. You know, like the bombing the tournament casters group. He's just I don't think he's done it in a hot minute. He's missed a couple of tournaments. Hasn't had that opportunity in a while. And we see that's like we talk about Conch is not washed. This is where he is washed. He's just not good at causing stream issues anymore.
Oh.
Maybe he's just getting a bit older, a bit more mature.
All right. Well, look, I think we're rip-roaring and ready to, I don't know, tear our shirts off and get into this
Yeah, everyone's in the
loser bracket
server.
final game.
Every team, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, every team is in the server right now. I think KIA and Crowley's are here to watch, or maybe not.
KIA. I never thought about it like that. I don't think that's it. We just
But
call him
people
Kia.
call him Kia. Yeah, no, I'm like killed in action. That sounds cool as.
Sounds dramatic.
Well, yes, he killed in action and Corralius. Yeah, I understand.
Nah. All right.
Oh, what is the Kia then? Is that just their name? It's just.
I honestly haven't even asked. It could be. Maybe it is KIA. We've got look. We've got here. I've got to bring us into the game for a sec because we do have nice close up here. There is the man himself, Tata. Oh, getting hit in the face. Oh, he's gone. Prodigal took that. Prodigal took that wonderful opportunity there to just dosh Katata out. I was going to get a nice angle on him, but no, he doesn't exist anymore. And Corralius and Care in their chicken outfits just sitting here waiting for their grand final. Waiting for two teams to play. Waiting for the Scritorians and the official Mortal moderators to go head to head. In another, there you are, Shelly, you're in there. In another best of 3 first to 10 to figure out who will be playing that grand final. Hey, Shala, Render says hi. He wants you to say hi to him.
Oh my god. Surrender OC, one of my favorite players. In maybe 2 years from now when he gets an
you know what I've realized?
Skill, okay? That's all I have to say.
You know what I've realized, Shala?
Yeah.
If I can kidnap, if I can recruit Pekas, which I'll never do, but if I could, and if I did, which I won't, but if I did, I'd have all of the spinners have been in SBQR, all of them.
Yeah, true enough, you would have had,
all of them.
Historically speaking, all of the spinners. Level 30 Shello was a different type of creature, and I'm really sad to admit this. It's like a guilty confession of sorts, but the reason Render spins is because I taught him to do that. I'm so sorry to Render that you're still playing like that to this day. I should have never taught you the dark arts. It was, one of my greatest failings as a teacher.
To anyone who is watching, this map is available to play. You can just put it on servers if you like the map. It runs, it's a highly optimized map. It looks better than all the other highly optimized maps. It's probably not as highly optimized as them, but most people are pulling max frame rate on it all the time. Obviously, if you turn your if you turn your competitive fucking settings on, you'll
Play-Doh mode, old school RuneScape settings.
That's it. Yeah, you'll still pull
it.
everything. But the other thing is, there's. By the way, I don't think we told anyone this time, but there's actually keybinds to disable the trees. I've forgotten what they are though. There's a keybind you can press and it disables all the foliage and background stuff. It gives you even more frames.
That's very useful to know.
Very useful now.
Thanks for the advice, but if anyone wants to just slam their keyboard and try and find the right button for that,
let us know what it is.
Alright, it looks like we'll be moving on to the match now. That's Gary versus Splonter. Gary was just earlier, he got me to dress up as Splonter, use the Evening Star, use 240 in third person to help him prepare.
He was waiting for this match.
Yes, he was. He really was. And I hope this makes him well prepared.
And I have the teams round the wrong way again somehow. We've swapped over. We're just the Tawny team are just trying to confuse the shit out of me by putting them around the wrong way over and over. It's punishment for something I've probably done and can't think of.
Alright, it looks like we're going in and Splonter getting that very early kill into Gary. That's going to be pretty impactful. That 2-hit-to-kill weapon. Gary on the back foot. Ooh, and Scrotlicker though, with that pole hammer. Gross weapon, and I think that's the perfect counter for Turok at the moment. That double
lovely drag by... Oh, look at the control of the War Axe. Whoa! Scott getting out of the kick, getting the pole. Whoa, the dodge! The timing on it. Splonter had a little problem in a couple games with Turok earlier on, because I fought earlier on in the winner bracket. They've already fought before, and Scott got a few kills on Splonter by just micro-feinting the pole hammer and Splonter go for the chamber.
Feint with that pole hammer, but the issue is it's such a slow weapon, you really have to like be ready to punish the person trying to desperately work out the way.
But that's the thing, you almost don't do the complete feint and you really throw an excel, right? But it's that action there that means if the enemy goes to chamber you, because you've micro-feinted with the pole hammer, you can hit him before their chamber arrives. And Scott killed Splonter with those, a few of those a couple times in their last meet.
Yeah, and I think that's what Splonter's really good at. He's got that great neutral judgment with the micro feints. He catches out a lot of people chambering and being a bit lazy with their reads. But what you can do with the pole hammer, it's such a big weapon, you can really drag it out.
You can do that.
But I don't know if Scott's practiced that, and that's just a good showcase of how brutal pole hammer is. Very hard weapon to read, and also just no matter what, double leg hit even, 2-hit to kill. Breaking into duels, I don't think this is a good winning strategy for Splonter and Turok, because with that pole hammer, it usually does win on stand, but Turok, great pillar play against that longer, more bulky weapon, Gary. But Gary!
Oh!
That weapon is
chamber feint to parry, turn into a buffer, turn into a switch.
And that's the thing, you give him a mile, take it to the other side of the country with the Mesa. That is just such a brutal weapon to just let it have initiative. You just sort of kind of can't let it get into that position where they control the tempo, because when they do, ooh, and a brutal cleave from Splonter.
Turok's gonna have to really stay out of... Oh no, he's not. He's just gonna dive under and hit.
Yeah, once again, using that pillar to his advantage.
I've found myself during this tournament at times, like when I'm casting, saying, hey, he should be doing this at the exact moment where they're playing, and I just catch it ahead of time, see, yeah, do that. And they do something entirely different and still make it work. We got guys with a lot of creativity in here, and pairs that I never thought would work together working, and pairs that I thought would work together, sometimes not, but then absolutely just bringing out something unreal.
Yeah, every two different players has really good, people don't like to say this about Mortal, but I think people do have very distinct playstyles, right? And I think when you put some of these duos together, they work together in very unexpected ways, things that you wouldn't anticipate. But Splonter losing on, not quite, but he's pretty low on compared to Gary. They will send him out. That double parry will save Gary just another moment. Almost gets the kick. He's out of stand. It's going to be up to Scrotlicker to win this 1v2. He almost won his duel, but not quite. And that force switch.
Oh, cucked by the hedge.
Yeah.
Turok, lovely stab there. That'll narrow down that lead. It goes from 2-4 to 3-4. But this is a first to 7 on this map. And then they'll play it again. And they'll play it again if they need to. So there's not too much room to move here. Scott and Gary are only 3 points away from victory.
Scrub doing that pole hammer just good work, just that range just makes some switches just comically easy. Turk's gonna be looking to pick up the behind.
Oh, he gets a stab! That could have been a team hit, that was dangerous!
But
Scott reading feints.
nicely
Whoa,
done
the
by
speed
Scott.
on
He's
that.
been cleaning out a lot of these rounds where you just wouldn't expect that from the less experienced player, but that he's definitely got some
Bear in
mastery
mind,
on the pole hammer now.
Scott hasn't played, you know, he hasn't played in a comp tournament before, other than Circus Maximus, which isn't a comp tournament, but like, he is high level with a lot of hours, and he reads. Man used to play on a controller.
Oh, that is so brutal to watch.
Not by choice. There's something, but yeah, guy can play. If he can play on a controller, he can play.
One thing I will say is I've definitely noticed Scrotlicker doesn't have a lot of experience and it really shows when it goes to counting the stamina of your opponent. A lot of these fights he could have won if he just took a moment, you know.
He used to play extremely passively, so he wouldn't take all these opportunities. He'd love the moment, like the ability to create the opportunity and the control of not taking it.
Yeah. But that was
and we saw Conj do that as well, right? But Scott used to be very passive. He's gotten way more aggressive, and
I just saw a moment there where if he just, you know, calculate the Sam, the guy was one parry and he would have been disarmed, and he could have just played that just a little less movement on the pole hammer. You don't really control it, and it's a bit of an unwieldy beast. So if you make a mistake, Gary also winning the early part of that duel, but not finishing it because that would have taken too long, and he just preemptively starts moving over where Splinter cannot give chase because he's out of stamina. He's one hit to kill.
So that is the map won once, and you can see the scoreboard has adjusted there. There is now 1 point to the Scritorians. But they need to win again. So they need to get to 7 another time.
And now we see Turok on the pole hammer. Maybe this is where he should have been from the start. But Splinter now electing to use the Zwei is going to struggle just as much against that War Axe. Turok almost losing on Sam there. He's down to 5. Ooh, he whiffs that big switch. Oh, but there's no punish. And the turnaround.
Disarm, but he takes a punish.
But the good thing is, Gary has a lot of experience versus pole hammer. But not enough.
First point there.
See, that's
a good way to start.
Once again, Scrotlicker, if he just played a little bit more cautiously, controlled his swing, he could have won on stamina. But he lets his opponent get away. The fish gets off the hook. Now it's a 1v2 for Gary.
Can I say something that this is going to sound really funny. Nice play there by those two. They are coming back with aggression. But have a think about this. Let's say in a normal fight, you break up into 2 duels, right? Because that's just what happens. And you're both sitting there. The length that the fight goes for, in a very small percentage of it, it depends on how slow the wind up of the weapons is.
Yeah.
So like, if one duel both players had pole hammers, but in the other duel both players had daggers, there's going to be way more hits coming out over time in the dagger fight. So someone's going to die earlier, although, you know, take into account the fact that dagger does do less damage.
Yeah, the hit to kill makes a big difference. I understand what you're saying.
Not just hit to kill. I'm just, yeah, that's a factor, and that's going to reverse it. But the fact that the pole hammer's slow means every time Taruk's in a fight with, like, Scrot there, their fight goes on a little longer before they hit each other, especially if they're just parrying backwards and forwards. The amount of time between each parry is longer. So the hit frequency, or the swing frequency, is lower.
And I like what you're pointing out here.
So the fight might go on for longer, and that means Splinter might win his first.
This is a good observation you've made about the pole hammer, because it's very, very true of mold duels.
You got to wait for it, exactly. In
mold duels, not only you're completely right, it's a very slow weapon, but also you see a lot of the mold players footworking each other constantly, and they're just both losing on Sam, resetting, losing on Sam, resetting, until like someone gets a very good riposte kill. But yeah, pole hammer duels are very slow, very meticulous, because if you
unless someone just gets clapped.
Yeah, if you
that's
don't
the
play
option because of the 2
cautiously,
hits.
if you don't play cautiously against that pole hammer, it will kill you in 2 hits, no matter what. So I think Scott's...
Oh, Taruk just fainted at Gary. Gary fell for it, and Scott got Splonner got the punish. We've seen Taruk already win twice against Gary, but I think Gary's gonna have figured out how to play now.
Yeah, he has a lot of experience versing Paulhammer, as I was trying to say earlier. It didn't show last time, but I think he's probably versed Paulhammer the most, or one of the most in OCE. So I expect him, especially with Mesa, to really be able to close these out and like abuse the Paulhammer's weaknesses, especially that very slow swing speed. Because I have versed him for hundreds of duels, exclusively using Paulhammer. So I don't expect him to get surprised out, and he used to be a Paulhammer player himself.
Lovely duel here in the foreground between Taruk gets that kill there. Look, and they're both on Polehammer. Scott and Taruk in a Polehammer competitions. Splonner has gone to Zwei. Zwei was his next pick up after Warax. We're seeing the evolution of Splonner here. He's figuring out why he went from Warax to Zweihander right now. He's doing it again.
You want to know the difference here between Taruk and Scott Lurker's Polehammer, and why one works in these duels and the other doesn't, is that Taruk, when he does these swings, he is not looking too far away from his opponent. So with what Scott Lurker's doing, it makes it much more effective when you look down. They look like...
Splonner's got to clean Gary now. He's got to be able to hold... Yeah, see that? See how the way that Splonner is swinging there to disable, to threaten Scrot while he swings.
Yes.
And yet still bring the swing around to Gary.
That's really like, good 1vx experience from Splonter.
He had to do that, or else Gary could have just got... Sorry, Scrot could have just come straight in with a Polehammer. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. It is now 4-all.
Yeah, Scott Lurker
using that swing to threaten,
using that Polehammer more like it's a Mesa, looking far too...
Oh, the team hits bad!
That team hit's going to cost his team. Most likely the round. This 1v2.
Taruk's got to get out. No, he doesn't. Splonter's already cleaned him. 1 point back again. So it looks like this time they're sort of hopping around even, and then one favor towards official moderators. If the official moderators win this map, and they're slightly closer, slightly favored at this point.
Oh, very nice feint by Scrot, but Polehammer's slowness just doesn't get
Excel, beautiful.
Gary in the 1v2. Rough situation. Oh, what a
he brings the Mesa all the way around. Lovely chamber by Taruk there.
Oh, but Polehammer on the edge of its range, just the hammer of law crushing his skull.
The hammer of law.
6-4 is now match
the hammer
point
of
for the
judgment. It is, it's point, set point, we'll call it for the red team. They want this, they need this, because if they lose 3 in a row now, it's all over.
Scrot. And just not some great judgments on the timing. He's been getting outsped by the other players, but they do close out because of Gary winning that duel against Splonter.
So this is try 2 for Taruk and Splonter. They have up to try 3 because they're still a point ahead. But if they lose this one, they'll both be match point. Easy early kill on Gary. Potentially here for Splonter. He's gotten away with 2 XLs. He's gotten away with it. He RTA'd. He set up a gamble. That was great.
Just on a very solid feint and then into neutral drag on Polehammer. Scrot not using many of those neutral drags, but that's one of the weapon's strongest aspects, is that you have to chamber to read it a lot of the time. And then, you have to chamber it a lot of the time to read it, and then that weapon can really drag itself out of the neutral chamber.
At some point, I accidentally screwed the scoreboard there, but it is now accurate. I accidentally got rid of the set point. It would have been reading 0 sets for Scritorians, but they do have 1. It is now 1 set all. This is the final map. They're going to play to 7 now, and whoever hits 7 first is going to win this loser bracket final and go to the grand final. The loser will be eliminated. You are watching the Scritorians on blue. Gary and Scott Licker take on the official Mordhau moderators, Taruk and Splonter. We got a Polehammer duel going on, and we've got a comp player Praetorian duel going on. What a game this is.
Scrot, I understand this mismatch, but that's a big
it all the way
commitment. Now,
Taruk's got to hold on for a bit.
Win on Sam, and is going to close out this fight. Oh, that miss. Gary pulling out his iconic dagger. Oh, but he's going to take some hits, trying to get to...
Lovely miss by Taruk there. Splonter catching the Excel. He knew it was going to come around. He knew Gary was going to pull it around the other direction. He caught it and he excelled straight back. When you do that, that comes so fast. When you're a crafty player doing a stupidly crafty Excel into the enemy and you think they should eat it, it's going to inside them. When they catch a riposte and Excel back, it's ridiculously fast.
Oh, Gary looked for the switch there, and at the time he started, it was a good opportunity, but Splonter, that lateral movement, getting him out of the way. Now it's down to a 1v1, but Gary has the advantage here because Splonter is only 2 hit to kill to that Mesa, and there's the first. And a great chamber dash. Alright, looking a bit more even now, but this is still to Gary's advantage.
Gary throwing some stamina to kick feint.
Ooh.
Splonter's movement there, but the pole is killing Splonter.
Gary
But he gets
letting
some
that
stam back with
reset
it too.
happen. That's not too good for him. Now that they're very even stam, actually,
That
Splunter now
that
winning
pole is
on
actually
stam.
helping Splinter because Splinter's attacking around the pole and backing off back around it
Yes.
to deny Gary the excel.
Gary, I don't know why trying to pillar play when he has the much faster and aggressive weapon, but he gets it in the end.
Well, no, because he used the pillar yesterday. He ran pillar games around Splinter yesterday. There was
I
like their
remember
second last
watching
point.
that. It looked disgusting. So
I know Scott's gone and clipped it.
Oh, Gary might be taking a hit here, but no, he's ready for
No,
that.
Turuk's gonna. Gary was ready.
And then
Turuk was
Turuk,
not.
He gets punished for that.
Yep, there's Splinter again, threatening. Oh my
Now,
god.
they just need to let Polehammer do its work here because that is very low stamina. Stop hitting the wall, my friend.
Yeah, look at that. Scott's hitting the wall twice on purpose, then just slams it through. And Splinter has to make a choice there. Do I ignore the wall hit? Do I not? Do I assume it's a wall hit? It's a bad choice either way. You can't.
It's a bit hard to read, but also creates that window of opportunity if you do gamble into it. If you make that decision, sometimes it can really work out. Splinter taking very early hit against that Polehammer and losing on stam, but Scrotlicker, you need to get that initiative back, and he does not.
I feel like Splinter could be doing better with the War Axe. And the only reason I say this is because I'm seeing Turuk hold here against Gary. Turuk has a 2-hit to kill, and Gary's got a 3-hit to kill. Turuk's holding there. Oh.
The thing is, their strategy is
Splinter's got a
3-hit.
3-hit. Splinter's got a 3-hit Scrot, and it's taking longer.
But the
Whereas
good
if
thing
Splinter
is-
just finished his fight quicker,
The good
it'd be
thing
easier.
is, you'll watch here against Turuk and Scrotlicker. Most of the time, Turuk has been winning these 1v1s with the Polehammer. Not this time, but...
Yeah,
him
but he's winning them
stopping
slower than he could be because he's got a 3-hit. Oh, so he's got a 2-hit. I see what you mean. You're right. Okay, that's fair. They are relying on the Turuk win here.
Yes,
but I think
they are.
should
Their
be relying on
strategy
the
shifted
Splinter
to that,
win.
and it has been working quite well for them. Especially the fact that Turuk has been able to kind of protect his teammate with that greater range, and the fact that they have to
Because
respect...
I just feel like if this fight between Splinter and Gary is even, which it kind of is, if Splinter had a 2-hit, he'd be winning Gary every time.
Yes and no. It's sort of...
Not every time, but you know what I mean. Like, he'd be advantaged. Whereas all Turuk's got to do is hold Scrot. It doesn't matter if Turuk kills Scrot.
But the problem is with holding against the Polehammer, where it slowly etches you out on stamina.
You're right.
It's
And
sort of-
health as well, if you take a hit.
Both their fights have been taking very long, but now that Turuk's on that Polehammer, he's just been winning more consistently than Scrot. And it does... I've seen Gary into a lot of these 1v2 situations where they...
Oh,
move
Turuk
around.
kick there, beautiful, but he doesn't get the punish. Oh, but he does get the kick. He misses. Splinter's
Turuk
low
taking the
stam.
punish.
Splinter's low health. Turuk's down. No, Turuk survives. Oh
So
my god,
brutal.
Splinter
And then
doing the fake.
Gary failing to read that last swing. 4-3, this is
That
neck
was
and neck.
that was beautiful by Splinter there. Splinter pretended to use it as a threat and to swing it towards Gary, but then actually just swung it. Actually just swung it at the original target. That was hilarious.
And then winning on speed against that Polehammer. Splinter's going to take the first hit against Scrot. Scrot running to catch that. That's really bad situation, but he gets the chamber. On that slow kick. Oh, and he runs for the drag. That is
Turuk
not
is
what
still
you want to
alive.
be doing against
Turuk's
the
won
guy.
against Gary.
And that's what I mean about the Polehammer. Even against more experienced players, that weapon is brutal. And you'll see he'll win out a lot of duels. Duels you might not expect him to win if he was on the old Halberd with that 3-hit to kill against Gary. Scrot landing that first hit is going to be very important in his duel. Turuk losing
Turuk
heavily
is
on
low
stam and health.
But he gets some back with a kick. He gets some back with a hit. He's not losing anymore. He gets some back with a feint. And he's ahead on timing. This is match point. This is not just set point. This is match point for the official Mordhau moderators for the loser bracket final. This will be their chance at redemption, and they will get to go
Gary
play
and
against
Scrot
Kia and
emoting
Corellius.
at each other, firing each other up. But, oh, Gary, he put himself behind the pillar on that initial approach, and he hit it, bouncing it back, so he couldn't actually make it into the fight. And that was a terrible end to their run. Third place for Gary and Scrotlicker. Well played.
I'm just not going to say it. I want to say it, but they just got moderated.
They did just get moderated. Everything in moderation, even the moderators team.
That was a 3-month ban right there.
Yeah, their PlayFab ID has been submitted to the official developers for game ban. They are not returning to this tournament.
So the score is here 4-7,
Not what I would have expected the
7-5,
result to go, especially
7-3.
Scrotlicker. Should have been the more experienced Polehammer player, but he wasn't playing it quite as he should as Polehammer. He played it more like a messer, if anything. Looking
Man,
too
what a
far
good
into his
game.
swings.
I hope those guys get a chat with each other. What a good game that was. There it is down the bottom, just again that score. Oh, hold up. Ding. There we go. 4-7, 7-5, 7-3. Edged out there. The official Mordhau moderators, Turuk and Splonter, battling their way to the grand final. Gary and Scott saying goodbye. All right, chat. This is where I need you all to get involved. I'm going to flip over. You're going to see that loser bracket update there. There it is on that far right game. The one we just played out there. It's finished. Oh, we've got someone waving at the camera. Hold up. I'll go back into the game for them. They're waving at the camera. Cutie. Who is that? Is that Windows? It is. Look at this cute man. Just grabbing a focus on him. Come on. Get on the camera, Windows. What are you doing? Alright, there you are. Look at you. What a cute... Oh, look at that ugly face, actually. That's disgusting. He's in his Praetorian Legionary kit there. No shield, because shield's banned on the server. But it looks like we are getting into the grand final. The map has just reset. They are raring to go. We were about to see the grand final is on your screen there. It is on the right. It is no, it's not. It is Chicken Joe's and the official Mordhau moderators. We are just seeing which team is which. And it looks like the official Mordhau moderators are remaining on red team. Chicken Joe's are on blue. This is it. The grand final. Like before, it is best of 3 maps. First to 7 points on each map. It is not longer than the other finals. It is what it is. And they are getting into it now.
Straight into it from the previous match. Now let's see. I think Corellius and oh, that was a disgusting feint by Corellius, but I think Corellius and Kia should do pretty well against Sponsor to Rook here because they've already demonstrated that their kind of switching style can crush Day and Scott Liquor. I don't see how Splinter and Turuk really deviate from that playstyle.
Alright guys, if you're in the chat, I want to know who you think is going to win. Light that chat up. We're in first round now. We're barely on any points. A stupid amount of time for things to change, for maps to be won and lost. Who do you think is going to win?
Turuk and Sponsor looking very coordinated here, being able to punish that kind of forced switch. Now, Growl's in the corner.
I tell you what, I think honestly, like Turuk and Splendor, their first or second game even, they didn't look that coordinated. Remember I said Gary and Scott Liquor were looking coordinated. Key and Corrales, we've always said looking coordinated. But now I tell you what, they have figured out how to do this. They are coordinated now. Maybe that momentum that's got them to here is going to see them all the way through to the end. Pingu, you would have won if you played, but you didn't play.
I think Pinku would have lost brutally to any of these pole handle players on Samurai. I'm sorry, not sorry, Pinku.
Turuk getting the punishes there.
Turuk, I think, is the right
Corell
player
is falling for the Zwei.
You see Turuk here, just with that pole hammer. It's a really good pick for his playstyle, is what I'd say, because he is just creating so much space, punishing people from turning away from him with that surprisingly fast handle hit.
He has swapped to the bill hook now. He's gone off the partisan. He swapped over the bill hook. Lovely misdirection. Corrales caught it though and got the parry. You saw Splonter there misdirect with that starting swing. Kia getting the stab in, feints.
Switch. And now another switch coming towards Turuk, but Turuk barely out of the way. And then Corrales switching back.
Whoa! Lovely switch combination there. They both just went for each other's targets. Kia must have seen Corrales do it. Maybe they called, but it was perfect.
I tell you what, when Corrales and Kia do win a round, it is a sight to behold. Great coordination, switching to and fro. They're very tough 2 players to kind of catch a rhythm on. Corrales picking up a kill with that evening star. More of a dual-orientated weapon. Definitely a fan of this choice here. But against the pole hammer, you do lose on stam most of the time, and there it is. 26 stam, 18. That's a good count for Turuk. One more parry he has to get through, and that's the last one. And he's got it. Just needs to punish. There you go.
Lovely, keeping out of that kick range too, using the max range there. Turuk just nailing that. That was a beautiful performance. I don't think I've seen Turuk ever playing better than he has right now.
And that's what I mean about the pole hammer and those duels. It's a ticking time bomb till you lose on stamina. And you make a mistake, it just keeps on emphasizing that mistake every parry.
I mean, I think there's only 1 point difference in total stam, in net stam from your parries and your hits. There's only 1 point difference between A-Star and Polehammer. It's not that significant, and that was the matchup he was just in, but he still edged ahead.
This is sort of, I would disagree
This is
about the
set
one
point.
stam being insignificant. I mean, in an even
I don't think it's
fight-
insignificant, but like, yeah, you're right. Once you parry like 10 times, it's a whole difference in one fight.
And they're not losing by very big margins. These are coming down to a couple of parries spare. You know, that's the difference between 1 or 2 parries.
Crooks down. Spawner stuck in a corner, not where he wants to be. He's in the crouch mode. He needs that hit on Corrales. Corrales knew he needed it though. He's getting that defense. Lovely over the top there. That kick causing him a problem though. He's getting some stam back. Look at that. He's brick walling to get stam. He's defending everything. What is this man? Oh my goodness. That was the longest corner fight I think I've ever seen.
Just another thing to consider about the difference between Polehammer and E-Star. They do have very similar stamina damage, but that range makes such a big difference for winning on stamina. Oh, Corrales, a beautiful fake switch, curving that attacker all the way back around, headshotting to it. But
Spawner's waiting for that. Kia keeps thinking he's got an advantage in doing this thing where he baits out the feint and then does the next one and then thinks he's going to get the Excel onto Kia. But the problem is Spawner knows Kia's going for the Excel and Spawner just grabs it and excels it straight back and it's faster than Kia's anticipating. He's done it in 3 of these games now.
I just want to point something out that some viewers may have missed, but in Corrales' 1v2 there, that footwork around the pillar, it didn't save him from getting hit, but saved him from getting hit by a horizontal, which would have killed him instead of the stab. Because if Splinter did a left side swing, it would have hit the pillar. If it did a right side swing, he would have killed his teammate in the process. So Corrales, that really smart positioning to kind of force the weaker attacks against him, even if it's not, he's still getting hit, but he's not taking 40, he's taking 34.
I am absolutely on the edge of my seat. Like, that was a strong performance, but we have seen Corrales and Kia start off on the back foot and then just go mad.
I think Corrales on the Polehammer is a pretty good choice here because it's a pretty good switching weapon. It's brutal in these scrims and you'll crush out weapons with no miss combo because it's just so brutal. So brutal missing attack against that weapon.
Look at that inside of there. Turuk takes it as a chamber and goes for Kia, but feints instead. It buys Splinter the kill, but he dies in the process. Splinter now got to fight at 2 kill on low health. And 3 hit to kill Corrales and not eat that, which he does. Chicken Joe's first 2 points. This is a strong start for them. We've gone back the other way and it might just be in the weapon choices here. Turuk still on the Polehammer. We're just going to hope old reliable cuts it. We've just seen Turuk have the same problem Gary had where he went the wrong way around the pole and it wasted so much time that his teammates died. Turuk's going to die quickly here.
Kia making a very good judgment just before getting that switch.
And Turuk's going to be hitting the back. There it is.
And in that moment, his opponent gave him that moment of hesitation, not sending an attack. He just started a new swing, brought in, got the nice switch.
They got Kia here on that front there. They both had access to Kia and they couldn't get a hit. It was about 3 seconds worth of time. And it would have been amazing if they got the hit. Splinter taken my advice. Maybe not really, but he wants that 2 hit now. Good weapon swap coordination there, but hasn't bought them anything. It is now 0-4. Splinter might take a few rounds to warm up with the War Axe though. He swapped to an E-Star. Even less range again. No cleave either, which is going to disadvantage him if he needs to hit 2 of them, as he has been known to do. But he's going to get a kill just like that. He's going to not read, though. Turuk's got to be really careful there. Splinter's got to disengage too. Luckily, the Excel.
Crowley is hitting that spin on the polehammer, making it look like it's not the slowest weapon in the game, and it's incredibly hard to drag. But instead, it looked just like a Zwei or something, but no, just the ability to hit so far around him.
It looks like this map's going to go back the other way again. Splinter, beautiful reads there. Kia now low stam, gets a hit in the back. almost gets another one. Taruk's getting one as well. Splona's got to finish quickly here before he gets switched on. But Taruk getting the punish. Pole hammer striking the Pilum. Lovely chamber there into a feint by Taruk. Beautiful work there. That run where Taruk ran past him. Corellius has to make a choice. Do I keep following my camera on Taruk and then not see Splona, or do I stay on Splona? He made the right choice. He stayed on Splona. But he ate the feint and then he died. That's the first point here for the official moderators. This is not a strong game for them currently. They need to pick up some points in a row. Lots of them.
Yeah, beautiful swing approach on this ball hook. Just landing 2 hits against Splonta. And then
Corrales already out of stam. Splona going for a switch. Good choice. Could have gone poorly if Corrales had not missed. Taruk threatening the chamber there. Doesn't matter.
And there's
Corrales got to finish that swing all the way around.
Of Polehammer. Even though he did get the swing, it's so much effort to keep on pulling around to try and make both your opponents respect the attack. And Splonta just runs to the side, hits him where he can.
Hits him in the back.
Gets him behind the ear.
Taruk, I'm seeing do a lot of chambering to last time. Okay, moderators have figured out what they got to do. They got to put Splona and Kia, and as long as that keeps happening, Taruk's just going to chamber the shit out of Corrales. Even if it's all of Taruk's stamina going, he'll chamber feint to parry if he's got to, and then Splona will come to the rescue. That's the plan. And there it is again. Corrales intercepting, but he takes a hit in the back from Taruk, but Taruk takes a hit after the hit. Kia's looking for the switch, but he can't make it. Splona's smothering him. They both win their duel, despite looking for switches.
One thing I have noticed about Kia and Corrales, they make real good macro decisions after reading one swing from their opponent. They see one feint and then bam, they're off to go make a switch, go make a play, just based on the one swing. Really using this kind of smaller map size to their advantage because, you know, it's such a tight arena, you can make those kind of quick switches just on one feint.
And that is a map Joe's. Corrales and Kia winning a map. That is almost just as decisive. 7-2, 3-7 is the score. They are both on one map each, one set each.
But this is definitely not an even situation because Splonta and Taruk have to fight through that double elimination. You know, Kia and Corrales are in a pretty comfortable position here.
Yeah. Taruk and Splonta will have to do this again, even if they win. Now, they get a little bit of a morale. If they win, they get a little bit of a morale advantage, right? It's not nice as the winner in there to be forced to have to play that second one because you lost.
I'm trying to think historically in Mordau across almost every tournament, it's such a rarity, if not like almost never happens that someone comes from the loser side in these double elimination games and wins it out. I mean, the only time it got close to happening was that tournament that no one won. Do you remember that? EX and Vanguard played a double elimination final, but the tourney staff didn't realise it was supposed to be double elimination. No one got a crown. No one won. They didn't play the final game. It's a very particular situation.
Splona trading that hit. He knew he had to. Oh my god, the miss there on the pole hammer hitting the wall. And he's up stam now because of the kill. Splona moving so much to get those parries, but he's got to find a third hit because he's hitting legs. But he finds it with a stab. I am putting scores in, but sorry, I haven't put up the next round. There it is. The scores are
Being a bit of a
2-0.
historian from his own personal experiences, in the Mason Cup 2, EX did win from the loser's side in the grand finals. But, I mean, how long ago was that? That's ancient history.
That's
nowadays.
2020.
Yeah.
That's August 2020. Or May 2020, sometime 2020, yeah. There's a third point, the official Mordau moderators. That pole hammer miss, yeah, Corrales just swapped to the hell, but that miss just cost him. He is sitting there going, that miss just cost us. And he doesn't want to cost the map, so he's made a quick decision rather than a late decision. Taruk managing to kite out, though. He takes a stab in the side, he takes a stab in the front. Taruk's got to fight on both now. He's not going to have fun doing this. He needs to kill. He's looking for feints. He gets a fake switchback. Kia looking for a stab. He's going to get one. There it is.
On the
Chicken
board
Joe's
for
getting their first point.
Corrales and Kia, this is starting to shape up a bit nicely. That was a very...
No, the Void tournament was after Mason Cup. The Void tournament that no one won was definitely after Mason Cup. It was in that era of everyone's tournaments being dog shit. I'm pretty sure it was the first one after Mason Cup.
There were 2 Void tournaments.
Are you sure?
They've had different dramas. The second Void tournament was the double elimination drama.
Oh my god, Splona getting exactly what he needs. Official moderators, we'll just call them that, pulling ahead now, back to 3 the difference, 4-1. It was 3-0, it is now 4-1. Corrales and Kia have to be looking to pick up a point now, and they've got to win 3 points for every one they lose. If they fail to do that, it's over. Oh, okay, Pingu. Thank you. I'll trust you. This is not looking good. Taruk moving just right. Corrales trying to read both. He can't read both. This is set and match point. Is it? No, am I making things up? I'm not. We're one off match point. Lawmaster Pingu, that's it. Kia getting to hit him, but there's no one to switch onto. Taruk running away. He's back his turn. Splonter smothering Kia so he can't switch. Taruk takes a team hit though. Splonter's in the middle. They're going to lose his point. That's all right.
Kia, good judgment there. Just when you're in that corner, crouch, keep your low profile next to that hedge. You know, stay out of the way of swings. And
especially if you can get around the corner, because they're just going to hit the corner of the head. Pokes out.
Exactly so. And just an unlikely situation to survive.
Taruk in the middle, not good. I'm feeling like that was actually a big cost there. Splonter smothering though. Look, the perfect run. Kia switching. No, but he's going to take the kill. This is it. No! Corrales gets the kill he needs, but he takes a hit. This is all down to Taruk. He might win this point right now, and then it might put them in striking distance. He's low on stamina though.
On stamina, and that's going to be pretty
and then he faints. That's even worse. He's going to be disarmed next.
There we go.
Chicken Joe's catching up 5-3. They need to win 2 points. In fact, they need to win 3 and then at least 1. If they just win 2 for 1, it's not going to work. Well, it is as long as they don't. As long as that one doesn't come in the middle.
I'll tell you one thing better they could do is not lose at all.
Oh no!
It's going to be up to Corrales to clutch this
Corrales
out.
has not won one of these 1v2s yet.
Oh,
is this going to be the one?
Great judgment. Good movement out the
Taruk
way.
lows down. Taruk should be hovering away. Doesn't need to. Doesn't matter.
Didn't take initiative back there. And he just.
It is match point to the moderators. Corrales and Kia will need to win 4 in a row if they are ever going to recover this, and that'll be their win. If they lose a single point from here on in, it's over. Good opening start there. Corrales getting a free hit. Taruk also taking a free hit. Another free hit in the back. Taruk is down. Splonter hitting both, though. It makes up for it. He's got to parry off the top. He gets Kia. Kia's going to pull away now.
There, especially against a weapon like Zwei. But
look at that stab.
Keeps his cool little hat on, and he's like, no, I can just read. I can just input, and now you're dead.
3 more chances for the moderators.
At least that one to Splonter is going to be very impactful.
Splonter goes for the chamber. Kia looking for a stab, but it's not there. Luckily, Corrales gets it.
Bit of awkward movements between Kia. Kia still looking for that twitch, and
a team hit there. That could be brutal. That could be the end. Taruk's got it. He's coming to the rescue. He gets a chamber. He sees the stab switch. He takes it though. Splonter's looking for a way in without dying.
Oh, the hedge on the
That
does 60 damage, and we're gonna make it to the double elimination portion of this tournament, right?
We now get a double elimination grand final.
That was wonderful. Very tight moment there. By forcing too many switches, Kia got his teammates away a little bit too much, and that's what you gotta be cautious about this style of play, is that sometimes there just is no opportunity, and if you keep trying to run it to get that switch, you're just gonna mess up the round. You're gonna hit your teammate maybe, or you're gonna miss and then get punished. It's sometimes just better to take a more losing duel and have a bit of faith in your teammate.
So that is the first game out of the way. I have just sent that score to Q, just in case he wasn't keeping track, but I'm sure he has been. But just in case he's got that, they are about to start again. I'm going to reset the scoreboard. This is a double elimination. So they are now both. This is the grand final, effectively now.
And this is a good situation for Splonter and Taruk. They're on even footing now. Not an uphill battle, but still, it's not over, as Conch says, till the fat lady sings.
Yeah, this fat lady ain't singing. She's just holding it all in. She doesn't want to sing.
If I was a fat lady, I'd probably sing a lot. Splonter winning that 1v1.
Taruk in the way there, but getting out around the side. Is he going to wall hit? They should use the wall hits here. Don't need to. Splonter's using kick.
Well, you
feints
just
the
put
buffer into this
into
chance.
that corner. His horizontals are so wide, they're just going to hit the walls. And Paulhammer being one of the slowest weapons, terrible for 1BXs. So, definitely the right play there. Just get into that corner where it cannot maneuver around.
Splonter looking for a kill on Key. He just needs one hit. There it is. Couldn't find it the first time, but he definitely found it the second. Corrales has switched not too covert there. Splonter catching it easily, but it missed anyway. It didn't matter. Official moderators now on 2 points.
Alright, they're very effectively breaking it down into 2 separate duels and just dismantling them and punishing any forced switches. So this is right.
Look at that. Look at the way
Splinter
Splonter's just kited Key away. Key's looking to get back in. And he's finding it, but Turuk's punishing.
AHP, 1 kick.
The wall cucking Corellius there.
And it's very hard to read with your back against the wall. Now Turuk's got to clutch this out, but might not be happening. Some good parries and riposte, but none of the drags are big enough to get past this defense. Gary's got to be careful there.
Good timing there. That was riposte interrupt timing there by Corellius. That was great. He just waited for Key to start the one that put his own in, knew that Keys would start the riposte, and then he'd hit Turuk mid-riposte. Lovely buffer there by Turuk in the middle of all of that. Oh, Key getting out of E-star range.
Not the worst situation for Sponsor because he does have that 1 hit to kill opportunity against Corellius, but we're going to have to pause here, it would seem like, because someone's having a bit of internet connection issues. Never mind, says Turuk and Sponsor, you may continue.
Look at that. See, Splinter's failing to get these. He gets away with a switch with the E-stock stab, and Splinter can't catch up to him.
I think it's very interesting about Blue Team here is that they've been willing to experiment with a wide variety of weapons that have different styles of switching, like the Evening Star, and it's sort of like going over the top of people's heads, like the S-stock and getting a lot of stabs in, or the bill hook and pulling people in.
Yeah.
They're versatile.
Yeah,
they keep changing up. It's going to be hard to find the right rhythm against these players.
I mean, Milky was changing up as well, but and it helped him a little bit, but didn't do everything. Splinter's changed back to Zwar, and I think that's a great choice because I feel like the air-star wasn't working, and you really want to change sooner rather than later. If you only get 7 points to change, it's too late to change when it's,
Crowis saving his teammate,
6-3.
if only for a moment, but Turuk correctly reading the situation, gets in Crowis in this 1v2 situation. Splinter reads the backswing, and that's going to shut down this 1vx scenario.
This one is running tight now. All those games we saw before were all like, they were big runs. A team would run, 7-2, 7-3, 7, whatever. This is tight. They're exchanging points.
Crowis kind of swinging out into midair because he got buddy blocked by his teammate. Couldn't bring it in, otherwise he'd risk a team hit.
Oh, the duck!
Wow, this is what I've been seeing a lot. This is what I've been seeing a lot. Where one person fails to punish, the teammates just been coming in last second, reading the scenario and covering their backs. So Splinter almost getting that duck, but yeah, really nice coordination between the blue team.
Splinter with a nice start there. First hit in. You know what I wish we could get like some really good statistics engines into the game during tournaments and see how often the team that scores the first hit wins. Like, just not first kill, just first hit. Yeah. I wonder if the Mordhau devs that takes melee stats about weapons, I'm sure they could probably balance the game a bit better as well. But it's kind of hard to know where to. You don't just want to capture them from every fight ever, so.
Yeah, and that is a bit of a fact of the matter, but I think what would be a bit of a truism is that the first 2 hit to kill weapon to land a hit in the round is most likely going to be the one that wins the round as well, because that's usually a very high impact weapon. This is something I started to notice, less about vanilla, but comp mod with that War Axe doing 40 damage, that landing first hits in the round is very impactful.
This is not the combo they want. They need to get... Look at that! Oh... Stab's gone all the way through. Key getting a chamber there. Turuk going to get hit in the middle from both directions. Chicken Joe on set point. They're going to win the first map of this new game. If they can't be stopped.
Nothing's guaranteed yet. Sponsors ping small little spike, but we'll see how it goes from here. Probably in the best position. Getting those clashes. That's not something you see in most tournaments. And a very
keeps
nice
getting away
switch.
with that stab switch. They've really got to suppress Kia and take him away. Every time he gets away with that stab, it's all over.
Oh, the beautiful thing is that Sponsor did react on time, but Crowlius, his teammate, saw Sponsor running in from behind and had enough time to get a stab off his own, catching the and protecting his teammate. Really good.
Kia was actually in 4 or 5 of their points just there. Kia was instrumental. Just he get one stab switch off to the head, and that was it. That's all he needed. And he was getting it. He was reliably getting it. He wasn't being punished for getting it. They've got to figure out how to break that pattern. They've got to get back to the duels somehow. They've got to convince. And I know Kia and Corellius are trying very hard. Corellius' whole thing is we do not duel. And they are trying so hard to make sure It is not a duel. I can see Splinter pinging again. And that's fair enough. I can't play on 60 ping. I'd hate to be on 100 ping.
I can't play on anything above 32, man. It's these players are something else.
It'd kill me. It'd kill me if I thought I lost on ping and I wasn't sure. Now, luckily, they can wait a little bit there, right? They're not strictly in the fight.
Sponsor, I think, is reconnecting to kind of reset his internet issues, perhaps.
Maybe he wants to do modem thing.
Windows XP is saying Sponsor is toggling on. Maybe that's some insider information. Sponsor is, I imagine, toggling his monitor on after a match like that.
By the way, I just hit level 263. I didn't even realize. I think it must be some specking. I'm not sure.
Congratulations.
I'm sure I was 262 a couple of days ago.
Showing off a bit of map knowledge here, finding his way out of bounds. I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, Disillusion is requesting a shout out. I'm just not going to give him one though.
I think you just did in a way. I mean,
oh fuck!
I think he's outplayed you, one would say. And Turek has infiltrated enemy line. Oh no, there is an invisible wall.
Infiltrated enemy lines. He's kept his weapon too because this game mode doesn't have the weapon disabling thing.
He's on top of the pillar. How a blue team going to address such a unique strategy?
How are they going to? Yeah. There's still a pool of blood in the middle from that last fight there. Oh, it's gone. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Just a shout out. This is Taruk's arena. If he doesn't win this, he'll probably dismantle. He'll tear it down.
I mean, I would love to see somebody, break a bit of the tournament rules right now, equip a bow, get out of the map, and just start shooting people. I wonder how Turek figured all of this out. It was a bit of an
Well, actually, it was me. I
explorer.
I think that the assets here, some of them are from a Roman pack that we have. Turek made the scoreboards himself, though. Those are his assets, and he probably fine tuned. I built the whole stairs and all that, but he's fine tuned that a little bit. It's all pretty simple though, and then he's done the rest of the decoration and stuff.
Bit of home
he's very good at.
way.
He's very good at. Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. He's very good with decorating and stuff. You should see his submarines and barotrauma.
Don't get me started on barotrauma. That's all bit of chaos. Me and Gary play a bit of barotrauma, and oh man,
looks like Splinter's back. He's done the modem, probably.
Yeah,
we're going to get into that second point. The question, of course, is what effect does that little reset have? Because every time, I don't know how much to attribute, but look, games can always swap around and they can go any way all of a sudden, and the map, you swap map and things change. But like in the past in tournaments, when there's a pause, maybe not a little pause, but a big pause, especially if there's like a pause due to a ref like enforcing a rule, like that hits you. Or if there's a pause due to like a sub, that can hit you. Or if there's a pause like this, it can just change things.
Well, yeah, breaking up the rhythm. This is all about sports psychology. You kind of getting into. This is why they have timeouts in every sport, every esport, and whether it's just to formulate a strategy to reset your mental, have a bit of a sip of whatever you're drinking, maybe give your players a bit of time, just take a seat and just relax their muscles a bit. There's so many layers to this. But in this case, Splinter fixing his intel is probably going to have an impact on the match.
Yeah, getting away with that first switch every time, and it's absolutely screwing with red team. Splinter has to stay on Kia and never let him switch. They were doing so much better. Hey, Orbiaz, who the fuck are you? No, I'm kidding. Chicken Joe's now on 2 points. If
Splinter
they make it to 7,
apparently having
it's
yet
over.
more internet issues.
He might have to commit a mass shooting in his household.
He does have his Twitch link in his name. I wonder if he's trying to stream at the same time.
No, he's not. He's not. He streamed part of his play yesterday, but he stopped. He probably just hasn't changed his name since then.
Yeah, Splinter is bowing himself out. We'll see if the referees will allow a substitution in the grand finals here for Infamy. Intent's probably a bit more consistent for, but can't make any calls about what's about to happen. I'm sure there'll be some discussions behind the scenes.
This is going to be a problem, I can tell you that much. Because if they don't, Splonder's play, if he's having internet problems, one, it's going to be effective, but two, he's going to be angry that they won't replace.
Don't worry about it, Eric. I would, in a heartbeat,
Infamy may not even be available.
In a heartbeat, I would jump in there in Sponsor's place and put an end to this. And I just practiced earlier today. I made myself a Splinter outfit and used Evening Style trying to help Gary train. So I think I'm ready to swap over.
On the question of subs, we have already permitted subs. Yeah. Like not like team to have a designated sub. We didn't want teams of 3 because then you don't get as many teams. It was more like we had a player who was not available earlier, and they had someone playing their place. And today we would have permitted Windows to do the same, but there was no player available to him. But if Spawner can overcome the network difficulties, he should just play, obviously. And if we have to wait for that, might be fine.
Well, his ping's not showing any more stability than it did before. I don't.
We are in slow mode, so the server's taking less samples of his ping.
Yeah, but we are. Splinter will have to go to work eventually.
Yeah, that's the thing. But I don't think we just allow a sub like that because Infamy's not part of their team. The original thing was that Splinter might have to be completely not here, and we didn't want Turok just to not be able to play, and Infamy and Splinter are relatively well suited for each other.
Like I said, I have a very convincing Splinter. Just ask Gary, I learned how to play 240 third person literally 1 hour prior to this. I
think Splinter might be trying to reset again. I'm not sure. Is Hippo even around? Hippo, are you around? Where have you been? But it's just AFK. Who knows? Hey, Shala, do you want to jump down to Q and ask Q what's happening?
Yeah, sure. If you just
I'll just show you down. We will get some inside information on what is happening here, maybe what is going through the Tawny team's mind in terms of the decision they're going to make. Obviously, we're very well aware we don't just want to allow players to freely sub because, Corrales will just be like, oh, I'll just swap for Popo, and Kia will be like, oh, so, we're not going to do that, obviously. It's all a bit of fun. There's going to be a winner at the end of it. It's just for fun. If Splinter's internet can come in order, if we got to wait for that, that's fine. We are running well and truly ahead of schedule. If we played it out, we'd be finished by 5. If we got to wait till 5:30, obviously, maybe the stream will be effective if we try hold out till then, but I'd rather them get a good solid game in and Splinter feel fairly treated and have good internet. But then again, it is up to the other team. I know the refs have spoken to the other team as well. I saw them moving around. Shella, where are we at? What is happening?
Well, I've just heard a variety of things said. I can't give you a definitive answer right now, but it may be the case that Splinter did say he could still play if the enemy team wants, that the referees might say, well, you did say you have to play, therefore we're going to make you. But they are talking to the players right now, and Infamy is here, ready to sub in, and they are willing to let them sub, so we'll just...
Wait, so Kia and Corrales were willing to let Infamy sub?
Yeah, they are willing. The enemy team's willing. It's just Splinter had a mishap with his words, so the referees have misread what he's saying. So I'm not entirely sure, but I'm gonna have to wait a few seconds because Infamy is here. Enemy team has
I've just seen Splinter suicide and I can see Infamy in the channel. And I guess Blue Team have permitted it. We heard Corrales and Kia saying earlier, they want to challenge and they're open to investigate, they would have been happy. Yeah. So if that's what's happening, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the sub will be going through, but we'll just have to wait a second as the match gets unpaused.
Turok's just going to go in on his own. Don't worry about it.
I know the score will be staying as is. That is a fact. So there will be no resetting or disadvantage to the blue team.
I mean, we're also my understanding was Splinter's work was at 4:30 or something, so it's possible he's going late to work or he's pulled a sickie or something. I don't know. He is in the pre-match lobby.
Yeah, I think they're just talking about things. Maybe Infamy is having some connection issues to the server. Because
that's a potential too, because he's not in the server.
Well, if he hasn't tried to join the server before, I think he will have to do that 400 megabyte download that I did have to do. So it might just be a bit of a delay.
It'll depend the last time he was on Castrum. That download there is because our shared assets platform, like it's got all the assets we use on our other maps. They're all combined into a pack. So it's kind of growing in size. This map itself is only 36 meg. It's the asset mod and the weather system that costs the download. So Infamy may have that. He might have been on Castrum recently though. So
Sponta has reconnected to the channel, so maybe it might be the case that Sponta keeps on playing until Infamy's map download is in. Like now, we can only speculate and just kind of wait, because I think that is the thing, that Infamy is probably downloading maps, judging by the fact he's not on the server yet. So I think they're just looking to keep the game going one way or another. It could also be that Sponta's internet stabilized and he's reconnecting.
Be hard to know though unless he plays, and I mean, how risky is that?
Yeah.
You hate to be forced to test if you're, the only way you're going to know if it's not working is if you're losing and you're dying and resulting in losing, and that costs you points to make the decision to not play.
Okay, here we go. The map has been reset. Infamy is now in the server, and that seems like what they were waiting for was just Infamy to be able to get into the server.
Okay, so we are still 0-2. Don't worry about the scoreboard in the game. It is 0-2. If Kia and Corellius win 5 points now, it is all over.
Alright, and it looks like Infamy will be coming into this with the Maul. Very scary weapon if you have not played against that at practice against Infamy in a while. I know he can be a big force to play, but those but those long-range weapons should be able to do a good job of keeping him away or switching around them. But he will lock down that duel, and now that 1v2 against the Maul, there's a lot of damage outputting from the one weapon.
The thing for blue team is it's also, if Red start winning now, it's hard to not feel like Red won because they swapped a player.
Well, the small part of the fact is just going to be able to adapt to the new play style, because Sponta and Infamy, I do think, have somewhat similar play styles. You just got to be a bit more.
If you had Splunter with, yeah, that's the thing. If Infamy's playing with them all, yeah, it's definitely a different thing. Splunter wouldn't be in there with them all right now. But then again, maybe these players are going to prefer versing them all, or Splunter might bring out Infamy might bring out a Halberd. Maybe they would prefer playing against a Halberd. Who knows?
And the big thing is, I don't think this should make any big differences in the macro play. They're still going to be going for those switches, and the Maul's not going to stop.
They're still going to be pulling
that.
Away with those lovely things like that, and there's the hit in the back that Key keeps getting away with.
They just need a moment to adapt to the Maul's different swing style, but the macro strategy will stay the course. And it's still, once again, Infamy has to fill the same shoes as Sponta, figure out how is he going to break this down into duels that he can win, and not get caught between these stabbing weapons, find those windows of opportunity, and that's a big cleave.
He got away with 2 switches, right? Well, not 2 switches, 2 stabs right at the start. But his third one was interrupted because Infamy's Maul cleaved straight through on the kill, and then he was doomed. They have got
doing a good job there, supporting Infamy on his cleave.
They've got to have figured out from that last game and from here now that it's Kia's switches that are instrumental. They've got to figure out how to shut them down. That's one way, I tell you what.
One thing I will kind of point out, it looks like the small break has definitely helped Taruk positioning a little bit in these 2v2s, but now it's down to a 1v1. Infamy outs Dam, so I don't think that Maul's going to help him very much. But he's going to have to find a different weapon. He goes for the jump kick.
He could have picked the one up at his feet. There was a Halberd at his feet, or maybe a partisan at his feet.
There was a partisan, but I don't think he noticed it was there. And he does like jump kicking after getting stunned. I know that.
It is now 3-4. Check the bottom scoreboard.
Infamy picking up that early kick hit, but Crowley has good movement out of the way, getting that switch. Now, he's got opportunity to hit Turek. Oh, but he gets fainted out.
Lovely reach. End of the Halberd's reach there. Doesn't even... Turuk needed that kill, and he got it by the bare spike on the very end of that Halberd.
Even scored.
It is still even. 4-4. Struggling to put the camera somewhere in for me.
Disgusting swimming.
He's doing exactly what Kia was doing, except he can do it in one hit. Sorry, not Kia. He's doing exactly what Splunter was doing. You can isolate Splunter. Kia, man. Infamy can isolate Kia just like Splunter was doing. Red wins.
I think the real difference is Infamy obviously still having that same impact that Splunter would have had. But I think that break really has helped Taruk, because I know getting caught out by any of these switches, and he is doing a good job of keeping his distance.
There it is, Kia getting away with it again,
nice
but
switch.
Punishes.
and then being able to protect himself from the consequences afterwards. And there you go. That's the Corrales Kia. That teamwork is exactly what they're looking for. Neck in neck.
5-5. Red are looking to pick up 2 wins in a row now. They do not want it to go down to the line. That's way too dangerous. There's no second chances.
Scary situation for this Polehammer player here. And his teammate
Fake
too far
switch.
away. That will allow Infamy to catch that double parry. And a beautiful chamber on the person he's not even looking at. This Polehammer needs one lucky hit though.
Lovely work. Turuk actually hit Infamy there. That was super dangerous. But they get away with the kill and they want to pull one now. And then they get a reset. We get a new map. No, there's Kia. He's got it going. Oh, I think this is going
great
red. This
movement
is
around
going
the
blue's
mall
way.
and stabbed by his own teammate at the exact moment, flinching him from his enemy.
Is match point. This is match point only for blue team. They get this. It's done.
And they really want
They
to
got
close it
Kia
out
shut
here.
down.
Good movement around the mall. Infamy already low on stam, but it's going to take a while. And then he picks up that nice little kill there.
Turuk, lovely
1v2.
chamber there.
Great 1vx by Corrales. He's holding. He's holding. Oh, and the range play by Turuk. Very well played in that 1vx, but Turuk kept his
1-all.
head on straight and then created the right amount of space.
This is great. All these finals have come right down to this last match. I reckon Splinter's kicking himself for not being able to play it because, you know, he wants to have that full total victory to himself, and now it's a partial Infamy credit. He got him all the way here. I was a bit hesitant about the maul. I didn't expect Infamy to come in the maul. I know Halberd, he's probably going to give Turuk what weapon Turuk wants, and Turuk wants a Halberd, so
The
Infamy's
thing
not going
about
to use
that
it.
maul is that you're right. It's not very good at stopping people from switching, but in those windows of opportunity,
Stopping them from living.
Exactly. It just takes only a small mistake against that weapon to just
There's the
brutalize
mistake.
your opponent. And he hasn't got any one-shot headshots yet, but that can be a factor later on into the match. It's also just a very intimidating weapon to try and read. It's so slow, and you just have to fear its damage output.
The first point of this final map, going to the official Mordhau moderators and co. I think that's their new name. Turuk where he wants to be. Oh, Corrales not even running out in time. But Key is going for the switch. There it is. But he falls for the feint right afterwards. Infamy wants to kill. No, Infamy wants a switch. But he's going to take one in the back.
He gets punished.
He gets a chamber in time.
He stays alive on 2 HP, not breaking a sweat there, not panicking and causing himself to lose life. He just keeps on with that other type of Hammer of Justice. You know, this is like the Hammer of Injustice. That maul is brutal. Infamy against this wall here, but he gets a really nice riposte.
Corrales again showing off beautiful 1v2 potential there.
Alright, that's a nice 3-point lead. It looks like they're starting to run away with the game. Corrales and Kia, they're starting to struggle a bit against that maul.
The mental element from the break, the mental element from the sub, probably all at work.
I think Kia just doesn't have much experience pressing the maul compared to other weapons, because I noticed a lot of these swings aren't super complex, but they seem to be catching him. And then right there, Turuk, great judgment of the situation, hitting that cleave, creating
Oh, look at that Messer Insider. He can't read the feint afterwards, though.
Brutal, but I am seeing a lot of great swings here from Turuk. There's creating abundance of opportunity for Infamy. Very nice switch right here. That's going to put Infamy into a bad situation, but with his back against the wall, he gets that really brutal swing, not panicking.
Weapon matchup here, but Corrales with much more experience, much more stam.
Turuk finds the ball and a double parry. It's anyone's game. One headshot could bring him back, but no such luck. That was a scary scenario.
I'm so happy Corrales just won that just there. Can you imagine that hit?
Yeah.
If Turuk had got the maul and just got a one-shot hit and it was
speaking
over.
of the maul,
Oh!
And that's the thing about the maul. It is brutal when it works because that one-shot headshot shutting down any chance of a 1vx. That switch perfectly lining up with the halberd's damage. Just any other two-hitical weapon does not kill there, but the maul will.
Kia already half Sam versus the Maul. The Infamy going for a big jump swing. He's going to give him some breathing room. Kia just
Here,
barely
missing the switch.
but he gets.
That's not good.
He commits. He gets it. And he's just on Sam, but that was a bit of an overcommit. Keep on switching. He should have bought some time for his teammate. And now, 1v2 Corrales can win this, especially after that team hit.
He's keeping to the wall in the corner. Turok's on low stem, same as before. Corrales just got to do what he did before.
And kept it calm, didn't get dragged out, and now he will win this fight on stamina by not over-aggressing. Very nice judgment by Corrales.
This is still so close. Corrales, Kia want to win 3 in a row now. They don't want to go down to the wire this early on.
Corrales against this Maul, it's going to be a very slow fight, but there's not enough distance close to get away from it. Here, like I said, too far away, so there's not going to be a switch opportunity, and then Infamy just
Beautiful
barely
work.
missing that switch.
Is this it? Have Kia and Corrales figured it out?
They're starting to crack the code.
If they have, and they crack it here in this game and the next game, and then you imagine there's 3 games left, Turok and Infamy probably won't be able to swap back.
Kia just had a host of opportunity there because Turok, very brutal team hit. But Kia had a host of opportunity. He could have landed the switch, but he instead elected to fake switch, getting that stab onto Infamy, which later set up Turok for that team kill.
If you're Infamy and Turok, you want to win this point right now. Because then you got a buffer zone of 3. And you want that. Infamy looking for a way to switch through to Kia, can't get one.
Corrales, brutal drive.
Takes hit trying to take one, it's risky.
Corrales doing a very good job of responding to this Maul, not making any panic carries, but he's created some distance. Ooh, Infamy almost team hitting there. He had to pull it out and then cause himself to miss. Now, Turok falling. It's 5-5, very even.
My God, we've played 4-7, 6-7, 6, and we're now 5-5.
Very even game. Very nice switch by Kia, but he got hit by a teammate. That might cost him. Now, Infamy just barely being out of the way of that stab. That would have killed him, and picks up that duel.
They're going to win this. Kia won't hold that. That's it. It's 6-5.
6-5.
Blue. If Blue win this, we're going to go to 6-6. And if not, this is it. Mordau moderators plus Infamy. Turok looking for it. No, he takes one in the back, but Maul finds a head.
Tabs on Burf. He can still win this 1vx. It's the right setup.
Beautiful parry. He gets a kill.
Oh,
but he takes it in the dick.
That pause and Omer did a lot of great work there. All he had to do was get one more parry right at the end. That was very well played from both teams.
That was exceptional. We're just going to fade over to the winner bracket scoreboard, and it's probably going to be updated any second now.
So congratulations to Team Splinter, and with just a tad nudge for Infamy jumping in there and filling those shoes. Very well played tournament.
Infamy only played probably a quarter of the games.
Yeah, and
in that full grand final, when you consider all of them, he was only there for about a quarter of the games.
I would not want to downplay any of Sponsor's
like
achievements.
a quarter of the
points,
not
made it to that double elimination without Sponsor setting up those rounds, and they still did pretty well on the first map.
You still get that gut feeling. You still go, if it had been Splinter.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, but
I mean, look. If you look at the first game, we saw Splinter and Cotton on, and they were the ones getting those 7-2, 7-2, 7-3 games, sort of. So like, it could have gone this same way here. Maybe though, Kia and Corrales, look, you saw them adjusting, and you saw like Splinter and Turok just.
Here's the thing.
Infamy took just hold on.
I don't think this was a case of Infamy substitution winning the game. I think that timeout is what really won the game, because that Turok really started playing and supporting his teammate in a very impactful way. Especially, I feel as if Splinter would have had the same impact in that situation. Just Turok really upped his game after that timeout. And we're talking about the sports psychology earlier, about how pauses, taking a break, breaking up the momentum, getting a breather in can make a big difference in your performance. And I think that's what he needed, is just to get away from the chaos of the constant switching. And he started positioning a little bit better, starting to get away out of the way of some of these swings.
Yeah.
And what a 2v2 switching strategy did
What's
really
happening now?
work against him.
We've got an exhibition match going on. Brodies and Window. Oh, they're just skirmishing. It's just everyone getting
Get
in,
me
I
in
think.
there on. He can kill with me. Yeah, that'll teach him. Yeah, justice enforced. Don't worry, boys.
Alrighty. That is it. It is finished. What a great performance. And like, honestly, given that how Key and Corrales were playing there and the adjustments they made against Splinter and Taruk, and then even against Infamy and Taruk there at the end, like, if it's a test of Mordhau ability, like, yeah, you can win, you can get that, you can just happen. This is the thing, whenever you play best of threes, first to sevens, you just got to hit that 7th point first. It's not like in that first to 15 slogs we were doing earlier, where you can get away from you, or you can make the big comeback. You know, we saw that 10-point comeback game. You can't do that in the first 7 because you don't have that many points. They happen to get one. It's done.
You secure those points. And Sponsor just said here they'll split the first place prize with Corralius team. So that's a really good show of sportsmanship. So I'm really happy to see that in the community.
Yeah, because I was like, that's amazing. Plus the other thing is, you know, it's like they both those teams deserve to be there. That was nuts, and either of them could have won that. And it's just the way each map falls, right? And when you don't have, like, I almost feel bad we didn't do like a first to 25 or a first to 20 instead, something like that, because it's just the way those maps fall. If you happen to win the right number of points in a row,
my friend.
When you just, yeah, I know, that's what we didn't. But when you happen to win the right number of points in a row, but there's an element of tactics there, deciding when you're going to go hard, when you're going to know if you're going to take a break between them, if you're not, things like that typically. But like, if you just happen to win the right points in the right sequence,
I think a big thing is a lot of mental endurance goes into these matches as well. When you start playing those first to 15s, you get to a 12 win point and you're just like, man, what a slog! I've been fighting for so long. I just need a break.
The other thing is, like, you know, those first to 15s kind of go faster than these big best of threes, especially when they play all the way through, because you don't have the reset in the 20 seconds and the reset in the end and the reset in the end. You don't have all those extra 20-second waiting periods.
They do, and it's not like a first. It's sort of like you can play. I'm trying to think about the maximum amount of matches you can play in both, but it is higher in the 7-6s if it's more even. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, either way, what a comeback! They came from the loser bracket with little help from Infamy. They already lost to that team. Were they eliminated by that team?
No, they were eliminated by Gary's team. On the
no. Hold up.
Official
Mordhau moderators were eliminated by Gary's team.
Yeah.
Then they won over Gary's team. Taruk and Splint. That's the big story, right? They got eliminated by Gary's team. And then they came back, and Gary's team had lost to Corralius. Not only had they lost to Gary's team lost to Corralius. Then they came back and won over Corralius.
Yeah, and that's what I think about playing against those opponents. The longer you get on, the more time you get to adapt to this sort of strategy, which is why constantly forcing switches can be sometimes a bit troublesome.
We've been kicked, but look, we'll finish it off there today, guys. I'll just bring up those brackets one more time, I think maybe. There's the tournament icon because it's cool. By the way, in that tournament icon, that's actually Katara and Boris there. That is the winner bracket. That is the final outcome. You can see all the stepping off points. Each team that lost there, they weren't eliminated. They headed downstairs to the loser bracket, where they all fought their way through. The winner bracket team ending up in that final match.
Really good losers run from Conjur's team, making it up all the way into those kind of that 4th bracket, where they did put up a really good showing. It can be very difficult to constantly get through each round because you have to play almost twice as much than the winner's side, and sometimes that's a determining factor on being the winning side, is that you don't play as many matches, you're playing at less stakes, you're not going to get eliminated if you lose a match, and that can really help you making it into the grand finals.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough. Look, so I'm not sure what's going on with I'll just briefly touch on the prizes here as well. I think I've still got loser bracket on display just because you're talking about that, but I'll flip back through. Obviously, first place is Official Mordhau moderator. Second place is Chicken Joe's, and third place is the Victorians. Now, third place wasn't getting a prize though, but they just get credit. And obviously, so does fourth. Whatever. In terms of prizes, there's a first place prize of 120 and second place prize of 60. Once you divide it between 2 people, obviously it gets a bit smaller. But if there's been some discussion of that total of that prize being shared, potentially that total 180 is going to be shared between the 4 of them, or if they're letting Infamy have his stake on the quarter of the prize money, or if I don't know, however they work it out, we will chat with them. It's money at the end of the day. Maybe they're all going to give it to Care because Care doesn't have any. Who knows? That'd be quite funny.
I think this will be like many prize pools to come. I'm sure inevitably donated to the Render GPU fund. He did blow up the GPU.
No, I think
No,
Render's
I'm
plan
just
is to
kidding.
turn some of his 100 RAM cards into a graphics card. He's going to cannibalize the circuitry from his RAM and turn it into a graphics card. Anyway,
I thought he would instead opt to like trade it up, RAM for a real RAM, and then he's gonna
maybe he'll sell all of his.
You know?
He could sell the milk and save up for a 3080. Anyway, there were 2 other prizes that we mentioned in the announcement for the tournament. These 2 other prizes were the best dressed and like the equivalent of the most improved. I've forgotten exactly what we called them. Just scrolling up to where we announced it here.
I wonder who you think the best dress was, because I know everyone's been talking recently about that horrifically ugly but not ugly at the same time build like Gary did. I'm sure you have your own little school of judges to talk about his new Balenciaga armor fashion line.
Yeah, look, there are a number of uniforms that made an impression on me. Just looking down the list. What did Prodigal and X wear?
I know X wore his very iconic.
Prodigal and X just wore
hat.
shit.
Yeah.
Prodigal and X just wore stuff. Bo and Broseph had a mixed uniform. It had a bit of fur on it. They had the same uniform. It had a bit of fur on it. Splon and Turuk just wore Splon and Turuk kits, so I don't think they can win. Garen Scott, you're right. Garen Scott was quite striking. They had that whole the Maximilian, the expensive.
That's one thing.
Maximilian
That's one thing
going
about
on.
Gary is that every tournament he always shows up with very unique uniforms,
Well dressed.
especially on the Circus
That's true.
Maximus ones.
Levine and Surrender.
Remember the Darth
had,
Vader kits.
Lavina and Surrender had uniforms there. They just had striped potato sacks, to be fair. Sorry. Sharks and True, actually, that was quite striking. That really stood out. Sharks
The
and
Prodigal and X, yeah, they did on some of their rounds have the Japanese-looking kits with the samurai armor and the mesa. It reminded me of EX Samurai. It was very
But yeah,
interesting.
Bad Dragon, Sharks and True had the dragon armor. They had the lovely plume. They had all the sparkly bits on it. It was quite nice to look at. Leggett, Bongo and Mallow had a kit. It was matched, and they had a mask and had the stripe thing on it. It was stylish. It was black. That was about it, though. BlizzCon and Proteus. Now, they had a absolutely bastardized version of an SPQR uniform. It was what when Shuckle was an officer here, he had a uniform for the group, the Malay guys he was teaching, and they were wearing a bastardized version of that. I don't think we can give it to them. I think that's illegal. I think Turuk would be screaming uniform violation for the end of days if we did that. Milky and Parsnip, I think they were just wearing kits. Ken Corrales, they obviously had their chickens. Chicken Joes, they had their chickens. That's kind of cool. We've seen a lot of chickens in Mordhau. These were armoured chickens. Maybe I would have given it to them if they'd been completely naked chickens. Maybe they wouldn't have won
They
the
didn't
tournament.
really have
but
the
they might have.
wings, I like the little mask, but
Boris and Katana, I think I've just got to veto that because they had the bloody, whatever the helmet's called. What's that? That helmet that's way too in vogue. It's on the default night. The bassinet, the Hound Skull. No, Hound Skull was so last year, guys. Find something new. Windows and
it's
FTP.
not been so last year. That was the Shev's loadout. He single-handedly carried the Hound Skull. Let's give credit where credit's due.
Trash opinions. Hound Skull is the bane of my existence. FTP and Windows, we don't know what they would have wore. They never got to play together.
On my personal opinion, I'm very let down. I didn't see many plumers show up to battle. You gotta put those feathers on your head. It's a proven fact that they do make you play better. It's like the
Conjure OP
Ratatouille rat.
Banana. Did Conjure OP? No, OP just wore what he normally wore, and Conj just wore something. You know what would have been funny, Conj? If you had worn the old Infernus kit. You've probably got that.
Oh, yeah, the Infernus kit. That's so good.
Artie and OB, I think they just wore whatever. I don't remember. I don't remember there being uniform. So look, we haven't made a decision. I'll talk with a few people. We'll announce that maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Also, there was surprise performance, which was kind of the person or the team that had a person on it who did the best compared to what we expected. We will have a chat about that as well. There will be an announcement there. Obviously, those are kind of minor prizes, but there will be an announcement there. And obviously we'll do an announcement recap for the whole first, second, all the prizes and the outcome. But I'm going to end the stream because I don't need to hold anyone any longer. We're all done, guys. Thank you all for coming. As you can see, there was a path to victory there, and the official Mordau moderators have gatted their way to victory. I don't know. I can't think of anything better. A great performance there by Corrales and Carey as well. The synchronicity, the practice they put in to get there. The development that Turuk had as well, just even during the tournament, the performance he was putting on was extraordinary. His training in the last 4 months has definitely helped. Scott's improved significantly as well. Gary's tuned him up. We've tuned him up. They got so close and they did so well. When Scott was, when they eliminated Turuk and Spotter, that was great.
I just want to make
really three good.
A small note here is that
sure.
I just spotted on the leaderboard, Kuben is playing Mordhau. That's very strange.
Welcome back, Kuben.
I wouldn't say he's welcome back. I mean,
yeah, just wait. Give it a week. We'll see Nacho on the leaderboard as well.
That would be a
the whole clown
thing.
car will come back to town. Anyway, guys, we'll finish it off there. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for coming. Great work to everybody. And we are gonna wrap it up, I think. And I'll just find some music to finish it off with. Well done, everybody. Good evening.